taken advantage like we probably could. But yeah, we're back on YouTube, so that means we're mirroring. So guys, be on your best behavior. But what should we do from here? Where should we go from here? We have Lori Lightfoot is new. We have Top G. Oh, I meant to get the damn. Hold on, guys. I gotta do this now. Some of y'all don't like Andrew Tate, but whatever.
Well, he did go. He did go.
All right, let me cut it. Let me cut it. All right. If y'all rock with
Andrew Tate called Elon Musk a hero, right?
You said what?
Is it the same Andrew Tate that called Elon Musk a hero?
I don't know whether they're trolling or not, but they do like Elon Musk. But I think they're just kind of trolling, or they like him because he makes lots of money or some shit like that. But I don't know, because they've said funny stuff like the Earth is flat. I actually have a clip of that. They did a hilarious stream. I don't know if you guys are familiar with those boys, but they got locked up for some bullshit. You know, they got canceled, locked up, whatever. But once they got released, they did like a stream where they did their own. They made their own like 24/7 jail stream. It was fucking hilarious. But there was a point someone recorded where Tate just randomly blurts out the Earth is flat, space is fake.
Earth is flat and space is fake.
Elon wouldn't lie to me.
Did Elon say it's a circle?
Well,
whatever.
Yeah, Elon wouldn't lie. I believe the Earth was flat and space was fake until Elon started doing space. Can't trust NASA. It's run by Nazis. Alex Jones was right.
We have no legs.
So
my son's in the Tate University, and he doesn't speak to Tate. They have their own professors, yeah. So he's video editing, and he's doing really well out of it at the moment. But that question came up to his professor in there, and his professor said, "Well, I'm not going to tell you either way, but can someone please explain to me how we can have gas pressure without containment?"
Oh, so, shit.
Yes.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Hey, listen, man. I rock with Tate, man. I'm just gonna say it. And he also has this clip as well.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globetard.
All right, let's analyze that. So it's him, his brother Tristan. So Andrew, Tristan, and their cousin Luke. They're all just joshing around, joking around, right? So Luke is playing. He's holding the camera, pointing at them, and he's the one playing Glober. He's like, "Yes, it's a globe." I mean, ask yourself this. If you're faking a laugh, where does it come from? Does it come from the belly or the throat? Pause. A real laugh comes from the belly, right? Right, Kiwi?
I said belly.
Yeah, belly. So I'm gonna play it one more time. Just, I don't know, man. Like, he doesn't come out and say, "I am a flat earther," but he definitely will hint at the topic more than your average person. And to me, this laugh lets me know this guy. I don't know, man. When I talk about demon time, this is the exact same energy I'm trying to bring in 2024, where you point and laugh. You still believe it's a globe? Listen to this, guys. Take a listen.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globetard.
Man, I love that clip.
Right at the end. Globetard.
I fucking love it. I love that shit. Tate's the one laughing, Andrew, and his brother is the one who says Globetard. Now that brings up a whole nother can of worms. Number two.
Yeah, copyright infringement. Because
who the fuck? Yeah, where did they get that from? Yeah,
Me?
Copyright. Yeah, QE. Here.
See the way I hear that clip though, I see it as they've been called a globetard by flat earthers, and they're trying to take the mick out of the flat earthers. That's the way I see it. I don't know. I haven't heard the whole context, but
I have a
that's the way I
longer.
think
It's it's not that long, but I do have a longer version. But essentially, they're just joking around, just having some fun with it, and I do enjoy it. But yeah, you got to ask yourself, where did they get that terminology from? If you believe in the globe, boys, you ain't using that word. If you genuinely believe the Earth is a globe, you're not saying the word globetard. It's not
right. That's
happening.
why I say flat earthers must have said it to them. They must have been getting called globetards by flat earthers, and then they're trying to take the mick out of flat earthers. So.
Maybe, yeah, you might be right about that. Maybe someone called them that. You might be right, but then they caught on. But like again, like if you still believed it, you're not going to go around and just use that type of terminology. You use that terminology when
Well,
you
they're using it as a
the issue.
derogatory. Do you know what I mean? They're using it derogatorily, you know, in a sense, like trying to take the mick out of us.
Yep. Here's the longer version. It's not very long, probably about a minute or so. Let's take a listen, guys.
The Earth is flat. I follow all the flat Earth pages.
Yeah, so, okay. I mean, it's not flat.
You're a globetard. You're a globetard. You think this isn't flat?
It's not.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe. All right, so how's it flat
that's
then?
stupid
Prove to
on
me
a
it's
number
flat.
of fronts. I want to get back to derogatorily.
I see the
Is
curve.
that a fucking word?
Yeah, no, I thought I fucked up there. Leave me alone.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just questioning. You might have got it right. You might have tripped over right into the fucking cement pond right into it, but I'm just asking.
Cement pond.
Hey, when I was saying it, it felt wrong. So yeah, I was just scrambling.
Well, somebody look that shit up. That's really important. Derogatorily. No, it's just derogatory.
All right, so Kiwi, you're trying to get this thing back on track. So
you got
we
a
have
globetard in here. You got Goose in here. He's a globetard.
Goofy Goober as well.
What the fuck kind of name is fucking Goose?
It was Goose. Someone changed it to Goose.
He drank that goose that he on that. I love that you use that.
Just be happy we don't put duck in front of it.
He'll be ducking when you call him out.
How do you obtain elevation angles off a globetard, Goose?
Off of a globetard? Like an elevation angle of like an object in the sky?
Not just any elevation angle.
You just take the angle.
You can't.
How?
You can't. What is the definition of an elevation angle?
I don't know. What is it?
What do you mean? You just said you knew you could take it from anywhere. That means you would obviously know.
Well, I'm just thinking when you asked for an angle, you mean just...
No, I didn't ask for an angle. I did not say that. I said, how can you obtain an elevation angle on a globetard? A little different.
What does it mean?
Well, you said that you could just take it anywhere.
Yeah, you just take an angle.
Well, no, you dumb fuck. It's not just an angle. Holy shit. It's an elevation angle.
What does that mean?
So you would have to know what it means to make a claim about it, wouldn't you?
What is an elevation angle?
That's you keep on saying it, but you don't know what it is. So how can
That's
you make
why I'm asking what it is.
Shut the fuck up. You just compromised yourself, dumbass. If I said, how can you acquire an elevation angle off a ball tart? And you say, well, just about anywhere. You could just do it anywhere. To make a claim about an elevation angle, to make any claim about it, you would already have to know what it is. You understand that? What the fuck?
Okay. The angle of elevation is an angle that is formed between the horizontal line and the line.
No, it's not a horizontal line. Let me help you out. at 32 minutes after the hour from radartutorial.eu. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in a vertical plane.
Gotcha, bitch.
From GCSE 2021 edition, angles of elevation. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Makes sense. Both angles are measured. This is the really fucking important part. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal plane of the reference object.
Yeah, that makes sense. Usually an angle requires two horizontal lines.
No.
Or straight lines.
Horizontal plane. So, my question to you is, show us a horizontal plane on a sphere tard.
You just take the tangent plane.
No, it's not a tangent plane. They didn't say fucking tangent. They said horizontal plane, monkey dick.
Stupid. The tangent plane can be the horizontal
There's
plane.
not a tangent plane. That's a begging the question fallacy.
No. Yeah. And it would be a tangent plane, not a horizontal plane, like he asked you for.
Yep.
Right. What's the difference between a tangent plane and a horizontal plane?
You tell us.
There is no difference. It'd be the same
Yes,
thing.
there is, you dumbass. What's a tangent?
It's basically the line that only intercepts a curve at one point.
A curve, that's a begging the question fallacy. That's what you're attempting to prove. Not all tangents are horizontal.
You know that you're invoking the very curve he's trying to get you to prove, right?
Right, sure.
That makes it a begging the question fallacy, like I told you.
In geometry, the tangent line, or simply tangent to a plane curve.
Tangent to a plane curve? That doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't say tangent in the definitions. Where do you see tangent? Point that out.
In the definition of tangent?
No. In my definition of elevation angle, it doesn't say tangent anywhere.
No, it says horizontal plane.
Yep, correct. That's
Right.
not a tangent.
So are you saying that it's impossible to have a tangent?
No, I'm not saying anything. What I'm saying is there's no tangent in those definitions. None of them.
Okay.
So it says horizontal plane. So my question again, you said that you can obtain elevation angles off a globe tard. So my question to you is, since an elevation angle must have it necessary antecedent a horizontal plane to obtain it, you have to show a horizontal plane on a sphere tard. So my question is, please show horizontal plane on your sphere tard. On any sphere.
I already gave you the answer. You don't like the answer.
You didn't give an answer. You said tangent. Tangent's not a part of it.
Tangent plane.
It's not a tangent plane. It's not in the fucking definition.
A tangent plane can be
My
horizontal.
God, are you retarded or something?
A tangent plane can be a horizontal.
No, it's not. A tangent plane can be a horizontal plane, and then a tangent plane can't be a horizontal plane. Meanwhile, back at the fucking ranch, none of the definitions say tangent plane. Yeah, you're finished. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJs spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them. That's it. That's how easy it is. Yep. Have a nice day.
Right. You can have a tangent plane that is equivalent.
Doesn't say tangent plane in any of the definitions. I said that 4 fucking times already.
I'm saying geometrically, you could have a tangent.
No, you can't. It's not a horizontal plane. Geometrically, you can't.
Geometrically, a plane.
A horizontal plane, dumb fuck.
Yeah, a plane can be horizontal and a tangent at the same time.
That's what this one says. It says the elevation angle is the angle between, quite specifically, and I just posted 2 definitions. I can post 20. Angle of elevation is the angle between the horizontal plane and a line of sight measured in a vertical plane.
Sure.
Where's tangent in there?
It's not in there because it's referencing a horizontal plane.
It's not in there because it's not fucking part of the definition. You're in a law of identity violation right now.
How is it a law of identity?
Because you said tangent plane, and that's not its identity.
A tangent plane that is equivalent to the horizontal.
No, it's not equivalent. It's not. No, it's
Why
not.
is it not equivalent?
Why is it?
Why is it not equivalent?
Why is it? You're going to ask me why something's not. So you're asking me to prove non-existence? That's a fallacy.
Right.
Proving
okay.
non-existence fallacy.
If you have a
Shut the fuck up. You're guilty of a fallacy and a law of identity violation. It's all over.
Kiwi, we got some new people have joined, but I think they probably are enjoying the smoke. So Goose is definitely up for the challenge if we want to keep that going.
I
please
got
keep
another
it
question for him. This will be a whole lot of fun. Is an elevation angle a right angle?
No. Is it a right angle?
Is it a right? Is elevation? Are elevation angles right angle triangles?
Oh yeah, yes they are.
Yeah. So they're all straight lines.
Yeah.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah. Gotcha, bitch. You're finished.
You can just take the tangent line.
You can't. There is no tangent line in right angle triangles. Dumb fuck.
Well,
Show me
you said
the definition of a right angle triangle with a tangent line.
You know the.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up. You're done.
Can you just restate show us what, Kiwi?
A right angle triangle with the definition of a right angle triangle with a tangent line in the definition.
Can you show that for us, GG?
Right. A tangent line is a straight line.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be straight.
Show me
I'm not showing you shit. Because a tangent is fucking non sequitur to this discussion.
So that means if this tard was going to use his tangent line, he would have to reset let's assuming he takes his angle from 1 foot off the water level, he's going to have to redo this every 1.225 miles.
Doesn't matter. It's not in the definition. It's not in the definition of an elevation angle. And of course, it won't be in the definition of a right angle triangle because there's no tangents in it.
No, that's what I'm saying. If you think about it, along their line of stupidity, they would have to point the sextant at 1 foot high.
No.
1.225 miles, or they're shooting up into
No. I haven't gotten to the sextant yet. I'm just saying elevation angles, period. Period. Elevation angle. Show a definition of a triangle with a tangent in it.
No, it just uses straight lines in the definition.
So post the definition of a right angle triangle.
So you're the one just adding tangent into it then?
Yes.
A tangent line is a straight line. So it can be used interchangeably.
Nobody said it wasn't necessarily, but you're just the one adding tangent into it. So you're just trying to smuggle your curve in, the same one that we're trying to get you to prove without us noticing. But we know this.
Well, wait. What's the definition of a right angle triangle?
Two perpendicular lines.
It's a little bit more than that.
Two lines that meet at a 90-degree angle. I don't know.
Oh shit! That's what I was looking for.
Okay,
that's the same thing as perpendicular. How can you have a 90-degree angle on a curve?
You can't.
Very good.
Thank you. I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Yeah, you're working on it.
Just like I'm working on your sister.
It would be easier finding. It would be easier finding Alexander the Great's tears in a river.
Where did you make that up? Where is that from?
I thought of it yesterday.
Okay, that's it's a little poetic. That's actually kind of,
isn't it?
Yeah. Dumb fuck.
I'm the dumb fuck. I'm the dumb fuck. You just said there was a tangent line and a right angle triangle.
Holy shit, Goose! When did your balls drop?
Yesterday.
Too funny. Thanks for playing. You can't have a 90-degree angle on a curved surface. That's 3. You want to go for more?
Double or nothing round, Goose. Come on, you can do
No,
it.
the hat tricks. I like the hat.
He likes the hat trick.
Yeah.
Round 3. Round 4.
Do you ever
Any
try
evidence
that?
you can have a curved baseline? Well, I'm just
Do you
looking
ever?
at the photo
You
in the
can't have
chat.
a curved baseline. That's fucking stupid. Because
No, I was just reading off of the picture. It's in the chat.
Oh, you can go into. I got a short little video of AutoCAD that gentleman tried to get a 90-degree angle and an elevation angle off a curved surface, and AutoCAD said, "Fuck off."
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's what it said, more or less. Get the fuck out of here. You want to see it?
Yes, sir.
Hey, we got a bunch of new people joining.
Holy shit.
Katie.
Hold on, man.
Holy.
I wish we could play this. I wish we had screen share. Why is this not going fuck down? What the fuck?
What you trying to do?
Your sister, but she's stonewalling me.
Yeah, I mean, she kind of cute though. I'm not gonna lie, but hey,
Hey,
she
shut
married.
up. Shut the fuck up.
Anyway, we got some.
Anyway,
bunch
no,
of
not
people in.
any fucking way. Hold on.
Come on now.
I got it. If there's a way that we could put this, I don't know what we could do with this CB. I'm going to post it in live stream. It's a timestamp, and it is.
Okay, to briefly touch on what the guys over at Flat Earth Debate have been saying, we're going to use the exact same examples of the GB positions here. I'm going to look at it from an orthographic view. Okay, if we're standing here on the Earth, this is the angle to the celestial body. Let's take a line from our position, representing the horizon. The angle formed here is definitely not 90 degrees. And even at the position where it meets the Earth, you can't have a 90-degree angle to a curved surface. And AutoCAD will actually verify this, because if I choose the angular dimension command, and I pick this line and this line, it will give me an angle between them.
Only 1 minute remaining, guys. 1 minute remaining.
If I try to pick this line and this arc, it says here, object selected is not a line. So it will just not give me an angle. And why would it? How could it? The angle will be different at every single point on that arc. So the question is, to the people who believe we live on a globe, 1, where are you getting your 90 degrees? 2, where are you getting your straight line to form the 90 degrees? And 3, where are you getting your circle of equal altitude? Because from what I'm seeing, none of them are available to us using a sphere. Thanks for watching, folks.
There you have it. There you have it. Back to you guys.
Over. I mean, you could just had the audio. You can watch the video. It's a little over a minute long. He presents it right on AutoCAD. It's fucking over.
Channel is Rob Durham.
Yep.
Videos called A Sextant and a Circle, Improved Quality.
Well, it doesn't even have to be a celestial body. It could be any elevation angle. You can't obtain an elevation angle on off a curved surface. Can't do it. It's worse than dividing by 0. At least that's undefined. This is in direct contradiction to just basic geometry. Follow? Over.
I think so. So I just want to shout out some new people that joined. Shout out to you. That's thank you for joining. Katie, Discomfort. I am.
Hello, buddy.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Oh, you've been here before.
Is that guy?
Did you say I've been
Alex,
here before?
you've been here since September 17th, 2023.
Yeah, I joined a while back. I just haven't really been here. I used the
I'm
other
good
one.
guy. Yeah, I know him quite well. He's a mod over at Politics. Yeah, he's flat earther.
Amen.
All right, man. Well, we're looking for the smoke. So next, I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna smoke him if he's the mod over there.
What's wrong, Quantum? Why don't you join back?
Hey, no, I'm just messing with you, man.
You should join back. I think it'll be fun to have you.
No,
I haven't
I'm
been
not
to
coming
Florida
back, man.
since
I'm-
yeah, I mean, this is the home base, man.
This is
Sorry.
home base. But
He's
I
one of
am-
the good. He's one of the cool mods.
Yeah, I know
he's
he
with
is.
us.
I was just fucking with him.
All right. Well, shout out to I Am or Oliver Tree, but shout out to him, man. I mean,
Yeah, he's good. He's pretty good.
Actually, Huey, you must have heard him. He was the host for Nathan the other week.
I know that. Yep.
Oh, word? Oh, shit.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
did outstanding. He really did outstanding. One of the best moderator jobs I've ever heard. By the way,
I appreciate that. You're making me blush, Quantum.
Yeah, because no one knows what a moderator is, especially in a debate. They think a moderator is somebody who just sits there and acts like a dumb fuck. Well, the moderator's got to be smarter than the two debaters because he's got to be able to recognize logical fallacies and people not supporting their claims.
Yeah, but I think my entire outline there was just to make sure Nathan gets to speak. No one really makes a fool out of themselves, out of line, and let people actually discuss things. And I think Nathan did very well.
That wasn't the point. I was pinpointing your moderating skills, but a lot of people don't know what a moderator is because they've been Jedi mind tricked by thinking modern day debate is an actual debate platform. It's as much as a debate platform as my fucking right sock.
Hey,
What?
Huey, go ahead, Matrix, or whoever.
I was just going to say, I did like the format of bringing people up on stage. I thought that was pretty cool. It stopped a lot of chatter.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't have that on over here. I'd like to try to feature that here too.
I think we should organize another one. That one was really enjoyable.
Yeah, I'm all for it. Let's try it.
I'm not interested. I was interested in more of the procedure and stuff than what we already know. You bringing people up on stage to Nathan, that's like bringing the fucking pigeon to the cat.
Yeah, slaughter.
I was more. I knew Nathan. I already fucking squared him away. There's no holes.
What do you think of this style of moderation? Because I've seen my boy Myron do this over at the FNF team. So like you bring on the ops, the opponent. People clearly are not
Retarded?
favoring this person. Yeah, they obviously think he's retarded. He's gonna give him a little bit more leeway so as not to seem biased towards the obvious person that's probably winning, right. You're giving them more leeway. What do you think about that style? Because you do have different styles of moderation. You have the one that kind of takes the back seat and just lets them two go. You have the one, like you said, where you're more combative, where you actually get involved. You roll your sleeves up. You're like, hey, that's a fallacy. Hey, you can't do that, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, I've seen this other style where you're like, no, well, let them speak. And so I can see value in
That's not styles of moderation. That's a law of identity violation.
Okay.
Moderator. Think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I mean,
yep.
I do try to get my sleeves rolled up and get involved.
The moderator has to be more intelligent or more, how would I say, not intelligent. That's probably poor verbiage. The moderator has to be essentially a subject matter expert in the topic discussed, or there's no need for him fucking being there.
Right.
Like a judge?
I like that analogy.
Well, that was baiting, actually, because judges would typically, and I'm tipping my hand here, is that judges would not say squat if another lawyer doesn't object. They just let it go,
Yeah.
But he's not making. They're not making a judgment on the outcome. They're moderating, so it's not a judge. No.
Well, they could stop. They could say your order. You know, like they could stop things.
They're like a
They're like
police officer.
Yeah.
They police both sides in their logic. They don't get involved in the debate. But I don't know if they're. You know what? Let me take that back. They don't have to be a subject matter expert in the topic. They have to be a subject matter expert in logical fallacies.
Right.
Number one, they have to know what fucking logic is and how to spot logical fallacies in a debate. If you can't do that, then you're not a moderator. That's probably the foremost one. Of course, over talking and stuff. You have to take control. You have to let the other person speak. If one person asks a question, then the other person has to have a chance to answer that question, right? So there's some logistical aspects of a moderator also. So I would say the logistical aspects are number two. Number one, they have to be able to recognize logical fallacies. So two, I would say two principles. If I thought about it some more, I'd probably come up with some more, but those are the two most important.
Seems like a good starting point.
Yep.
Anyone have anything to add?
Yeah, because I can moderate a fucking gravy debate. I don't have to know too much about gravy, but in the argumentation styles, I would have to know logical fallacies because the opponent doesn't have to. It's not his burden to fucking identify the logical fallacies of his opponent, like I've been doing for 8 years, not longer, 15 years. It's the moderator should catch that right off the fucking bat. Immediately. Stop the debate right there.
Right. Kiwi, you're making a good point here because you're right. I like that you just brought up gravy because we don't need to know about the peppers or the sauces used. But if someone's like, this gravy is the best one, we all agree. You'd be like, oh, buddy.
Yeah.
That's an appeal to, populace.
Well, don't say appeal to authority fallacy. You'd be fucking up.
No, not appeal to authority, but like appeal to populum or some shit like that, right? So
appeal to the subjective.
So, right, yeah. In my opinion is spread wide, yeah. But I do agree. That is a good point. You don't need to know. I don't need to know what gravy is, but I can definitely spot a fallacy being used to support some type of bogus argument.
Well, we're not evaluating you yet until you become a moderator, and then I'll evaluate you.
Oh, shit.
Holy shit, Goose, the dumb fuck that's just been fucking train wrecked with elevation angles. This is his question. You guys ready? Why do ships disappear over the horizon bottom up?
Come on, dog. That's who did that?
Hills of water.
I got some entertainment for us. We've got Sea Lion in here. We've got Goose in here. How about one of them plays the flat earther, the other one is a globetard, and we let them battle.
Who am I battling?
Sea Lion. He's pretty worthy.
Can I be the flat earther?
No, you've just been debunked. Why would we let you do that? You're geometrically illiterate. What the fuck we gonna debate? What's the weather like? Fuck that.
You wait till you click on the button and have a look who Sea Lion is.
I'll tell you what, in my history in flat Earth, I don't think I've debunked a single individual more than I debunked Sea Lion Matthew Learns.
Yeah,
for like 3 years, it was like every statement that come out of his mouth, I debunked his dumbass. But he still came back.
He's got spirit.
He's a dumb fuck. The spirit is retarded. It's a retard spirit.
It's got retard strengths, spiritually speaking.
Then Nathan took him to the woodshed. I haven't seen him too much since then, but I guess he's back.
Yeah, I haven't been back to Nathan's show since then.
I wonder why. You said some dumb shit, man.
Yeah, well, I would word things differently.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, you're always welcome to go back and reword it.
Yeah, I'd have to think about it for a while. But yeah, possibly.
Test your might.
You just put up an advertisement when you're going back to do it, and I can guarantee you that show will be packed. We'll probably have to do it. Seriously, we'd probably have to do it in a politics server because there'd be bastards lining up just to watch it.
Test your might.
Got it. Maybe so.
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Holy shit, man! I got something for you. Since we got Sea Lion Matthew Learns in here, CB.
Yo,
I got something for you.
All right.
Hold on a second.
Y'all know it's season 9, so we stay with that new shit.
All right, here you go.
Season 9.
All right, Matthew Learns. Let's play it. We can just play this right through the bot, folks. This is only 2 minutes. Let's take a listen here, guys. Get your notepads out and be sure to react. We need reactions after the clip is over. So let's take a listen here.
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
What the hell did you just say?
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
Okay, so you also mentioned celestial navigation. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Yeah, it's how high above 90 degrees a star appears, like the angular elevation.
So 90 degrees would be the zenith, and 90 along a baseline to your position, correct?
Yeah.
From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees from that position on the Earth to the star is straight up. That's 90 degrees, yes. The idea of celestial navigation on a globe doesn't use right triangles. The position directly under the star is 90 degrees.
Retard! From second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degrees, that's 90 degrees, yes. 90 degrees doesn't use right triangles. 90 degrees, that's 90 degrees.
Thank you.
The baseline we will be travelling along and are navigating is functionally and mathematically flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So
yeah,
Earth, that would be the Earth. That would be the Earth that we will be navigating is flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Yeah, we're navigating on the Earth, and functionally it's flat, and we navigate along a flat map, of course.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Matthew. That's correct. From a university-grade mathematician, for all of you ladies and gentlemen, that will be trimmed out and posted everywhere. That's a university-grade mathematician telling you, the audience, that Earth is functionally measured and navigated flat. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Of course, that's why all maps are flat.
Gotcha, bitch.
Holy, that's a great clip,
isn't it?
If we've got any Red Dwarf fans, everybody's dead, Dave. Everybody's dead.
Yeah, I kind of messed up a lot on that one. I mean,
Yeah.
I would still say that celestial navigation doesn't need right triangles.
What?
That's how I'd say it. You can use right
Why the
triangles.
fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
Oh my god.
University grade, huh?
Stop fucking lying.
Oh man, Matthew, you said you made a couple mistakes. So, like, what would you change or whatever?
He can't change shit.
Yeah, I said.
He doesn't know what a right angle triangle is.
Yeah, I said in that clip. I said celestial navigation on a globe doesn't use right triangles. I would change that to say it doesn't need to use right triangles.
Oh
You can
yeah,
do
it
without
doesn't.
right
So
triangles.
what does a sextant measure?
You could do it with a protractor instead of a
What
sextant.
does a sextant measure? Yeah, it's a glorified protractor, but what does it measure?
The angle between two straight lines.
Elevation angles, correct?
Angle between two straight lines.
No, it measures elevation angles.
That's one thing you can
No,
do.
it's not one way. That's what it does.
You can't use it for other things?
Elevation angles. That's its main mission in celestial navigation is to
Yes.
measure elevation angles.
That's right. That's the main mission.
That's correct. So what are elevation angles?
It's the angle above a horizon, typically.
No, they're right angle triangles, dumb fuck.
Well, why do you need to measure it if it's all right angles?
If they're all right angle triangles, you're fucking done. Are you ready? You gonna double down?
No, I'm saying you're right that sextants measure angles.
No, I didn't say that. They measure elevation angles.
Okay, they measure elevation angles. Yes.
Watch this, guys. What's an elevation angle?
It's the angle between the line to the horizon and the line of sight to the
No,
object.
horizontal plane, and they're all fucking right angle triangles.
It measures at one angle.
Right angle triangles. I just posted them at 5 minutes after the hour. I posted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 30 of them.
Nice.
Isn't it nice?
Yeah, so the interesting thing...
So let's start off with the first one from radartutorial.eu. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. Holy shit. Uh-oh. The elevation angle, it's got a right angle triangle right in the fucking image. Angle of elevation from GeoGebra, there's a right angle triangle there. GeoGebra again, another. The angle of elevation is a right angle triangle. You want 30 more?
How do you get Y?
You want 30 more?
No, I'm asking how you find out the Y value, the height of the
The height that it's non sequitur in celestial navigation.
Right.
Yeah, you're not trying to solve right angle triangles.
You're trying to find X. That's solving a right angle.
Yeah, not Y.
Yeah. X
yeah.
and Y are
So why'd
related.
you ask me what Y was?
Because it's related to X.
It's not. It's not at all, except that for the 90-degree angle.
Uh-huh. You see that sine
No,
theta
I
equals
say
Y
that.
over...
No, I say that because there's a reason why I say that. Because the Y, the elevation. Are you trying to find the elevation of stars in celestial navigation, Matthew?
No, you're trying to find the distance.
Then why would you ask me what fucking Y was?
Because you need to know Y in order to
No,
get...
you don't need to know why.
Yes, you do.
No, you just compromised yourself, dumb fuck.
I'm just talking about trigonometry, basic trigonometry.
You're not. Nope. There is no trigonometry in celestial navigation, dumb fuck.
What's the right triangle doing on this
I'm
diagram?
going to show you what the right angle triangle. It's not. We're not trying. I already told you. You're not trying to solve right angle triangles in celestial navigation.
Yet you posted right
Let's
angle.
try another one. Yeah. Yet I posted a right angle triangle. Correct. That's correct. I did. You got nothing.
Yeah, it's hard to come up to it with.
Yep, here it is, right here. Is that it? Hold on a second. No, I hide at the port, dumb fucks. That one. Let me read this to you, Matthew. From Smithsonian, a sextant is used to measure the altitude of a celestial body above a horizontal line of reference. Altitude, listen, this is the really important fucking part. Altitude in this case is a special use of the word describing angular measure, not a fucking distance in feet above sea level. There's your why. Down goes Fraser. You're fucked.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So yeah, altitude is an angle in this case.
Yeah, altitude. Yeah, elevation angle, and we're not concerned with why. It's irrelevant. You're not solving right angle triangles in celestial navigation. Post an almanac that solves the right angle triangle.
Yeah, celestial navigation, you're just multiplying the zenith distance by
Shut the fuck up. You can't recover. You also don't know what a right angle triangle is, and you don't know what 90 degrees is.
Yeah, I know what both of those are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you showed that in the last clip we just played. No, there are no right angle triangles in celestial navigation, but we do get 90 degrees.
Yeah, now I'd say you don't have to use a right angle triangle.
Nah, you're fucking full of shit. Shut the fuck up. You're already compromised. You don't even know what a sextant is used for crying out loud.
Hello?
Let's see.
All
what
right,
a sextant,
Goose.
let's see what
Yeah,
a sextant.
sorry, go ahead.
Hold on. Let's see what a sextant is used for. From Solar Science at NASA, a sextant is a tool for measuring the angular altitude. Those are elevation angles of a star above the horizon. Down goes Fraser. You're fucking done. Bye. Go ahead, Heretic. Sorry to interrupt.
I wasn't going to say anything important. Just trying to fill dead air by getting another idiot on the mic, that's all.
Ooh.
Goose? I guess maybe Goose is up now.
Again?
I don't know who else we have. Loops thrice? I don't know these guys.
Need to spend more time in here.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, his goose has been cooked. That's why it's goose squared. It's goose cooked squared.
He knows it.
Well,
Carry
what
on.
do you want to talk about?
Speed of dark.
Speed of dark.
Go ahead. I'm out for a few minutes, man. Come on in, Baltards. I'm leaving.
Come on in, Baltards.
Safe now. Safe to come
at
out.
least 5 minutes.
You got 5 minutes. Make
Yep.
it go.
Hurry up.
Leon's still muted.
What about Lori Lightfoot? He was in here, or is that a guy? Maybe I'm out to lunch.
We haven't determined just yet. Go ahead, LL. You're up. Hopefully we don't make it 3 L's.
I think Lori Lightfoot's trying to catfish us all.
Oh my.
She's a Beetlejuice looking bitch.
Oh shit. Got him. You just gonna let him talk to
Terrible
you?
mayor.
You just gonna let him talk to you like that, Lori? Damn, that's crazy.
What about discomfort? This guy here.
Discomfort. Go ahead, buddy. Discomfort, you're up.
Yeah,
Over.
either. Yeah, they don't want to. So there's discomfort. There's loops.
Really, nigga.
And then there's Lori Lightfoot, and then let's see who else is here.
We got
Yeah, that's it.
a lot of familiar faces in here. Shout out to you guys. You know, we've been pinging people, so shout out to you for joining. Loops thrice. I think I muted them earlier. Let's make sure they can speak. Give you. Oh shit.
And I can't unmute the. Oh, Lori is typing in the chat. Let me see. Let me try giving him VC verify, or you can try giving him. Can't do it.
Says you can't unmute the mic.
For what? Who?
Lori Lightfoot says in the text chat that he can't unmute the mic.
Who the fuck is that guy?
And neither can Helion.
I think Meth did Huey.
Hey, I can't unmute the mic.
Oh, we can
There
hear
you go. We hear you.
Hey, so what's the whole situation with the advertisement?
Advertising.
It's not random. It's very important. We do advertise when the panel is very busy, and
I mean, on the Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl. Oh, yeah. So we have recently been trying to put a little bit of money together as flat earthers to get funding for a Super Bowl ad, because we do know there's going to be a lot of eyeballs, etc. Right? So, will you be watching the game?
Isn't that ad like $5 million?
Listen, bro, we got some flat earthers out here who have some bread, and they thought the Super Bowl would be a good idea. It's a once a year type of thing. Lots of eyeballs. I mean, it's the biggest sport. The reason why I tune into football, I played football growing up, but I never really watched football a whole lot. I played the, Madden and stuff like that when I was a kid, but I never really got into it until I started hearing about the numbers. There's a lot of people investing and tuning into football, billions of dollars. And so I'm like, man, those numbers got me just kind of interested to pay a little bit more attention. So, yeah, I mean, there's people out here who want to take those eyeballs and put them on flat Earth. So I think that it's not a bad idea. I'm actually really excited for this ad. It's just a matter of what ad do we want to do, and how do we want to do this? But we have a little bit of time. So, yeah. Awesome. I mean, are you guys gonna be watching the Super Bowl? You guys knew guys.
Probably, yeah.
What do you guys think?
Have you guys raised any money yet? Where can I contribute?
Oh, don't worry, bro. We already got the ad. You already purchased the ad space. Now we already have a few ads. We're not going to feature them just yet. We don't want people to spoil them or release them out. We just have to
put an ad in UFC, man. Wrong
UFC?
direction. Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the next project, because I'm a big UFC guy myself. So
the reason I say that is because the NFL put out an ad and a logo called, and they state the NFA is gay, and it's all rainbow. That was their words, their logo, not mine.
That's funny.
Yeah, so
should we?
You know what time the advertisement would be displayed?
So I think the game goes live at this weekend, right, guys? Let me just make sure I check my calendar here. It's this weekend, right, fellas? Yeah, it's this Sunday. The game's this Sunday. So
watch sports ball.
I mean, you don't have to. I mean, shit.
Just saying, don't watch sport. I just don't watch sports ball because they all went gay and BLM and
Yeah.
freaking black national anthem, taking a knee and all that fucking shit. The only thing
Yeah.
that didn't was the UFC. Congratulate them. Support what
Fuck
you
yeah.
love, or it goes away.
I fucking
Or
love the
gets
UFC.
gay.
Bro. Yeah, I like that. I love the UFC. But listen, I'm gonna be watching the Super Bowl a little bit. I'll probably won't sit there and glued to the TV, but I'll be tuning in a little bit here and there. But I'm definitely gonna wait for our advertisement to pop up. That Flat Earth ad, man. We put a lot of money and we already crowdsourced. We don't need your guys' money. We already took care of that. You know, we had some people back in the back seat, you know, behind the scenes who took care of some stuff. So
Shit, I forgot to mention, they also force jabs. Like, if you want to show up, you got to get jabbed.
whoa, bro, we're
Jabbing
on YouTube,
people up
bro.
as they were coming in the line.
Bro, we're on
It's a
YouTube, bro.
fact.
We're on
It's a
YouTube.
fact. Isn't
I
this
thought,
a
I thought it was
historical
just
fact?
Rumble.
We on YouTube, bro. We ain't on Rumble, bro. Hold on, man. Relax.
I'm only repeating a historical news fact.
I know, but you can't be speaking like that, bro, when we're on YouTube, bro.
Did they or did they not? Just
Holy.
asking a question.
Listen, Oblivion, on this server, we choose to stay away from certain topics so that the YouTube channels won't get demonetized.
Yeah, man. Just wait till we on Rumble, man. Just hold it in. Anyway, let's just.
Well, I mean, y'all can't be doing that. Like, you started out as a Rumble stream, and then YouTube crashes it. I mean, what's going on with that?
Well, listen, we got some good guys in the background who built the damn Rumble for us, so they have full control over where the bots are and what's going on. If they feel like there's more attention over here, well, they're gonna want our YouTube bot to be over here too. But if there's a lot of
All right.
attention in the politics, then we'll split the server. We'll split the
I got to
stream.
reword. Sorry, I will reword my stuff from here on out about talking about the most beneficial experimental injection ever.
Whoa, you can say that there, bro.
Oblivion, the point is not to like use all these fancy words. The point is
No, you're
to not
right.
talk
You're
about
right.
that
The most
topic.
proven thing
No,
ever.
it's to not mention that topic. What are you doing?
Just chill
That's
out, bro. If you just
okay.
check the panel, if you see the Rumble
chill.
bot, and we'll give you a little bit more breathing room. But if there's a YouTuber, you gotta chill out, bro. It can't be.
I'm chilling out.
All right. Let's just stay focused here. So, where were we? Let's get back on track.
Loops, you there? Loops. Or Lori
Loops.
Lightfoot, or Loops Thrice.
Very. Yeah, I changed Loop's name, so I mean, we're not gonna just call you.
I need a Glober to argue with. Hurry up,
Yeah,
Loop.
we went to smoke. Loops, you're up. And anyone else that's joined recently, I'm just gonna keep pinging people. It's working. So
I'll play the Glover.
Not Matthew. I've already talked to Matthew too many times.
Yeah.
Wait, who said that? Who said they'll play Glover? Was that Oblivion?
Yeah. I'll shut up.
No, you're good. I was just wondering who said that. Well, I don't think we're that bored yet. So just hold off. But let's see if we can get some more people in here. I'm gonna ping one more time. What kind of toxic shit can I say at this time? Because I've been just coming up some bullshit in the chat. Did you guys see those or not? Because they've been kind of funny.
Just say join the chat now, or else I'm gonna incessantly spam ping you with bullshit.
The last one was listen to the VC or get banned from the server.
Hard
And
forever.
the one before that was we got smoke in the panel, and that was when we were talking to Goose, and he's gone. And the one before that was join the VC or lose roles. So
Ice wall door found.
Uh-huh.
The ice wall doors found.
Yeah. I like stuff like that. That's a good one. We had one that was like Mr. Beast announces challenge. First one to touch the ice wall wins.
Tell him
Something
the ice wall just burned down.
Ooh, ice wall just burned out.
Global warming.
Due to global warming, the ice wall just melted. Should we do that? Some shit like that?
Oh, that's good.
All right. Let's try it.
I'm usually against clickbait, but I came up with that one, so now I'm biased.
Dude, you see Heretic, man, listen, man. It works. I know it's clickbait, but that's the whole purpose.
It does, man.
Well,
He's done it before. I've seen it, and they all pile in. It's crazy.
They're like,
yeah, the
"Where's
the
Mr.
place
Beast?
does seem
Where's
to fill
Mr.
up.
Beast?"
Yeah, yeah.
It's so funny, bro. There was this girl that joined the other day because we did the ISS astronaut calls in live from the ISS, right?
They're like,
And
oh
this
my god,
girl,
I can't wait.
dude, this girl was in the chat typing away. She's like, "Oh, I'm so sleepy, but I really want to hear from the astrophysicist or whatever, astronaut." And we had her staying in the panel for like 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever. And then we finally did the whole like J.E. Barrington was going crazy with the acting. He was like, he sent me a link. He said, "Here, play this," and it was a sound effect like for the like, "We're sorry, the number you have dialed cannot be connected right now." Some shit like that, right? She left the call so quick. But
That's
man,
pretty
So, where are
I mean, if
people
you're gonna
receiving
LARP,
these
go big,
notifications?
right?
people believe it.
Sorry, go ahead. I overtalked.
Say heretic. Sorry, yeah. What'd you say?
No, it's all good. It's just shooting the shit. If you're gonna LARP, go big and do it right, and it seems like you did it.
Yeah, yeah. Jay Barrington was going hard too. He was like, "Yeah, you know what? I'm almost. I almost hear him." He was like making calling sound effects, and he had a ham radio going crazy or some shit like that. It was really funny. We're establishing connection right now. Beep 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 beep. Yeah.
How are
Hey,
people receiving these?
Creation Bear, is there a specific YouTube channel where this is live streamed?
Yeah, my
Yes.
boy. Yep.
Hey,
I got
what's
links.
going on?
If for gold or mods or
Where-
whoever, if you just type exclamation point links YouTube or exclamation point links Rumble, it'll pop both of them up. And so for those in the chat, go ahead and click on the Rumble
Okay.
and follow the channel. Yeah, and then we have the YouTube as well. But yeah, we definitely trying to get more people over on the Rumble. So make sure you guys follow the Rumble channel. But who was that? Was that the kangaroo guy? Who was that?
Yeah, man. Yeah. I saw the panel was really big. I thought TB's been pinging shit again, hasn't he?
Hey,
I
you know
think
what?
I've got my notifications turned off, so I never get them.
And you still got it.
Since it's since they updated the new app
Well,
on
it's
the
good.
mobile. I'm gonna have to change it.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure people are going to turn it off, but surprisingly, guys, enjoy it while it lasts. This might just be a phase. You know what I mean? This might just be a very small little phase that we have here where people like join from the clickbait and eventually maybe they'll catch on and be like, "All right, he's just, it's just clickbait, whatever." But for right now, this is fresh. It's fun. It's some season 9 shit. I'm loving it. I hope you guys are enjoying it too. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. Shout out to Kiwi's back. But listen, guys, this is what I'm saying. This is some season 9 stuff. Kiwi's got his new arguments. I'm coming up with new stuff. Heretic's got stuff going on over at Politics. Season 9, guys. What I've been telling you. Globers don't have anything new. They're still stuck in the past, 2015, 2016, 2017. This is 2024. We're on that season 9 shit now. Y'all better figure some shit out.
Season 9, mother. Season 9. If you don't know what
Creation
goes on in
Bear,
this show
Creation.
by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not understand about that?
Go ahead, Lori. Lightfoot. Go ahead.
I'm still confused on how to find the
I got
YouTube channel.
You know what's so funny, Flat Earthers? It's like we're not only teaching people about the globe and the flat Earth, we're also like a geek squad. Maybe you guys are familiar with you go to a Best Buy, they got the little tech department. We're literally like a tech department. Anyway, are you in the Discord right now, Lori? Are you on the phone or computer?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He's VC verified.
Oh, let's give him VC verified.
I'll tell you why he's confused. He's confused because he's got a weird fake accent.
Name is that?
Yeah, what kind of name is that? Wait, Lori, are you
Hey,
in the
come on.
Discord or are you on YouTube? Or where are you? Where are you right now?
I'm on the Discord, man.
All right. Do you see the panel where everyone's at? You know, are you on your phone or computer?
I'm on my my Android device.
You're on your phone. All right. Do you see
Yeah.
the tiles? Everyone's tiles, little icons, or what? What are you looking at right now?
I'm on the place where it says live stream.
Live stream. So you see all the tiles of people?
Yeah.
Swipe down. Does that do anything?
I see like it's
You
like
see
it's
channels?
the yeah.
All right. Look for live stream voice text. I'm gonna ping you in there a couple times. See if you can find it.
Oh
Live.
yeah, I see.
All right, good shit, man. See what I'm saying, man. Flat Earthers would be that geek squad, man. Let's go. All right, so yeah, that's the channel we're in. So you can find here. Let me do links, Rumble.
Oh, I
Boom.
see it. Thank you.
There you go. So that should take you to the Rumble channel. Make sure you follow. If you don't have a Rumble account, make one. It's free. Make a Rumble, like the video, all that stuff, man. We're taking over on Rumble. All right. So, all right, cool. Shit, look at the Geek Squad over here. Let's go. All right, who's next? What do we have next here, guys?
Who the
So,
fuck is that?
I'm next. I'm an astronaut calling in from the ISS.
I gotta get you that screenshot of that girl that was like, I'm gonna be here, but I'm so tired, but I can't leave until he comes on. That shit was so funny.
I got a leak, so I guess I got a leak.
Did we ask Lori if he believes in the globe?
Oh shit.
What?
Oh, he deafened himself.
Well, maybe he's listening on Rumble or some shit.
Okay.
We do
Lori,
not
is
care.
it there? Just want to know.
Uh-oh.
Loops, you there?
Loopy, you there, buddy? Loop
Or
Thrice.
Jackal? Yeah.
I changed your name, but yeah. We're not gonna call you by your other name. That's just crazy. That's out of pocket.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
We
We
see him.
also
Wait, I saw Loops light up just now.
There's
Go
a
ahead, Luke.
lot of names in here that I haven't seen before.
You're welcome,
A lot
Timbo.
of these
You're
guys
welcome.
don't speak up.
We're
Yeah, you're
scared,
welcome.
brother. We are frightened.
Hey, look
All right,
who's
I'll
in
give you
here.
I'll give you
How are you, mate?
moderator if you speak up in VC. Yeah, go ahead.
When did you join our
I
family?
can't actually do that, but never
Heretic
mind.
with
Yeah,
the
just speak up.
clickbait in Heretic with the clickbait in the VC. I love it, dude. Let's go. Yeah, he understands the assignment.
Welcome, Miami. There you go,
Loopy,
man.
what up, dude? Holy, I think he's good. What kind
All right, you got Jekyll or Yui or whatever he's gonna go by. Finally.
Oh no,
Wait, he's talking. Loops is his green is lighting up. We just can't. Loops, can you speak louder?
Loopy, you're up.
What kind of name is that?
Okay, never mind. Fuck it. He's not speaking up.
Golly, these freaking
Oh,
losers.
it's lighting
man.
up. You just lit up then.
Oh, you are lighting up. Hey, Loopy, drop at. Rejoin.
Motherfucker.
Go ahead and drop at. There, Loopy.
Going. Yeah.
Should we just disconnect? Let's just disconnect him. Hey, Loopy, if you can hear us, I'm gonna disconnect you. Just rejoin, my boy. All right, rejoin. All right. Jekyll, man, get out of here, man. Don't you got some shit to do, man? Holy. Anyway, let's just move on.
Britain now. He's got
Man.
he's got a Troll Team 6 meeting, doesn't he?
Get the you little weasel.
You little weasel. Look at you, you little fucking weasel. I can see it in your eyes.
I'm getting some feedback. I'm gonna drop out.
Shut up, bitch! Shut up, bitch!
All right.
Oh yeah, we need to give Loops the VC verified.
Loopy joined. Loopy rejoined. So let's just give him some perms here. I'm gonna give him listening pass for now until he speaks, and I'm gonna unmute him. But Loops, thrice. I changed your name because that other name was just out of pocket, bro. So go ahead and chime in.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I guess he's not there.
Man,
I've
all
got
that.
a question for all y'all.
Let's go.
Hey, Shalarambo. Who checked in Shalarambo?
Oh shit! Someone's getting called out.
No, it doesn't really matter who, but it's he's VC verified and he's been in here for years and he's never spoken. I always try and get him to speak. Does anyone know him?
What's his name?
Shalarambo.
Yeah, I know the name, but oh man, I couldn't tell you what his voice sounded like though, low key.
I have no idea. Yeah, I recognize the name as well. I don't know who.
Yeah, I was trying to remember. We were trying to get him to open his mic yesterday. Zodiac.
Yeah, we tried.
Yeah, but I've tried for ages, but he's never spoken.
Yeah.
What name is that?
There used to be this other guy, this other mysterious character. His name was Caddy, and he also was very. He never spoke at all, but he was awesome.
What name is that?
I'm telling you, bro. Man, I'm not even gonna go into it, but that soundboard is some whole next level shit. Are there any
Yeah,
doing
I've
that?
noticed
No gamers are doing
QE's using a lot of those on his videos now.
Yeah, man. Listen, man.
It
Y'all
makes
better
it so much more funny.
Y'all better put some respect on my name now. Holy.
Put some respect on my name.
Come on now. No, QE, you bet not. You bet not. Come on now. Man, shoot.
Wait,
Well,
I got some.
nobody was doing soundboard. Nobody.
Hell no.
Yeah. I got guys like, well, I want to do it too. Where do you think you got the idea from? Anyway, we got some new people joining.
Don't eat girls.
You're welcome, folks. Y'all's are welcome. Anyway, so Jekyll Jadu, man, don't make me play that Where's Ja clip again.
What name is that?
Yeah.
Can't hear. You got to speak louder, Jadu. Can't hear you. Maybe he's busy, but I saw Jadu's. Okay, now he's unmuted. You there?
Yeah, I'm just driving, so this freaking sounds terrible.
Okay, you're driving.
it's an Aussie.
No worries. Yeah, never mind. Let him drive. Let him drive.
Satellites don't work down here.
Does this mic
All
work?
Platter. Shut up,
Well,
Platter.
then fuck that mic.
Jekyll, you there?
You
Yeah,
don't
I'm
want
here.
to talk-
Hello.
You don't want to talk to him.
Hi. It says you have a role that says flat earther in denial.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, and what do you deny specifically?
Flat Earth.
Okay, and what shape do you
Flat
believe?
Earth are in denial. Who denies flat Earth?
Right, but what shape do you believe the Earth to be?
It's like nearly a sphere, isn't it?
Come on, get your script out, mate.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's a
Oblate
sphere?
spheroid, you know?
Nearly a sphere. Yeah.
All right. What would be the most convincing evidence that you have that it is sphere? The most convincing evidence.
The most convincing one.
Yes.
I don't know. Probably something along the lines of most convincing. I don't know, because it's like a preponderance, right? So it's not really something I could point to one saying this really got me. You know.
How about like do you have any like measurements?
Measurements. I have measurements. But for different things, this and that. You know?
For what?
That's funny. Not those
Waist,
kind of measurements.
inside leg, something like that. We went over the earth, yeah.
I don't know who that was talking.
Stop
Say
the
again.
cap.
Whoever was talking. What What were you saying?
No, we didn't mean your inside leg or anything. We meant of the Earth, measurements of the Earth.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
Jekyll,
you're
you're
in.
muted. Oh, he's on mute again. Jekyll, unmute yourself. Come on, we want to know.
What's up?
We want to hear about the measurements of the
The
Earth.
measurements. What? Measurements for what exactly? The Earth, the
Your
shape of the
fat
Earth.
head, Jekyll. Can you
How
measure
about
your
like
fat head
sea
for me?
level?
Measurements that you said you had. What the what?
Yeah, the measurements you said you had about the Earth, right?
Well, the thing about the shape of the Earth is that
Yeah.
Please
I don't think
enlighten us.
if I presented, I don't know, something like Jesse Gordon sort of
Jesse
Earth curve,
Gordon?
it's not really going to fly, right?
Who?
So what I would say is,
Jesse Gordon.
Say,
Who the
wait,
fuck
hold on,
is
hold on. Let's talk about it. So post Jesse Gordon post a link to his measurement in the live stream voice text, and then we'll talk about
have you
it.
seen it? Have you?
No, I don't remember who that is. I don't know who
What,
Jesse.
Jesse Path of
Who the
Light?
fuck is that?
It's a.
I don't know who that is.
He goes up a mountain and then he measures to another mountain with his theodolite, and because that other mountain is not where he expects to be, therefore globe.
What, the mountain?
It's as retarded as it sounds. Yes.
He's looking through a theodolite and it's 100 miles away. What he's trying to look at.
Can I see the? Is there a link somewhere or a photo?
There's a Father Ted clip about that. You know, owls further away in the field,
So,
smaller.
the thing about Jesse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing about Jesse is he measured close
He didn't
to what the
measure-
globe suggests, and I would
He
say,
didn't measure anything.
and I would say that
He didn't measure
well,
anything.
I mean, potato. You say potato.
Okay, what
I
did
say
he
potato,
measure?
right? But
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
didn't he measure the
I
He
posted
measured
a
it.
little
time it
video
took
guide for you
for
there,
light
Jekyll, on
to reach his
perspective.
theodolite, something like that? I can't remember.
Only a short
He
clip.
measured the time that light took to get to his theodolite.
No.
How'd he
Sorry,
do
he
that?
measured the missing drop over this.
Missing
All
drop.
Or pointing a theodolite
Perspective
at
hijacking,
mountains.
that's all. Nothing more. It's
How
perspective
much
hijacking using a device that only good for about 600 yards. Outside of that, fail.
Yeah. But either way, I think that I'd say what his measurements are kind of like the methodology you'd have to
Just so we
explain.
know,
But
just
I
so
find
we know
them
you know
quite
what. Just
interesting.
so we know you know what you're talking about. Can you explain what he did?
So there was one mountain, which name I've forgotten, but I think we can all forgive me for getting the name of a mountain. And he was standing on it and pointed his theodolite at another mountain. Now
What's
this
the
is where
distance?
the methodology
What's
might
the
get a bit
distance
hazy in
of
my
that
mind.
shot? What was
I
the
don't know the
distance?
exact distance off the top of my head.
Do you know the observer height?
Observer height. I don't know how tall Jesse is, but
Yeah, sort of mountainy, I'd imagine.
3 feet. We post the result. 3 feet the results and see how accurate he was to what is supposed to be the globe measurements. How about that?
And what was he? So he was measuring the surface of the Earth, right? Not like topography. Was this done on land or over water?
Well, he was measuring missing height, right? So
Yeah,
yes, he
I'll
was
explain
measuring
it a bit better for you,
along the
Zodiac.
lines
What
of
he
like
did was he was sitting on top of he got a theodolite set up on top of a mountain and googled the elevation of that mountain and then pointed it at another mountain and googled the elevation of that mountain and then the angle difference from the theodolite, what he observed, he says, was lower than what it was supposed to be if it was on a flat Earth.
So he didn't take angular size change with distance into account, right?
Definitely not.
What a fucking retard.
Yeah, I don't know the methodology off the top of my head.
He's a dumbass. Does shit shrink as it gets farther away?
Oh,
you, Jack.
Yes.
Yeah. So did he take angular size change with distance into account?
You'd
You
have to
know.
ask him, I think.
Yeah, you don't have a proof yet, so you're gonna have to ask him another question. You don't have the background of it.
Jekyll, do you want to respond to that, or do you have another?
No, he can't respond to that. He's got to come up with another claim because he doesn't know it.
Oh, it wasn't my claim. He asked me if I had a measurement. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
you
the
said it
measurement
was
I
the
have.
best
I don't know
proof,
much
though.
about it. No, I didn't say that. I said I've got good proof. Well, I don't even say that anything about proof. But I do have my good glow proofs if you want to see them.
Hold on a second. I got something for you. What had happened to be this fucking belly laugher right here?
Let me look. Oh, that's what's that? Is that Jesse's thing? Because I've seen him send that before.
Unfortunately for you, yeah.
Celestial navigation. That's a good one. That's
No,
a cracker.
no, not celestial navigation. I was saying, was this the proof that? Remember, you said he was on one mountain, then he took an angle to another mountain, or what it was supposed to be, and it wasn't supposed to be that. Was this it?
Yeah, I think that might be one of his drawings. I think.
Drawings. He did it with crayons. It's lucky he didn't munch
Yeah,
him before
crayons.
he finished. Yeah, this is dumb fuck. You know why?
Why?
Because you see that expected angle. Is that supposed to be? We were lucky. It looks like he misspelled expected. Right off the bat, we got a problem right there. But expected, I don't see angular size change with distance. This is 105 miles away. Holy shit.
It's a long way away.
I don't see angular size change with distance on here at all. Is he a retard? What's the cone in Mount Shasta? The cone underneath the mountain, you know, the one that got the X's in it? What the fuck is that?
That
Is
is
that
what
like-
he allegedly saw.
I think Jesse would have to justify
Is
his
that like,
thing.
is that like a baby mountain inside Mama Mountain? What the fuck? This is some kind of retarded shit, man. I want to see angular size change with distance. You already admitted that happens, right? So what the fuck is this expected shit that he can't spell, by the way?
Well, I think there's a hardcore chance, right, that we might disagree on how perspective.
Disagree.
works, right?
This is geometry. This isn't agree disagree genre. You need to return to your whose favorite color is the best or cake decorating threads.
Yeah, I'm on my cake decorating thread right now, but I just want to
Yeah.
say that I think,
You're not on it right now, Sunshine. I'll tell you that.
I'm looking at buying a cake right now. Look at that.
Yeah. Let's get back to your celestial navigation proof. Can you acquire an elevation angle of a curved baseline?
No, you can't.
So how can you obtain an elevation angle
From a
off the
horizontal?
earth? Yeah, horizontal plane. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
I know how it's understood in celestial navigation.
No, not how it's understood. I'm not asking you that. Now we're into elevation angles. What is the definition of an elevation angle? Please.
An elevation angle is an angle taken from a point to another point.
You're
off
making
the
that
surface.
shit up. So at 46, are you in live stream voice text? Sorry to interrupt you.
No, I'm not.
Somebody get him a live stream voice text, and I want you to scroll down to the bottom right now.
Oh wait, I'm able to look. Sorry, I am able to look.
So look at Quantum Eraser at 46 minutes after the hour.
Yep, looking. 1 second.
All right, this is the definition of an elevation angle, not point to point. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane.
Yeah.
So the second, I'm not done yet.
Sorry.
I got 30 of these. They all say the same thing. We'll just do 2. From GSE GCSE Angles of Elevation, 2021 edition, part 16.02. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. We're not concerned about that. This is the really important part. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal plane of the reference object. So my question to you is, as a ball tart, can you show a horizontal plane on a sphere tart?
Well, we don't measure it from the baseline of a sphere tard. Can I post an image in the text chat, please?
No, you would have to, because it's reference from a horizontal plane.
Yeah, eye level.
No, it doesn't say fucking eye level. Can you read?
Well, that definition doesn't, but that's not how it's understood.
That's not that definition. I got 30. You want to see all of them?
All of them, if they're suggesting you have to do it from one single plane, yes,
You
it'd be,
fucking moron. You idiot of a retard. These are citations from accredited sources. Well, who should we believe? Them or your dumbass?
my dumbass.
No, I don't think so, Sunshine. You're fucking compromised. Unless you could show a horizontal plane, that's definitely in the definitions. In every single fucking one. Unless you could show a horizontal plane on a sphere tard, you're dead in the water.
What would you say eye level represents a horizontal?
No.
You couldn't establish a horizontal with eye level?
You could, but what would it be horizontal to?
The tangent.
There is no fucking tangent. We got another idiot tangent fuckwit in here. Where does it say tangent in the definition here?
Well, that's because it's technical.
It's begging the question fallacy. It's not technical. It's a law of identity violation. You dumbass cracker.
Okay.
Why is it a begging the question fallacy? Do you know?
Because you're taking it. I'm assuming the.
No, you are. You're begging the question. Why is it? Would you guess?
Question begging assumes that I'm assuming the premise and the conclusion.
Yes, because a tangent is defined as what?
Well, a tangent would be related to the surface of a sphere.
A straight line that touches a sphere at one point, but you're attempting to prove a sphere tard. So that's textbook begging the question fallacy.
I would.
And it doesn't say tangent in any of my fucking definitions. It says horizontal plane, not a fucking tangent.
Well, that would be a fallacy of definition, right?
No, it wouldn't be. What's a fallacy of definition?
Where you apply an equivocation fallacy.
No, it's not an equivocation fallacy either. You said fallacy of definition. Post the fallacy of definition in live stream right now, or you're not coming off mute. Fucking clown. You think you can Elmer Fudd sophist your way out of this? Ain't gonna fucking happen.
Not over yet, folks. We're keeping the show rolling.
Yes, we're waiting for his citation for the fallacy of definition. Let's see if it lines up with what he claims.
Yeah, he just went silent there for a second, but
He's typing. He's typing right now.
okay. All right, good. Because we're not leaving, and the show goes on.
You're leaving. The show goes on. This is my home. They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here.
All right, you better send me that fucking clip.
You like that one?
Yes, I do.
Oakley got so mad at me playing that the other day. He's like, "That's copyrighted." That's not. You're good, but I got
Can
you.
Can I ask you a stupid question? I'm not trying to debate you, man. I just started Googling dumb shit. What is the horizontal plane in celestial navigation? And the response I got, and I know this is not a citation, it says the sensible horizon is the horizontal plane passing through the observer's eye.
There is no sensible horizon. And
Homie, what?
Jekyll,
Go
hold on.
ahead. Go ahead.
Jekyll, I asked you for a citation, not a source. You dumbass cracker. Put the citation in here. Go ahead, Oblivion.
Sorry, that was basically about it. The rest sounds like nonsense, and I don't even want to read it out loud because it has to do with the center of the earth and shit.
Yeah.
So my whole point is, they just have to try to come up with citations, if not multiple, that define what the horizontal plane is in celestial navigation.
Holy
right?
fucking shit, dude. Okay, thanks.
No,
Jekyll,
just saying.
Jekyll said Wikipedia is a page long. It's as good as a citation. This fucking guy didn't graduate high school. He doesn't know what a citation is. Go ahead, Oblivion.
I'm done, and I that's it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're talking cross purposes. Jekyll, you're a fucking idiot, dude. Did you what high school did you graduate from? I'm calling them dumbasses. Do you understand that Wikipedia is not a fucking citation?
Wikipedia can be modified by any numptard.
Now, I'm not saying that we didn't even get to that part yet. He's confusing a source with a citation.
It doesn't matter what you think.
CB, did he leave?
You better
he's
not.
Here. He's here. He's here. Jekyll,
You better
is he
not.
here?
You better send me that fucking link.
You like that shit?
Not that one, the other one.
I gotta make one for you because that's not. That's a custom one.
That's some bullshit. Don't be customizing shit on me. Jekyll, you're off mute. Do you understand the difference between a citation and a reference? Or a source?
Yes. Yes.
So I want a citation for the fallacy of definition.
Oh, when you said citation, I take it now you mean like an academic citation?
Holy shit, dude. You're a pretender clown, man. You just torpedoed yourself. You just snatched your own wig off, dude.
Well, it could be true. Could be true.
Jekyll, hey, tell Quantum Eraser about the induction. Holy shit, do you think that there's induction in the scientific method?
Induction in the scientific method? No.
Oh, somebody said you said that.
No, I'd say that induction happens usually before you do the deduction.
No, it doesn't. But that's even dumber. But that's all right. We're still waiting on that fallacy definition. Oh boy. No, we're not even on that. We're at the source versus a citation level, which is fucking mind-numbing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do you dispute the fallacy of equivocation?
No, we're not at equivocation fallacy, you dumbass cracker. You claimed that it was a fallacy of definition, which is mind-numbing. Then we went to I asked you to support it, and you posted a source rather than citation. That's where we're at. Equivocation, we're not anywhere near that motherfucker.
Okay, well, can we tackle equivocation first, just so we agree?
No, we're not, because that's your third fucking claim.
Yeah, but it's probably more relevant than definition, because definition...
Shut the fuck up, man. I'm tired of listening to your dumbass. Maybe come in here when I'm not in here and you can fool some of the flat earthers, but that shit, that dumbass shit ain't gonna fly here, son. You're a pretender clown fraud. Period. You're either like 30 years out of high school or you didn't graduate high school. One of the two. Sorry, that's a false dichotomy. The third one. You just don't remember. That I can handle that, but don't pretend like you know. We can move on. Next.
Yeah, big necks. Sorry, Britt, man. You gotta just hold the L, man. Sorry, bro. Go back to your little gamer tag troll team, whatever.
So what this idiot did was he posted another citation, not a citation, but a source for equivocation. If you can fucking believe it.
How do you guys mess that up every time?
Because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, dude.
That's crazy.
Because
bro.
they're all, remember I told you, they're psychopaths. They're fucking moron on wheels.
Jekyll, do you want us to give you an example of a citation?
Like, can you imagine that being educated by flat earthers, those you think that are below you?
On just simple, this is junior high level shit, man.
Right. That's crazy.
Yeah, we're not on a spare tard now. We're all equal. Suckers!
Yeah, Jekyll, it's just not the right. Posting the link to a website is not the same. Have you ever done like an essay where you have to do the citation thing?
No.
No.
They have.
They haven't done an essay.
No.
English 101?
Who do we have in here that we can speak to? We have somebody in the lobby named Thursday. So, guys, get your fishing rods out, pause, and get them in here Thursday in the lobby. We got new people always lurking, listening, so get them in here.
Let's see.
Everyone just ping the same guy. Like, yo, get in here. So just go in the lobby and ping Thursday. THVRS. Just ping him and say join VC. Enough peer pressure, he'll just join.
I'm just gonna look up.
And then we'll just continue to ping people. Oh shit, we got Mickey in here. We got AJ.
Oh shit! No way!
All my fellas. We got all my fellas in here tonight. Okay. Yeah.
Mickey, come back.
Thursday's in. Unmute him.
We got all my fellas in here.
All my fellas. All my fellas.
Let's go.
Who the fuck is that guy?
These little cross blended sound effects are hilarious. But guys,
we can't forget Timbo and T-Dub, man. We got and Skinny Vet. We got the Aussie crew in here.
Down under. Oh, Thursday, you've joined. Welcome to the panel. Let me make sure you guys can join. If you're on your computer, make sure you guys are keeping.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, glad to have you Thursday. Welcome to the panel.
I appreciate it big time.
Have you spoken with flat earthers before, or is this your first time?
This is actually my first time. Well, I had a buddy of mine that introduced me to the channel, but yeah, I would say just him. But other than that, this is my first time.
Cool. Well, just give us a quick reaction, Flat Earth. What do you think?
Honestly, I'm just here to learn. I have no thoughts. I'm indifferent. I'm just open-minded, and I'm just here to learn. And I'd say the first thing that I'd want to grasp is the idea of day and night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the only thing that confuses me. And once I get that out of the picture, I guess
Oh, let's ask some. Maybe there's some fellow ballers. I as a flat earther never made a claim about the sun or the day and night cycle. Sorry about that. So are you trying to ask me to explain something I never made any claims for?
Oh, I'm sorry. The thing is, I'm not.
Let's
I'm
ask
not.
them.
What's that?
What I'm saying is let's ask them, because first of all, the day and night cycle, we need to ask them how they explain it, and more importantly, because explanations are fucking worthless, we're going to need validation of that explanation. Does that make sense?
And when you say them, are you referring to people that think the world is a sphere?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, like, I sort of understand their explanation of day and night, but then now I want to understand the flat earthers' explanation.
No.
I
You
can't
don't
seem to find
understand
any
their. Hold
information.
on. Did they provide validation with their explanation?
Not necessarily, but
Well,
it's
that's
sort
a
of
big fucking problem, because
no.
I
It's
can go down and get explanations down, at the corner, the village idiot. He can explain just about anything. If they can't validate it, there's a big fucking problem there, isn't there?
I mean, I guess, but it's more of like it's one of those things that are intuitive, Like if you put one
Intuitive.
forward and you put another step forward, you move forward, right?
No, not steps. I want to know how they validate the day and night cycles on their sphere tard. That's a legitimate question.
I have no idea. But then what I'm trying to say is their explanation, like the model of
The
having a
model.
sphere. Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, then we're off on another. I want you to show the sphere tard model.
Okay, can I finish, please, before I get interrupted?
You said model, the ball model, the heliocentric ball model. Does he have live stream voice text permissions? Moderators?
I do not think so.
Yes.
He's VC verified. Yeah, he is.
You're
Yes, I
VC
hooked him up.
verified. Are you in live stream voice text right now?
I'm not sure what that is, to be fair. Like, I'm not quite.
Can somebody
In the
help him?
Discord.
Go
I
ahead.
haven't-
Can somebody hold on a second? Hold on. Wait 1 second. Just be quiet. Can somebody help him or show him where live stream voice
Yeah.
text is?
You on mobile or PC?
There we go. Perfection. All right, I'm in.
You're in.
Cool.
So I want you to post, because you claimed, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there is a globe model.
No, what I said is I
Yes.
understand the explanation. Like, it's a little bit intuitive
Sir,
when you.
Sir, you said it was intuitive, and then you said there was a globe model. I heard you.
Okay, I cannot show that.
Okay, retract. So you're retracting the globe model. You said it's intuitive. I said it is not intuitive.
No, I think
Please show how it's intuitive.
I think the issue is I'm not given an opportunity to finish what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm getting cut
Well,
off.
when you talk about globe models, and that is your premise, you are going to be stopped.
Okay, understanding the room, totally get it. But what I was trying to say is, from the perspective of the people that believe that the Earth is a sphere,
So
if
do
they're
you know
saying,
what belief? Sorry, I'm going to stop you. So do you know what belief means?
honestly, I'm not.
I'm just
I'm not
telling you
really-
because it sounds like nonsense to me. What you said from the perspective of the people that have a belief of a sphere. So belief means acceptance without evidence. So what you said from the perspective of the people that accept without evidence a sphere, I am going to fucking stop you.
Okay.
Do I have warrant to stop you? Yes, I do. So
Okay.
rephrase, please.
All right. So this is what I am trying to say. What I'm trying to say is, from the perspective of people that say the Earth is a sphere, I can understand their explanation of day and night.
Okay.
For example, if they say the sun is on the left,
It's not, for example, you fucking making a. You're going to piss me right the fuck off. Show a validation of their explanation, for fuck's sake.
I have no validation. I have nothing to
Then
say.
you fucking recant. Renounce it.
I renounce everything. What I am here to do is learn. So can someone explain day and night from the flat
I
earthers
have
perspective?
no fucking obligation to explain something I've never made claims for. Number one. Number two, do you often ask complete strangers to explain shit they never made claims for?
Oh, I didn't ask you precisely to explain. I just came.
Yeah, you're asking me to explain something I never made any claims for. Let me tell you something. In my neighborhood, if I would walk up to a complete stranger and ask them to explain something they never made any claim for, and they're not a 4-foot woman, then I have to be prepared with a baseball bat or run my fucking ass out of the vicinity.
Okay, so
Why is it any different for you?
I sent a message in the chat, and a bunch of people responded, and I.
Who gives a fuck? Because they're morons. Answer my question.
Who are you? I don't even know who you.
I am the paterfamilias. That's who
Just
I
roll
am.
with it, bro. Just roll with it. You'll learn something. You'll probably learn. Just keep going, man. You're doing good so far. Keep going.
Okay, so with that being said, are we concluding that there is no explanation?
If he asked me for another explanation I never made any claims for, I'm going to reach through this fucking computer.
I hate explanations too, bro. I hate them too, man.
Well, I'd like to ask him a question, and the
Go ahead.
question would be, why do you have to go to the sky when we're looking at the nature Earth? So if the Earth is measured with no curvature, therefore flat, what the things in the sky are doing above our head, they're just doing what they're doing. Why don't we just look at the nature of Earth rather than what's in the sky?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I am very lost. I am very confused as well. I
So
came here.
how does the sun, the question
Yeah,
you're asking,
yeah.
how does the sun have anything to do with the shape of the ground that we're walking on? Or
I'm
the
asking.
description?
I don't know. I'm asking about day and night. Like, why do we have night and
That's
why do we?
right.
That's all
So
I'm.
what does day and night cycles, how are
Yeah.
day and night cycles going to prove the nature of Earth? How are they going to
Oh no,
or give a description of what we're actually walking on?
I just want to understand the perspective of day and night. That's all. I don't
Well,
know if
if you're
my
interested
explanation
in
leads to
if you're
anything else.
interested in flat Earth, yeah, wouldn't we be covering the nature of Earth for looking at day and night cycles and other things in the sky? Yeah, wouldn't we be looking at maybe the oceans or the ground that?
Yeah, I guess you're right. But what I'm interested in, like the sole thing that I'm interested in right now, is just day and night. That explanation. That's all.
I can't believe you asked that fucking question again.
All right, so I
Can't
take it
fucking
there's
believe
no
it.
explanation. But
I take it. Okay, I'll give you an explanation. What happens is there's fucking a squadron of invisible 3-toed gnomes that they take the sun in their hands, and what they do is they push it up so you can see it, and then they push it away when it gets close to evening. Good.
I see. Thank you very much for your time, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
I guess this is it. All right.
Yeah. Yep. That's the explanation. It has as much validation as those fear tards told you.
Oh, okay. I get your point. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, do you get it now?
I get
Nice.
your point. I get your point.
Yeah, because they haven't validated anything. My point was to you, and I'm sorry to come down hard on you, but we talked about this at the beginning of the hangout. So explanations are utterly worthless, is what I'm trying to say, without someone or something validating that explanation. If you look up the phrase "just so stories," it's the same thing. And by the way, explanations, when you say explanations, you should have said describe it, because explanations deal with cause and effect. How I questions, where descriptions are what is questions. So your question was sort of a non sequitur.
I see. You see, one thing I really appreciate about this is your attention to semantics. I really respect that. So now to recant, instead of saying explanation, I would say like a description or like some sort of hypothesis of
No,
DNA.
it wouldn't be. No, it wouldn't be a It's well beyond hypothesis or the scientific method. It's category error.
Okay. From your perspective, how would you say it? Like, say, a 5-year-old asks you what would you say?
I have no idea.
Fair. Okay.
Because I can't. I could give them, what I think it might be, but no matter what I say, I can't validate it.
Fair
So
enough.
I wouldn't say any. I really wouldn't say anything. Well,
Okay.
what I would say is what we see, right? So the sun appears to move across the sky and disappear in the distance. That's not a. I'm just describing it. Anyone that can fog a mirror would know that just by watching a day, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have seen that. That I have definitely seen. Like that, I can say I have proof of. The sun does move.
It's not proof of anything. It's just a description that we see every day.
Yeah.
It's not explaining a cause, though, correct? Yeah, so it's
Yeah. Okay, no, it's all good. It's just like that's like the main thing I was just wondering about. So I hopped into the channel looking for some answers. I couldn't find any resources, so I sent a message in the lobby trying to look for resources. But
yeah, but also you appealed to semantics. Semantics are very important because semantics mean the defining of terms. It's called the Socratic method. And it has to be done in any discussion. Now, we're not defining is, and, or buts. But if you're gonna use phrases and terms, then we have to define each phrase and each term so we know what we're talking. It's the basis of communication. We can't communicate with each other if you're describing or you say a phrase and I think it's an apple, but you're talking about orangutans, right?
Yeah.
So we can't communicate with each other. It sounds pedantic, but it's really not. It's called the Socratic method. So that's why I stopped you after every phrase. Now, I got a question for you, and you can take it back to the heliocentric ball tarts. This is the question. How can you have that? And it's not going to be complicated. How can you have horizons on a globe tard when horizons, we see them everywhere. Every one of us have seen like multiples of horizons. But according to the slope intercept formula, and we all know this formula in junior high, you may not know what it is, but you've heard it before, correct? Slope intercept formula is y equals mx plus b, and it states that all horizontal lines have a slope of 0. And all horizontal lines are derived from horizons. You can't have horizontal lines without horizon. But the problem comes in when you define curvature. We're back to the semantics or the Socratic method. You see, curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope. So how can we be living in reality and see horizons everywhere, which have a rate of change of slope of 0, but yet be told that we live on a rate of change of slope in every single direction from a tangent from our feet without violating the law of non-contradiction?
That's a good question. I wish I had the answer to that, but I think I might have to ask someone tomorrow.
Yeah. Do you got that? Do you want me to repeat it?
No, I think I sort of understand the premise of it because One buddy sent like a video talking about horizons and saying, basically, if the whole truth, if the whole notion about Earth being a curve, if the whole notion of Earth having a curvature is true, then how come we can see certain land masses at this distance? And
Mine's a bit more specific.
But it's I'm assuming it's around the same lines, though, right?
Now, mine's hyper specific. I'm dealing with actual horizons. I take the ambiguity way of distant objects, although those are some good arguments. I don't deny that. However, mine gets down to the point where an incoherent second grader will understand what I'm saying. Is that how can you be living on let's state it this way. How can you be living in reality where we see horizons everywhere, which are defined as a rate of change of slope of 0, and then at the same time be told that we're living on curvature, which has a rate of change of slope of non-zero in every direction? That is, it's a paradox, right? So you always should default to reality, not the paradigm or the narrative that you're being told. What I'm saying.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think we're in a day and age right now where critical thinking is being emphasized, and like just being spoon-fed is not enough anymore. We need to start thinking for ourselves. You're right.
Sure.
It's
Everything must be supported or validated. Yeah, we have to be at this point, right? Because we know that people lie.
Tired of the lie.
Yeah, we're sick of that shit.
There's something interesting you said as well. You said all that you want to know is the day and night cycle, and then everything will fall into place. Can you elaborate on that? Like, is this everything else makes sense to you apart from the day and night cycle?
Man, kangaroo guy, you're trying to get him off into an argument when we just hit a point. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not. I'm trying to suss out where he's
No,
at.
we don't. We
Sorry.
already dealt with the day and night cycle. We already had it. We
No.
already resolved that.
No, I don't want to talk about that. Yeah, it was the other part of it.
Now, for real, I really appreciate this talk, though. Yo, really kind of gave me something to think about.
Sure, good. So I'm sorry to come down hard on you to being meticulously pedantic, but it has to be that way.
100%. But anyway, that's me. It's kind of like 3 a.m. right now where I'm at, and then I'm gonna head back to sleep. Have a good night,
Hey,
y'all.
look into who came up with the curvature of the Earth, and how they say they got the radius or the circumference of the Earth. That might be something to look into.
That's a very good question. I never asked that, but
And
yeah.
how they validated it. That's the important bit. No one cares about their story, remember? We only care how they validated it.
There's some homework for you.
For
Have
sure.
a good night, sir. I'll remember you. Thursday?
Yeah, I might be back sometime soon. But
okay. All right.
out.
Catch you, man.
Yep.
Well, at least he's going to use his brain. That's something that's pretty rare with some of these globetrotters.
Oh, QE wasn't the bad guy there.
You were at the start. I thought he was going to leave, and then
No, he hung in there.
And then when you said, "Yeah, sorry,"
No, go ahead.
and then when you said something, he goes, "Oh, that's what you were doing." At least he got it.
I think if we had national service, a lot less people would be surprised by your style, QE.
Yeah, but they're not, so.
If we had national service, there'd be a lot less whiny fucking bitches in the world, that's for sure.
Yep, 100%, man.
I think they should bring it in. Fucking oath I do. Fair income. If you haven't got a job within 1 year of leaving year 10 or year 12, fuck it. You sign up. Get your ass in there and have a fucking go.
Yeah, no, I'm
Why do
hearing you. It
Australians
teaches
swear
you to
so
think
much?
on your feet.
You lot are all fucked
What was
already.
that? Sorry.
Prime Minister.
I just said, why? I thought I swore a lot, but I was just saying, why does Australians swear so much?
I don't fucking know. Fucking ask some other fucking cunt.
All right, who's next for the QE treatment?
They better
See
be quick.
everyone, if you just hang in there, learn something. Don't take it personally.
Yeah, good luck making me blush. So tell me, Timbo, how do you go? How do you like sex with married men?
What?
When I was an apprentice, I'm a first year apprentice. I've had like about 6 hours under my belt, and one of the tradesmen comes over. Tell me, young fella, how do you like sex with married men?
That's the
reminds me of,
apprentice treatment. We
yeah,
send them off
that,
for
so that,
left-handed hammers and buckets of steam and stuff.
I like it hard and fast.
I got no problem as long
that's
as my
when
wife's happy with it.
what's that? So that's when they pull me pants down, round me ankle, shave me pubic hair, greasy balls with old sun boil and tie me to a chair, fucking all that kind of shit. It's like in the army, we'd tell the fucking you guys, go and find us some grid squares, go get us a left-handed fucking screwdriver. Fucking,
But the problem is, like now, you can't do that to the kids now. They fucking go and complain about you being a workplace bullying. Even like, but that's how you end up like working the kids out. Like you can work out what they're going to put up with and how they're going to fit in with everyone else. And these days, you do stuff like that, and they call it workplace bullying. It's really hard. It's really hard to find apprentices that will put up with the older guys.
I call it harden the fuck up.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's character building. That's what it is.
Just send them
What's
to go
wrong with?
work with some concreters when they're young for.
No, they'll turn into alcoholics.
That's
harden
every
up.
trade.
You're joking, right? None of the concreters I know.
I was going to say, my
What's that,
first
mate?
boss, I was pumping concrete, and I was a skinny little dude, and I was flying over, and he'd good thing on your shoulder. I'd say, I can't do it anymore. And he'd grab me by the back of the shirt and throw me on the heel and say, well, fuck off, you weak cunt, and I'll do it myself. So that was my introduction to work.
Did you say something, Jado?
Yeah, I did. I said none of the concreters I work with are alcoholics. They run something way, way more fit.
Oh, has it changed? It's changed now, has it? They're all on drugs.
Those blokes have done 3 shards by 10 a.m. and clock off by
It's gone that way. Because I remember what it used to be like was they'd start a pour at 6, and then they'd have it all leveled off by like 10, and then someone would go and get the beers, and they'd all sit around drinking for an hour while it was going off, so they could do the finishing. And then they'd finish, and then they'd be done by lunchtime, and they were all drunk.
It's about right.
And now they're on
Yeah,
on the ice.
These days they're on the ice. They work 150% for 6 hours, and then they collapse. Then they smoke dope until they sleep, and then they do it again in the morning.
Not a life that I would like to live. I can tell straight away if any of my guys are on it.
What, the whole day worth of work done before Smoko gives it away?
Yes. Are they just pinging, mate? You can see if they've had a big weekend. I'll send them home and then tell them not to come back.
Who was it that said they had the married man proposal? Who was that?
Yeah, me.
I had the exact same proposal on my first day, so I'm not sure if we work for the same bloke. But my response was, as long as I get paid more. And then after that, they didn't fucking say anything.
Nice. Yeah, well, I didn't even get to respond. One of the other apprentices piped up and said, as long as your wife's happy with it. Is that Jim?
Hey.
Have you got your microphone turned off or what, mate? Because I've seen you light up a few times there, but the lights are on, but no one's home.
Who's that?
Is that Jim or it's that Jim?
It's that Jim.
Because, yeah, I've seen his thing light up a few times, but, yeah, no sound.
I think you need to refresh your screen or something.
Am I coming through?
Yes, you're coming through now, my friend.
Oh, there you go.
I had the go and get the tartan paint. That was my introduction.
Bucket of steam's a good one.
They're a lot nicer apprentices these days. I thought I was a fucking janitor for the first 3 months. Fair income.
Well, you got to learn to keep your workplace tidy, don't you?
Well, that's what the tradie said. You got to learn to clean up a mess before we'll let you make one. Now, fuck off and get that broom.
Well, the guy I was pumping concrete for is one of my mate's dads, and the concrete is actually called the government officials, whoever they were, on him for the way he was treating us on. So he was worse than the concreters.
Say again?
When I first started working, I used to pump concrete, and the guy I worked for, his son, his mates, and he used to abuse us that bad on job sites that the concreters on site actually called the authorities on him for the way he was treating us. So he was worse than the concreters.
Working with chefs is fun as well. You get some nice abuse off of them as well. It's fun.
I don't know how some of them can even cook. Most of them are stoned off their heads, all the ones I've met.
Or coked up.
Yeah, I lasted 3 weeks in my chef's apprenticeship and ended up with a punch on with the chef who was a massive fucking meth head, and walked out. He bounced a frying pan off my head, so I knocked him out and walked out.
It sounds like kitchen work.
And you look at these guys and it's like, is that really what I want to fucking be in 10 years? Just this strung out, fucking constantly stressed out, fucking, nah.
Yeah, I remember one chef before he left just covered the kitchen in raspberry Kool-Aid, went in the decorating stage and, just leaving his mark before he left.
Oh, these days they probably do scat art all over the fucking place.
Yeah, they are high pressure places, though, aren't they?
Yeah, that's for sure. But I think the way they work a lot of chefs too, I think is a big problem. Like, I mean, is there really any need to work them like that, where they're running on fucking 3 hours sleep and all these split shifts and that? I think there's better ways to run a kitchen than that,
Yep, I reckon that's 90% of the problem. One of my mates is a head chef in Newcastle, and he's just got his arsehole hanging out all the time. They need more staff, like any workplace doesn't need more staff, but yeah, they just get flogged, and there's no need for it.
Yeah, especially hotels, because it's 24-hour business, and they just think you should be there all the fucking time.
Transit, are you there?
Yo, what's up?
How you going?
What's up, bro?
Welcome to the server. How long you been in here?
Not too long. I just joined just to hear conversation.
Yeah, flat globe on the fence. What's your story?
I think it could be either or. I mean,
either or.
How
does that work?
I think anything can change. Like, if evidence presents itself. But I would say for now, I'm globe, because I don't think that I've seen anything to kind of sway me the other way.
You interested in watching?
But I will say
a laser test.
But I do like the conversation and what people got to say. It's definitely intriguing.
You in live stream voice text?
Yes.
Alright, I'm going to post 2 things, alright? These go in conjunction with each other. So one is...
Are you a flat earther? Do you believe it's flat?
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah.
So whenever I ask this question, because a lot of people have like a different way of describing flat. So what's your take on like the earth being flat? Like, do you think it's just like a frisbee shaped thing? Do you think that Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say what we observe is that everything is above us. Yeah, we don't observe anything else. So what we can say is that everything is above us, and we are the bottom of the universe.
Oh, okay. So you believe it's one dimensional?
One dimension? That's impossible. There's no such thing as one dimension.
No. I'm saying like, so you think the Earth is the bottom, right? So
what if I said the Earth?
If the Earth is,
if the
Earth, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, if the Earth is all we know, and the things in the sky are not planets and stars.
So now, with that being said, right? Does that make everything else flat as well? Like in the same way you look at the Earth. Does that
you mean
now
with planets and stuff like that?
Yes,
yeah?
yes.
Okay, so like the way we see planets, they're just what they call wandering stars. Now, if you look at a planet through a telescope, you just see a circle of light. Yeah. A lot of the images that you see from NASA and things like that are actually artist renditions of things that you see in the sky. So you look at real images, they don't look anything like the images that they give you. So yeah, what you see is with a telescope, you can only see 2D. You can't see a 3D image. You don't know if that's a sphere. All you can see is it's a circle. Would you agree with that?
Yeah,
'Cause when
I
you
would
look
agree.
through one
I
lens,
think though, but I think if you're looking at a very massive object, though, I think it would appear it would be hard to see the spherical tendency because it's so big.
are you talking now?
Now,
You're
I'm
back
not.
to talking about the Earth, or
Yes.
yeah, okay, all right. So
Or
well, they give
any.
us
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say they give us dimensions. So from those dimensions, you can work out drop over distance of how far it should drop. Like that's what they've given us. So by the numbers they've given us, we can kind of work out how much curve there should be. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of drop. Did you think it was going to be that much, or are you surprised at that number?
So like I've heard this point before, about like the distance of drop off. I will say though, it's a I've seen, some studies, and I know that it's actually been pretty consistent. There is some irregularity, but that's
Sorry,
gonna come with.
What's consistent?
So the drop off, right? Like, like how you said, like it's
Yeah,
at
8
a
inches
couple
per mile
feet,
squared,
like
you can
there's
kind of go like that. Yeah. There's not much difference because from what they say, the Earth is a radius of 3,959 miles. So, and then what they claim is it's a little bit chubbier around the center, which would make it an oblate spheroid. Now, the difference in size is only 28 miles overall, so you'd have to get the diameter, so it's 2 times 3,959 miles, and then add 28. So overall, it's not much of a difference. So when they say, oh, but it's not perfectly round, it's still the same measurement of drop over distance anywhere on the planet. So-called planet. I don't think it's a planet.
I get what you mean. That makes sense.
Now, have you got a
So
main
what do you
reason
think about when people? Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, have you got a main reason why you think you live on a globe? Like, is there?
The reason, so the reason why I think that I wouldn't want to say it's like a perfect sphere, right? Because there is a irregularity, as you mentioned, like how it's thicker in the middle. I think that because I have friends that are pilots, and they show me their geographical outlines whenever they do trips and shit like that, and they would show me, okay.
Can you show me an example of that?
Yeah. I was just gonna get to that. I'll land the plane. I promise.
No, that's all right, man.
So like they would show me, okay, the way that we would travel here to this point, if we want to get to the closest and fastest to get to that point, is going over the curve of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yes,
Call it the
yeah.
Great
So,
Circle, yeah?
so he would show me how if you would go an alternate route, how it would take longer depending on the Earth, or the curve of the Earth. And then I
No,
thought,
that's not.
I mean,
That's not.
okay,
Yeah.
well. Here's my thing, and I thought, okay, well, I mean, maybe
Well, just
there could
because
be
they show you a
discrepancy
curved
there,
line
right?
doesn't mean that they travel in a
Right,
curved line. Yeah, they just say
right.
they just show you that curved line because they say the Earth is curved and we need to get from this point to this point. So because the Earth is curved, we're going to draw a curved line. But when in practicality, when they're flying, they don't adjust for any curvature. There's no adjustments for
And
that.
that's the thing too, is, I thought, all right, well, I mean, there could be speculation on that. Now there was a photo that I saw that there was a bridge in New York where
Yeah, Verrazano Bridge.
so one edge was built higher than the
Yes.
other, and it looked like it was curving on the
No,
curvature of the Earth. Now again, the
story is
discrepancy
the two
is
piers. Yeah, the two piers are 41 millimeters apart at the tops, further than the bottoms to account for the curvature of the Earth. Now, I actually did the math, and the math works out. But if you're going to build 650 foot towers out of concrete, then you're I'm a builder. I build houses and apartment buildings now. If you're doing concrete and you're 41, well, you got to half it because it's both towers. So 20 millimeters out of plumb, they were over 650 foot. Now that's way within tolerance.
So now
Way
here's
within tolerance.
my stance on why.
I'll just say they never actually measured this thing. They said because they built them plumb, then because the Earth is curving at this rate, then the towers will be at the top 41 millimeters further apart at the top. It's all let me search for the word. It's a reification fallacy.
Yeah.
So everything is because the Earth is curved, it will be this, but it's never been measured.
So now in the beginning, when you asked me, what my stance was, right?
Yeah.
And I said, well, I'm kind of on the fence, right?
Yep.
This is exactly why I'm on the fence, because everything that I said always has a counterpoint to it. Like, there's nothing that the spherical Earth points have that is definitive in nature.
Correct.
So and that kind of goes for and
as well.
Right, and vice versa for the flat Earth, right?
Incorrect.
Everything else has a counterpoint to it. There's been no point that has been so definitive that it can't be argued, right?
I'll give you one.
So that's exactly
Water.
So that's exactly why.
Water proves. Water will give you. Think about a water level. That'll give you a reference plane, horizontal reference plane. That proves that the reference plane that we measure everything against is level, flat. No other way to look at it. Does anyone want to take over? I've got to mute up. I've got to go inside and make dinner.
I'll be here for a little bit. I'll be chilling,
Cool,
but
man.
it was a pleasure talking to you, brother.
Yeah, you too, man. Welcome to the server, and I look forward to catching up with you another time. Someone else will
Likewise.
jump in and chat to you, man.
Yep.
I can
Take
talk.
care, bro. Yo.
Yo. What's happening,
What's cracking?
Transit? Not much. Just finished work.
Oh, yeah, same here. I finished a little bit ago. I'm just
I'm playing some Madden right now, but yeah, bro, I'm kind of new to this server. Like, are you guys? Is most people in here flat earthers, or do y'all believe that the shit's a globe? Or?
No, most people in here at the moment are flat earthers. There's might be a couple of other globers, maybe.
Word.
Changes throughout the
All
day.
the on the fences have gone, haven't
It
they?
changes throughout the day.
Yeah.
What about you then?
So now, here's my thing. So, like, do you guys think that that all planets followed the same flat Earth kind of rule, and the same
Didn't
thing with
someone answer?
stars and things?
No. We
Well,
don't go up.
We,
We don't go up
we
there.
don't know what the planets are, yeah? We don't know what they are. We can't go out there. We can't see them. We can look at them through a telescope and we can see a circle in the sky, but what they actually are, we don't know.
If
that's
you
it.
ask 10 different flat earthers that exact same question, I can promise you'll get 10 different answers.
Oh yeah, that's why I asked, because I like the perspective. I enjoy, seeing what other people think, because it's not all the same.
If you ask
Yeah,
me,
transit.
they are luminaries, and some of them are what we call wandering stars.
Okay.
Yeah, so transit. Just a quick one here, mate, because I'm very new to this myself. Nice to meet you, buddy. I'm Skinny.
Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you, bud. So look, the very easy way to put this, instead of asking a heap of questions, although by all means ask any question you want, but we concentrate on A, what is verifiably proven, what can actually be proven via the scientific method, and B, it's about more what's under our feet than what's actually above the sky, because that's why it's flat Earth, or it's the heliocentric model where you've got a sphere apparently underneath our feet, according to the globe model. We concentrate on what's below our feet a lot more than what's above, because that is where the point of contention is, and we focus on what can be proven. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Yeah, it's a very good way of looking at it.
Yeah, that's well said. When you're buying a car, you do not point at the sky. You look at the car and you examine the car. You do not point up and look at the sky. Same as flat Earth. You examine the Earth. You look at the Earth. That is the most important thing.
Yeah, so when we look up, we all see the same thing, yeah? We see these lights in the sky. Now, whether you want to speculate on what they are, but we definitely can't prove, and I don't believe anyone can prove what they claim to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at this, when you look at the flat Earth argument, I think that a lot of people, especially like people that are arguing for a round Earth, that they fail to really speculate on things that are in front of them and what they can verify. Like, they'll say shit like, well, planes have to travel a certain way, or like, of course it's round, blah blah blah. But the reason why I came to the server and why I'm gravitized, or for a lack of a better term, I'm very intrigued, is because a lot of the shit that we're told about the Earth being round is based on what? And that got me right. And that got me thinking, because it's like, well, how the fuck do they know it's round? Because it's like the amount of shit that they claim, how big the Earth is. I mean, that's very true. that it's huge. So if it's that big, how do they know for an absolute shadow of a doubt that it can be round. And then I started getting deeper and deeper, down the rabbit hole, right? And I see that there's counterpoints for literally every single shit. And even when you look on Google and you ask, is the earth flat? There's no, Siri doesn't give you a fucking definitive answer. Like, it's not going to tell you no. No, it's going to tell you, here's the results. You know what I mean? And then it's a bunch of articles basically saying, why the earth is flat and all this shit. So it basically, my argument to the Globers is like, they don't necessarily have shit that's 100% definitive that the earth is round. And they say, and they swear up and down that the earth is a fucking globe. Why? Because it was a fucking little statue in your classroom when you were 5? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so let's ask some questions then. So, who in history has ever directly measured, the curvature or drop over distance?
I don't know. I forget. I know I had looked at some stuff before, but I just can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, so, if we're to believe that we're on this spinning globe, shouldn't this be something we know? Shouldn't this be something that was taught in school when we're learning
Exactly.
all the stuff?
Yeah. Like, it should be 100% a definitive. And it's not. And that's why I said all my friends that like believe that the earth is fucking round, it's like, bro, like, where does it say anywhere? Like, who is credited with that? Like, who is credited for proving the earth is round? You know what I mean? That there's not. I mean, and like I said, you go on Google right now, and whenever you go on Google, they have, the definitive answers, right? Like the answers that are like verified type shit. We've all done this before, right?
Not really.
Yeah, exactly.
Not really verified. Because they claim certain things about science and other things that, when we look into it, aren't really science at all. They're pseudoscience. They're just claims
but I
that are
speak
being
in
made.
But I speak in the generality,
Google,
right? Like
Google's
for
just a search
the most
engine
part,
as well, so you can find anything you need as long as someone works with the algorithm and they can get a false claim
So
put
the
to
more-
the top of the search just by an algorithm. So it's not that Google's not what you should be using to research, because it's just a search engine.
absolutely. I agree because I use DuckDuckGo for my search. But for the moral of the point, I'm saying that if you were to search in any search engine, even DuckDuckGo, which I use or whatever, there is no definitive to prove that the earth is round. And that's why I found myself in this predicament where it's like, well, I want to learn more on what the other side thinks, because everybody's saying y'all are don't know your head from your derriere. You know what I mean? And it's like, I think that's nonsense. You know what I mean? I think that you guys bring up a valid point, and I want to know more.
Well, let's have a look at a few more of these questions, yeah? Let's have a look at... go Matrix, you can go if you want.
I was just going to say, because you're starting to think critically, and that's all this is, you yourself are starting to think for yourself and think critically. Now you don't do science. You're anti-science now because you think for yourself. No, my friend, you are doing the right thing. Please, for the love of God, continue to think for yourself.
Yeah. They want to tell us we're not smart enough, Why are we any different to these people? Yeah?
You guys should give
For
them
me, the beauty of this flat earth thing is all of us, we can go out and experience it to ourselves. We don't need anybody to tell us. We go out, and if you are on the beach, you can experience it to yourself. You don't need somebody to tell you, look, you can see more than what is the globe measurement. That doesn't exist.
Well,
one
we got
question
two
I
more
have
questions.
about the globe model is, why do toilets flush
in a
They
different
don't.
direction.
They don't. That's been proven many times. I proved it myself here in Australia a few months
What
ago and sent
direction
a video in of my toilet flushing. But no,
is it? Clockwise or
that's not correct.
counterclockwise for
Well,
you?
Australian toilets don't fill up with water for a start. They're pretty much empty, and then they just flush all the water down. You don't see any rotation at all. And if you're talking about sinks, well, then that depends on the shape of the sink, and it depends on which way the water was poured in and how long it settled in the sink for. So if you have a look at those tests they do, apparently, or that little gimmick they do on the equator, I'm not sure what town it's in, but you'll find the video where they fill up two different sinks on each side of the equator. You'll notice the way that he pours it into the sink is poured in opposite directions, and you will still see the water movement in the sink spiraling before he actually drains the water.
But why does it spiral at all?
Is that the one
One sec, King. So you like, are you saying that the spin of the Earth causes the water to turn in different directions?
He is. Yeah.
No, I'm just like in the globe model, right? But in the flat Earth model, wouldn't it just go straight down?
Well, think about this though, right? If you're on one side of the equator and it spins one way, and then you're on the other side of the equator and it spins the other way, how is it doing that?
How about
side by side?
Victor Schauberger? He is the guy that he find that when you spiral the water, he gets more energetic.
It's
So nothing to do with
Schoenberger, was it?
Schauberger, yeah, Victor Schauberger.
Yeah. Victor Schauberger.
So
Yeah.
it got nothing to do with the south
That's
of the
right.
equator or north of the equator. Nothing to do with it.
If you watch the guys doing this on YouTube,
Sorry, go ahead.
so I say, if you watch the guys that do this on YouTube, they're on the equator. They got a sink on each side. Watch the direction they pour the water in from.
Yeah,
It's all got to do with the way it's moving first, and then the shape of the sink. Yeah, a different shaped sink is going to cause a different effect.
There's a few different things. So with the toilets, there's it's the way the jets come into the bowl. Now I've got two different toilets, one from Europe, one from China, and they both spin in different directions. Now also when you install sinks, they have a directional plug and washer in them, because when you create a like a vortex, it helps get rid of the water quicker. So these things are designed like that. It's not that they go left and right, whether you're in different parts of the world. Like it doesn't happen. It actually doesn't happen.
You can do your own experiment as well, like which is just take a small funnel and put the water from the left side, and you will see that it will spiral.
You also gotta take into account. Some people level shit differently, so the water is gonna spin in a certain way or a certain direction based on how the toilet is leveled. You know what I mean? That was already proven.
Trust me, man. It's the jets.
That was already a thing that I could agree with y'all. That was already a disproven thing. It's not based on the earth at all. It's just based on how you level the toilet, and exactly what homie said. The shape, the fucking, all that.
Now we got that question on the table. We got Transit and King in here. Let's go to the second question. Then that would be who in history has ever shown or proven or measured rotation of the Earth?
Exactly like I said, nobody, bro. Nobody has a credit to their name that they could say definitive.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
and then the last one, Transit, which is just completely destroys the globe model, is can you demonstrate gas pressure without containment?
I don't think you can. Gas pressure? Yeah. Well, I mean, the gas, like, that's like if you were to fill up your tire, or check your tire's PSI, like, you have to put it in a thing. So I would say no, you can't. It would have to be contained in some capacity.
That's right. So that's actually a gas law, yeah? It says that gas pressure is obtained by the gas particles bouncing off the wall of the container, pressing upon the wall of the container. So what we're told in this globe model is that we have approximately 14 psi on Earth next to a near perfect vacuum of space. So according to entropy, second law of thermodynamics, high pressure is going to fill low pressure. So the high pressure that we're breathing on Earth would be filling the void of space, and we would all be dead. We wouldn't be breathing.
Do you agree with that?
Well, it has something to do with gravity and force going in. But if you go back to that prior
So what's
question
gravity? So what's gravity?
about the Earth's rotation, at the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia, they have a pendulum filled with sand, and it swings 24/7, and you can tell what time it is by the way that the sand is falling.
Okay, how does it perpetuate? How's it got perpetual motion?
How does it get its motion? I don't know. It just swings.
No. How does it have perpetual motion?
You're saying it spins it swings for 24 hours, or it spins 24/7. How is it doing that?
I have no idea. It's a thing at the Franklin Institute.
Yeah. So what these pendulums do is they're designed by magnets. So they have a magnet either side of the ball. Now, if you're going to set a magnet strength to keep it swinging, you're going to have a zero, aren't you? Like where is the equal current coming through the magnet to keep the ball going, what they would call straight. Now, if for them to set it straight, which would be zero, would be 15 degrees per hour. So what they do is they set their magnets until they get a 15 degree per hour swing, because that is their zero. Because if they set it at zero with no swing, the strength of the magnets, then it's not going to spin 15 degrees per hour. If they set it at 15 degrees per hour, it's going to swing at 15 degrees per hour because of the power each side of the current on the magnet. Make one magnet slightly stronger than the other. Then you say magnets are equal because it's spinning at 15 degrees per hour. Now, this doesn't prove anything, because if this pendulum is swinging and displaying 15 degrees per hour, everything else on the planet that's not connected to the ground would display exactly the same properties. Aeroplanes would be not flying straight across the sky. They'd be flying in an arc. We'd be standing underneath it, watching the plane go from here, curving around over there. These things do not happen.
That brings up the second point of the Foucault's pendulum. Now, it's claimed that it works on reference frames, yeah? They claim that the Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum.
Yeah.
The issue is that all of these pendulums are still attached to the Earth. They're on a tripod, they're on a frame, they're in a building that has footings attached to the Earth. There is no possible way that the Earth can rotate underneath something that is fixed to it. It's just on a gimbal attached to some type of building or frame that's still attached to the Earth that would be rotating with the Earth.
So you're saying it like mechanically pushes it into a different place.
Well, like Timbo said, yeah, they use magnets to keep it moving, or they use motors to keep it moving in some cases. They need to physically start these things. Otherwise, you would see all these cranes in the city with that big heavy weight and cable just hanging there. Well, they're not there. They would all be drifting the same way. We don't see that. We would see it with plumb bobs and other tools and instruments we use. We don't see that, yeah? So they preset the pendulum with these magnets to show, like Tim said, they got to set their zero. The zero, according to them, because they're already assuming rotation, is that 15 degrees per hour. So they preset that as their zero, and when you're looking at it, this is what we appear to see due to the fact of the magnets or the motors
So
that they're
when, like,
using to keep this thing moving.
when daylight savings happens, they have to like change their magnet to point to a different time.
Why?
Well, daylight
Got nothing
savings
to
has
do with
nothing to
time.
do with Earth's rotation and time. That's a man-made concept, yeah? We've decided to wind our clock back an hour. It has nothing to do with Earth's rotation slowing down or the sun and the
Well, that's what
moon
I
or
mean.
anything
Like,
else moving at a different...
wouldn't the pendulum be at the wrong time when daylight savings
It
happens?
doesn't tell you time.
What the?
At the Franklin
That is
Institute, it
so...
does.
No,
It
they've
shows you
set it up
exactly what
that
time it
way.
But
is.
They've just set it up
if
that way.
But even if so, if the Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum so that you
My
can tell
lord.
the time, and then we apparently wind our own clocks back an hour, and then this thing is still accurate, then yes, they have to have manipulated it, because the only other way that could have changed is if the Earth was changing its speed, that it was rotating under the pendulum, and that's not what happens. We're adjusting a concept, a man-made concept, and winding our clocks back an hour. Has nothing to do with the pendulum, yeah?
I got a question for
Yeah, I
you,
don't.
mate. If the Earth's rotation affects a pendulum, you've been into the city and you've seen those big tower cranes with the hooks hanging down a long way. Why
Right.
don't all of them sit and rotate?
I imagine they're not far enough down. I don't know.
Well,
Maybe
they're
they're
just
too
a
heavy.
pendulum. They move when it's windy. Surely the
Well,
Earth's rotation.
it doesn't have the magnet swinging it.
Well, there you go. So it's not Earth's rotation.
Yeah, it's not Earth's rotation that does it.
So what is daylight savings?
It's a man-made construct. That's all. They take an hour in the morning and move it to the afternoon. So you adjust your clock 1 hour. The time, the actual relative time where the sunlight is exactly the same. We just adjust the clock underneath it. That's all.
But why does it get
Yeah, that,
darker?
well, that's why, King. That's why, King, for example, where Matrix is, okay, he lives in the state just below me, so does AJ. They're an hour ahead of where I am. Like, again, time is a man-made construct. It's got nothing to do at all with the physical, natural world, which is what we're talking about, yeah?
Yeah.
So the reason we get more sun is because we're waking up an hour earlier. So we're getting an extra hour of sun in the afternoon. It's really simple.
But why does it get dark at like 5 o'clock now, and then in a couple months it'll be 8 o'clock?
Well, that's
Like,
because of the seasons, yeah. It gets darker earlier in winter, and we have more sun in...
Do you know what the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer are?
Daylight savings time in Arizona. So how's that work? You think?
if we're not spinning around the sun, then why would it change?
Do you know what the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn are?
No.
No? So the Tropic of Cancer is the highest point the sun goes to above your head in the north. Tropic of Capricorn is the lowest part where the sun goes above your head on the earth. So Tropic of Capricorn, high peak of summer in the south. Tropic of Cancer, high peak of summer in the north. So it's just purely based on the sun. Sun's position in the sky relative to noon.
All right, so what is the sun?
I don't know. Do you know?
It's a light. That's as best as we can tell you.
It's just a light.
Yep.
It's strong though.
So what is the sun
Can
then?
lights be strong?
I get sunburn. I went down to Mexico, got really bad sunburn. Like 3rd degree. It was really bad.
Yeah, I got burnt today as
Yeah,
well.
like what you guys were saying about the Foucault pendulum earlier, like the fact that think that if it can move on its own like that, couldn't we extract energy from a perpetual motion machine like that and just keep going?
No, it's not. It's not a perpetual motion machine. It's just it's got magnetic motors.
I'm aware of what it is. I'm just saying, like the thing is, if it runs by itself 24/7, based on Earth's rotation, technically we can make it into a perpetual motion machine and extract energy from it.
Are you being
Yeah, he's
serious
backing
right
up.
now? Or?
No, he's backing up. I can see where he's coming from. Sorry, AJ. Sorry, Timbo. I can see where he's coming from with he's actually trying to back up your point, saying that if it was a natural phenomenon, we'd have free energy that we could extract, but it's not a natural phenomenon. He's actually backing up your point.
It's a glorified plumb bob that everybody's just like
with a motor.
It's their gospel, and it's motorized. It's ridiculous.
The problem with those pendulums, or Foucault's pendulum, if you look into it, a very specific company has to come out and set them up for you. You can't just buy one and stick it up yourself. So that alone should make you
a family
question
business.
things.
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
Woo.
That could have went the wrong way, Matrix. You can't just buy. You can't just buy a
trick or something.
You can't just buy a Foucault's pendulum and stick it up yourself. All right.
You can, but it'd be a good show.
Yeah,
Just means
I get
lose an hour.
It's just a more expensive version of a fucking gerbil.
Dude, think about this. Your kids on swing sets would just be sitting there like going back and forth. It's just stupid, dude.
So that brings us back to our last question: gas pressure without containment. So we got an answer off of Transit. So what do you say, King?
I think didn't he go to gravity?
He did, yes.
So can you demonstrate gravity acting upon gas?
It has something to do. Gravity acting upon gas.
Yeah, because what the whole thing is, right, is that Earth is an open system that you guys say is contained with gravity. So gravity keeps gas stuck to the ball. That's why we have an atmosphere. Now, in reality, gas doesn't have a direction. It's omnidirectional.
It pulls it down.
So water has weight.
Turns
the liquid
into
has weight.
Gas form. It would have the same. It's still the same molecules, just in a different state, right?
Can you weigh gas in the natural atmosphere?
I'm sure you probably could. Every atom has an atomic weight.
Now, go for it. Show me.
Well, I'll get a jar and I'll fart in it and see how much it weighs.
Won't weigh anything, man. It'll weigh the jar and that's it.
Unless you actually shat a little bit, maybe then.
What if he took a propane tank and he filled it up a little bit with propane gas?
Yeah, well, wait on that.
Yes, so what you're doing then is you're creating a high pressure atmosphere. So the claim is that the atmosphere is contained to the surface of the Earth via gravity. So what you need to do is weigh gas.
Weighs a lot less than a filled propane tank.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So when you pressurize propane, it turns into liquid. Yeah.
Oh, so it doesn't stay in its gas form.
No, it turns into liquid.
No, and we're talking about, and Timbo's asking if you can weigh gas in the natural environment, not containing the gas with another container, and then pressurizing it and weighing your container. We're talking about the natural atmosphere.
Well, how would you? There's already gas in the environment. I mean, how are you going to?
I'm going to explain it to you one more time, right? Your claim is that gravity keeps gas, the air of the atmosphere, stuck to the ball via gravity. we're telling you that gravity doesn't have an effect on the direction of gas. Now, what we're talking about is an environmental pressure of gas. So can you demonstrate gravity acting upon gas?
Well, how can you verify it doesn't have an effect on gas?
Because it goes in all directions. If you have a vacuum chamber and then you put gas into the vacuum chamber, what direction does it go?
Well, if you put helium in a balloon, it's going to rise.
What about if you put helium into a vacuum chamber? Which direction does it go?
If I filled my room with helium, it would rise.
That's because you've got two different. That's because you've got it's lighter than oxygen.
Now,
Yeah, there's buoyancy and density.
when
But if you just put helium into a vacuum chamber, which direction does the helium go?
It would fill
well,
the
even
container.
simpler,
It fill the
even
container in
simpler.
all directions. Yeah. Go
If
ahead,
you
AJ.
popped your helium balloon, that's containing the gas, what direction does all that gas go?
It would fill whatever the container is.
Yes, when it leaves the balloon,
it would fill my room up at the ceiling.
Yeah.
Though it wouldn't come down because it's heavier.
it would travel. So gases, the natural gas laws state that gases travel in all directions, all vectors, without rhyme or reason until they have an elastic collision with themselves or the walls of their container.
Except down.
When
It
gas
wouldn't
is
go
created, well, not created, but transformed at ground level by the trees, the grass, so on and so forth, it all vents up and out. Yeah. So how is gravity pulling these gases back down when, according to gas law, that gases travel in all directions, and what we witness is gases traveling all directions, including up? So at what point
But it wouldn't go down.
does gravity start?
You're saying
At
it
what
travels
point?
all directions but down.
I'm saying that gases will travel down. Helium, if we popped a balloon, it's just going to explode. It's going to vent out into the system. Yeah, it's going to go up. It's helium.
It's not going to go down.
However, gases, our atmosphere, yeah, the gases in our atmosphere, they travel in all vectors, all directions, without rhyme or reason, only having elastic collisions with themselves or the walls of their container. So even gravity,
and why is the air harder to breathe up in the higher atmosphere?
Well, you tell me.
Because the heavier molecules like oxygen are lower to the Earth's surface.
Yeah, and they eventually settle. Yeah, but when gas is released, according to entropy, when gas is released, yeah, it's going to fill the available void, and according to gas law, it's going to travel in all vectors or all directions. So how is gravity affecting these gases?
Well, hydrogen and helium are going to be up higher because they're lighter. They're lighter than oxygen. So they're pushed up.
Yep, density and buoyancy.
Whereas oxygen and nitrogen are heavier, denser. So they're kept closer
Okay, they're asking you, King. What you're being asked is how gravity pulls gas down. We're not talking about how light something is or how heavy it is. How does gravity affect the gas?
Well, if there was no gravitational effect at all, then there would be an even mix. Like you say, gas travels in all directions. So if
Why
there
would there
was
be an
no
even
effect
mix?
of gravity, there would be oxygen, helium, hydrogen, nitrogen all mixed evenly throughout the entire atmosphere. But that's not what we see, right?
So at what point does gravity start affecting gases? You admit it travels in all directions. You admit that it travels up. So in these cases, we don't see an effect of gravity pulling these gases down.
But we
what
do.
point does this gravity start working on these gases?
At the very point that they start. If
At the very
if
point
there
that
was
they
no
travel
effect
in
of
all
gravity, right?
directions.
there would be an even mix of hydrogen, helium, nitrogen, and oxygen. We would be breathing
Incorrect.
25% oxygen.
Where do all the gases produced on the Earth?
What produces gas on Earth?
Where are they all produced or formed or transformed? Where does that happen?
Well, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, that's from plants and animals.
Yeah.
There's volcanic eruptions.
Yeah.
There's probably natural. There's the decomposition of stuff that releases
Yeah.
gas.
So would you agree all at ground
Fermentation.
level?
So that'd be a fair statement. Yeah, ground level, I'd be going
Right.
for, right?
Ground level.
All at ground level. So they start at the ground, and then they work their way up.
Right, and nitrogen,
Yeah.
oxygen
And
stay
not gravity.
lower. Helium and
not
hydrogen
gravity.
go higher.
So not gravity.
So why is that not gravity?
Well, because the gas law is that gas goes in all directions.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you, but because of gravity,
So not a
affecting
downward
the
vector.
density. Right? So each molecule has a specific weight and density. Right?
Okay. Can you weigh it in its atmosphere? Can you weigh that in the atmosphere?
You can weigh any molecule.
Cool.
They have a whole.
How do you do that? Can you show me that? Show me
So
someone
you
measuring
take a
oxygen in
container,
the
an
atmospheric
empty
pressure.
container.
Yeah, you're using a container again, mate.
Yeah, you can't use a container. That's the problem. Remember,
Show me someone measuring oxygen in the atmosphere. Yeah, oxygen in the atmosphere and helium in the atmosphere.
All right, weigh water
In
without a container.
atmosphere.
You know what? Weigh anything without a container. You're gonna weigh your body. Your body is a container.
Dude, the claim you're
Everything
missing
is a
the claim
container.
again. The claim is that gravity is the container that keeps the oxygen or any gas pinned to the Earth's surface.
How is
Correct?
gravity a
Does he
container?
agree? Do you agree with that statement at least?
No, gravity's not. How is gravity a container?
Okay, it's not contain. Okay, then we have a container. Then we have a physical container. If that's not the case,
All right. Here's the thing. How does the gas stick onto the Earth?
How is the gas not
Gravity.
venting into the vacuum of space? Well, there you go.
Yeah, there you
It's
go. Well,
being
just
pulled down by a force.
okay. So
Like, well, let's call
is
it
it
gravity's
So now you're,
pull.
so
all
now
right?
you're double speaking, King. Yeah, you're a double speaker. Yeah, no, gravity doesn't contain the gases. So what's holding the gases and contain the gases? Gravity. You're just double speaking. Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's a container. I'm saying it's a force. It's a pull.
Something needs to contain the gas.
Okay, hold up.
Okay. Do we have somewhat gas pressure on Earth? Yes or no?
What do you mean by that?
Do we have gas pressure on Earth?
As in
14.7 psi at the surface.
Yeah. Do we have gas pressure on Earth?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the antecedent for a gas pressure?
What does antecedent mean?
It's like what's required. What's required for gas pressure?
You said it yourself before, King. You said it like literally about 30 seconds ago.
In order to have pressure, you must have a insert word here.
In order to have pressure, you must have gravity? What are we looking for?
No.
The C word.
No.
A C word.
Don't be rude.
To have a gas pressure, you need to have fill the blank.
All right.
There is no word.
How do you pressurize a propane tank?
Pressure is in PSI, pounds per square inch. So let's ask this question. Per square inch of what?
Of the container.
All right.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. So does Earth have
Welcome to
gas
Flat
pressure?
Earth.
You did it, man. You did it. Welcome.
Does Earth have gas pressure?
Yes.
All right. Where's the container that gives it that gas pressure?
The atmosphere.
All right. So if the atmosphere is gas itself, is the container itself, can you show me an instance where gas holds gas in a compressed, pressurized form?
That's what the atmosphere is.
Can you show
So
me an example without the so-called atmosphere? Okay, you show me another example besides atmosphere because that's all you have, okay? We need something that's other than the atmosphere to do the same thing. Because if you cannot prove it, then it's just a guess. It's just a assumption that the atmosphere is doing that. So you got to show what you're saying. What you're saying is gas is containing other gases. You're not
yeah,
saying
he's
it's
double
gravity
speaking.
anymore.
Yes.
You're not
Right.
even saying it's gravity anymore at this point, just so you know.
It's
You're saying that the gas layer, the atmosphere layer, is keeping
right.
in the heavier gases on the Earth. And
The
you have
molecules
to
themselves are keeping themselves right.
All right. Now you have to show me an example of it. I get what you're saying. Now you give me an example. Show me a container made of pure gas that is holding in gas. Okay? So make yourself a propane tank out of gas without the walls of a metal propane tank and let it contain propane. Can you do that? That's
Well,
what
better.
I'm asking for.
Let's
That's
put it a
literally what
different
you
way.
have to do.
We'll put it a
I
different way.
don't have the ability that God has. I'm not able to
This has nothing to
work
do with the ability
molecules
that
into
God has.
shapes.
You are stating that gas can contain gas.
So what about the effect where you can touch lava real quick? What's that called? Where you can stick your hand in lava and not get burned because there's a layer of there's a layer of do you know what I'm talking about?
No,
Not really.
I'm not. I never
I
heard of
have
sticking
heard of that. I
hand in
have heard of
lava.
that, but
I've heard about
Before we
like
go
Stick
down,
your
hang on.
hand in
I have,
lava. Are
Before
you
we go
kidding
down
me?
this path,
Your hand in lava.
He needs
what
to concede.
before we go down this path, King needs to realise that his claim of gas holding gas doesn't align with the current claim of the globe that we are told.
Can you,
Yeah. So
can you
what
stick
you're
your hand? Can
stating
you stick your
is
hand
your
in steel? And some like melted steel too, really quick.
You got to do it real fast, and there's like a layer of air.
Are you
but
listening?
what has that got
Hang
to
on.
do with what we're talking about? What has that got to do with what we're talking about? We're
Well,
asking
you
you
want me
about
to
gases,
create
man.
invisible
Keep it at one point at
containers.
a time.
You want me to create invisible containers, but that's the only thing I can think of is the difference in
King.
temperature.
So we're starting to think now. So in reality, there's none of these invisible containers. So what we're pointing out to you is what's happening in reality is not what's happening in your textbooks. So you'll find with us that we would like everything verified, and you don't seem to be able to verify some things. So maybe you should be questioning your science.
So what's
King, if you have a look in the live stream, have a look in the live stream voice text. Now, I've put this in there for you because
all right.
the fact of the matter is you're actually going against the current claim of the globe. Yeah. You're arguing something that you've made up yourself. This is why you can't show gases containing gases. This is not the current claim on the table. The current claim is the atmosphere is held around the Earth by gravity. So 31 minutes past the hour.
The atmosphere being gases, right? Molecules, we should say, not necessarily gases, but molecules that make up molecules in gas form. And these molecules go, like you said, in every direction. They're forcing each other in every direction, and they're
Why are they
forcing
going
each
every
other
direction though? That's my question.
because of the kinetic energy of themselves, right? They're pushing each other all over the place, right?
Do you know that molecules tend to go towards vacuums because they abhor vacuums and they seek to fill them?
Then we wouldn't have an atmosphere, right?
Why? Okay, so why do we have an atmosphere?
Because gravity
Are
is
you
pulling the
sure?
molecules that
What's
are
the
also
antecedent?
pulling each other.
What's the antecedent to pressure?
So Occam's razor, right? What's the most obvious explanation if it's not them holding each other, then what is it?
We
Well,
have a
what's the
container.
antecedent?
Give us another equation. Normally, when you use Occam's razor, it's the simplest of two equations. So put a second one there to compare it to.
Being
So
contained.
a container. Okay. So let's say that there is a
Being
container.
contained. Being
All
contained.
right. What
Or
type of
being
container?
Being contained.
It doesn't
All right.
matter
So
what type of container, as long as it's not some nonsense like your gas container that you're trying to prove.
and so if that container then gets a hole in it, let's say it gets a hole in it. Let's say it gets a crack
Why are you
and it opens
talking?
it to
Why
the
are you making
vacuum.
up stories, man? Stop making up
Well,
stories, man.
I'm just pointing it. Let's just throw it out there. If
Okay.
there's a,
Well,
how did it get there?
what happens with high pressure and low pressure? If you
Because
burst a
it
hole
had to
in a
have
high
been there
pressure,
for a long time. It
you
had to have been
burst
there
a
for thousands
hole.
of
If you
years.
burst a hole in a high pressure container, what happens to it?
Everything would go out of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct. It
That's
would
what you're saying.
equalize to the
All of the
surrounding
air in our
environment. It
atmosphere
would
would get sucked
equalize
out.
into the surrounding environment. Talk over the
So
top of me.
why would
So
they
it
even
fills
risk?
space.
Why would they even risk shooting off missiles close to that container? Because it's got to be millions of years old, right? The Earth's millions of years old or whatever.
Who
That
knows,
container
man? We're talking
has
about
got
an
to
I
be
don't think
pretty
I
old.
antecedent.
still
We're
don't think
talking
he
about
get
an
the point.
Yeah,
Is
he doesn't, man.
he still doesn't get the
You
point.
explained it to him very clearly, and he still didn't get it.
I
So
think
it
he's
Like,
must
trying to
not be a
remind
very
us.
clear point.
look, why in your mind is there still space in your head? Why is there still an idea that there's an infinite vacuum out there to you if
He's
there
trying
is
to
gas
Because
pressure on
Val, he's
Earth?
trying to
I have
combine
a
us.
telescope. I can see
Oh, so
stars.
you can see no matter, right? Basically, you're able to see vacuum. Is that what you're telling me? You can see vacuum? You can
I can
confirm that
see
it's vacuum?
stars. I can see space. I can see
So is a
planets.
star a vacuum?
I don't know what a star is.
You see the
Okay,
sky, you
good
don't
job.
see anything else.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
see the sky, but you're claiming that it's a vacuum.
Right.
Are you not claiming it's a vacuum? Yes or no?
So what is the
Don't think about it.
more
Are you
obvious
claiming?
alternative? I would say
We
in
don't.
the
We'll
globe
talk about the
model,
alternative. We'll talk about the alternative when we get there. We
in the
just need
model
to.
that we're referring to, then the model would have a vacuum space. In
Yeah,
the globe
and what
model,
we're
there's a
trying to
vacuum
tell
space.
you, what we're trying to
Now
tell you
verify.
is that we have gas pressure on Earth, and we cannot have a vacuum space if we have gas pressure on Earth.
So
Why?
what is in space?
Okay.
Okay,
We're
I'll
assuming
give you
outer
the equation, mate.
space.
I want you
We
to
don't
get
need to
space,
assume anything.
crumple it up,
Yeah.
and throw it in the bin. Just get rid of it.
Yeah.
So what do I
If
see
you
when
want
it's
to
dark
figure it
out?
out, then just you have to throw away what you already know, literally. But the
Because
thing is,
there's a good
we aren't making any speculative stories on what it actually is. We can
He,
simply say we don't know what's
he's
out
only
there.
new to this, Zal. He doesn't know. He only believes, and that's what we're
Yeah,
he's a
I
trying
little
to
bit
know.
do.
So
he's a little bit
But the
trollish.
thing
He's
is,
a little
come
bit
up
trollish,
with a
Cobra.
new model that has less
What model?
information?
why would you
Any
go?
model besides the
Because
globe
think
model
of it this
Only
way.
that's in
goes.
a
Think of it this
vacuum in
way.
space.
Even if you go into a so-called new model, right, that has less information, but if you know that your current model is full of shit, would you still stick to it?
Until there's a better model.
Oh, okay.
You're
So
believing a lie. Then you're choosing to
then
believe a lie.
then you're choosing to
Right.
believe a lie. You're
Well,
willfully
you're offering
sticking to.
one lie versus another lie.
No, we're not
Well,
offering
hang
a
No,
on.
lie. We're
we're
not
not
lying to you
replacing
in
your
any
lie.
sense. We're not
We're not
replacing your
offering
lie
you a
with
model.
anything.
We're not offering you a model here, but my
So
question to you
what
is,
would I replace
do I
my
have to,
model with?
hang on, let me ask this question then. To falsify something, do I have to give you something else to falsify something? I have to give you another answer. Can I prove something to be wrong
You
without
can
knowing
prove it to
what
be
is
wrong.
correct? Correct.
Sure. Go ahead.
So why do you,
That doesn't
so if it can be
change.
proven, hang on, if it can be proven wrong, why are you requesting another model to swap it out for?
Yeah, why does it need to be
Falsification.
why does it need to be
I can
replaced?
see space. I can
Because
see.
if
I can see
look,
stars. I can see the moon. I can see the sun. I can see outside of my
Yeah,
window.
you
that
see
doesn't
light
mean
stuff in the
anything, man.
sky. That's fine.
That's
Yeah.
fine. Yeah, exactly. But I'm just saying, what we're saying is, why do we need to replace your nonsense for
That's
us
right.
to prove that it's a lie? Can't we
So
just say
what?
that it's a lie?
Yeah, let's say
Falsification is
that it is a
independent
lie.
of replacement. Yeah, you
Exactly.
get
That's
that?
fine. Say that the globe model is a lie. I'm with
But
you.
no, you're not with us because you rather choose to live with the lie until you get a better lie
Hey
or
guys, I
a
got another
better
idea. Hey,
answer.
I got
That's how
another angle.
science works.
That's not how science
Unfortunately.
works,
No,
man.
it's
That's
not.
how nonsense works. Science, the idea of saying
Oh
that we
my
can be wrong
god.
today and right tomorrow is the dumbest thing I can possibly think of. Like,
Those guys are
What
trolls.
is the
where is your credit?
explanation?
Like, what is your track record gonna look like at the end of the day if people see how wrong you are all the fucking time? It doesn't work that way,
It's
man. I'm
fine with me
sorry.
because I'm not a scientist.
Here's another angle. Here's
But
another
It
angle for you,
doesn't
King.
you don't need to be a scientist. This
Sal,
is okay.
back off. Don't hammer him too hard. Here's
Sorry.
another angle. You've claimed, King, that you've got a telescope. True?
Right.
Right. Have you ever been to the beach? Or do you live
Have I
somewhere,
ever
somewhere near the beach?
bridge?
Yes. Beach.
Beach.
Water. Sand. Water.
Oh, beach. Yes.
You do? Take your telescope down to the beach. Point it at the horizon and have a look at the ships that are sailing past. Now ask yourself a very simple question. Why can I see beyond the stated claimant of Earth curvature? That's all I want you to do. I want you to
Well, that would be
work out.
believing a
You
lie.
sound intelligent to me. You would be able to calculate out the actual curvature, and I'll give you a hint: 1.225 the square.
Yeah, who got that number though? I didn't make that number up. I would have to make up
Well,
my own number.
well, you can
well,
make up
that's
It's
whatever.
based on the radius. It's based on the
Right, but that
radius.
radius has
based on
come up by
radius.
someone else. Like you're saying, you're asking me first,
No,
based
just hear
my
me out.
opinion,
Hear
based
me out.
my beliefs.
Your ball belief, if it is a physical ball, therefore they should know what the radius / diameter is. It'd be quite obvious. If it
well,
is
they
a
tell us they
physical
do.
ball,
Yeah,
they tell
so
us they do.
we're giving you the information that they've taught you, okay? And if you don't agree with it and you're going to start saying how am I supposed to believe what they say, then you're starting to sound like a conspiracy theorist, just saying.
Can someone post up a black swan so I can point
I'm
this out?
just I've seen it. I know it. Okay, so you're telling me to go with my own verifiable evidence.
Yes.
But then you're also telling
That is a
me
great start.
to use someone else's number to verify my evidence.
No, we're telling you to test what you're given. We're
To
not
test
telling
the
you to
lies
go
you've been
by
given.
what's we're
Yeah.
not telling you to
So
go by what they're saying.
hang on.
We're telling you
To
to test
explain
what
it
they're saying.
simply, they give you a radius of 3959 miles, which is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, if that is the case, we can go and check this out for ourselves. So, like Matrix said, take your telescope to the beach and then go and view ships
Well, why
10,
do I have to go
15,
to the
20
beach?
miles, hang on, 10, 15, 20 miles into the distance, debunking the claim of a 39, 59 mile radius.
Or proving it.
Because
Whichever
I'm not here
proving
to
you find
debunk
out.
or prove anything. I can see out my window the horizon with my telescope.
And
So
you're
Why do I need
telling
to go
me
to the
that
beach?
you're telling me that only horizons can happen on a ball Earth?
We'd have to be pretty far outside of the Earth to see any kind of curvature.
So
Okay,
explain
so
to
are
me.
you
So
talking about
cleanly
horizon or
explain to
curvature?
me why ships disappear at 3 Mile when you're watching the beach. If you walk down and stand on the edge of the water, we all observe ships disappearing at 3 Mile. Now, the original claimant was before telescopes, before cameras, before any of that bullshit was ever even invented, before it was even thought of, that ships disappear over the curve because it's curved. That's why they disappear. That's what it was come
Now,
to.
if I go
All of a
100
sudden,
feet higher
all of a
and do
sudden,
that same experiment, that ship would disappear further away.
have you ever asked why? Or did you just believe it's because it's curved?
So if I go 100 feet higher and I look through the same telescope at the same ship, I would be able to see it further.
Yeah, why?
Why? Ask yourself why.
Yeah,
But
why?
I'll give you a hint. Angular resolution.
The same telescope, same distance, but if I'm higher up, I'd be able to see further out.
Just
Yeah,
gave you
I
the
mean,
answer.
we just gave you the answer why, and you're just repeating your question
It's because
because you're not listening to what we're
it's
saying.
rounded.
Hey,
Because there's a
hey,
roundedness to
can I
it.
help you out? Can I help you out here for a sec, man? So if you've got a telescope at the beach, right, and you can see a boat 10 miles out, is that Earth curve or not?
How am I going to know unless so if I go to the beach and I watch a ship until it disappears
Yeah, with a telescope. Yeah.
with a telescope and it's gone from sight,
No, with a telescope. With a telescope.
right? And I can't
Until it
see it anymore.
disappears with a
And I walk
telescope.
up a lighthouse. And I'm standing next to a lighthouse. And I walk up the lighthouse.
No,
I
you
pull
don't
out
even
that
need
same
to.
telescope.
Back it up.
You don't even
Back
need
it up.
to. You've already gone past Earth curve.
But why would I be able to then see that same boat that just disappeared?
Because you've increased your angle of view. That's it.
Think about
But
it.
you've
Go back.
already gone.
You
Hang on
claimed
one
quite
sec.
cleanly.
You've already gone past the point of the horizon. If you're viewing a ship through a telescope and it goes beyond your vision, it's already past 3 miles. Already past the curvature of the Earth. So it's too far to be Earth curve. So it's not the Earth curve that's blocking things. Would you agree with that?
No, I don't think I don't think he grasped the concept.
Yeah, either that or he's either
Like,
that
I don't
or
know.
he's
I'll
a
have to
troll,
call you
man.
back when I'm at the beach and we'll have to figure it out.
No. Okay,
It's either
okay.
that or he's a
Do that.
troll.
Yes, do it. Go
No,
and do
he's
it.
a troll, man. Timbo,
No,
he's a troll, yeah.
Let him
Yeah,
go. He'll
for
go
sure,
down to the
man.
beach. He sounds like
You
someone
can
who
tell.
actually go, you know what, screw this, I'm going to the beach to do it. Go down to
But
the
we've
beach.
given him some. Hang on. We've given
He's
him some
laughing
pretty
at.
simple
I'll call
shit,
you
yeah.
back when I'm at the beach and we'll figure it out.
He's laughing
We've
at you
given him
guys
some.
getting mad. That's what he's doing.
We've given him some pretty simple explanations, and he sits there quiet, and then he changes the subject, and then he turns it into something else. He knows the answer when Timbo says, "Stand on the beach with your telescope. The ship disappears at 10 or 20 miles, which is well beyond the 3 miles." And ignores the angular resolution and says, "Oh, but I
Well,
go."
you're telling me to not
So yeah,
believe
no, so that's
numbers, and then you're telling
that's a
me to
troll, man.
believe the
No,
numbers.
no, we're telling you to test the numbers. We explain that very clearly to you. You're
Right, but
given the
I don't
numbers.
know where those numbers
Go and
came from. I'm
verify
just
it.
trying to base things on what I can verify, right?
Well, the verification is that you're supposed to be living on a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, and any sailing manual will tell you that you find your distance to the horizon, the physical geometric curve of the Earth, at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. This is the claim on the table that you need to go and test for yourself.
All right. It might take me a while to get to the beach.
It doesn't. You don't need to get to the beach right now. You just need to tell us the size of your freaking Earth.
I have no idea. Big.
Oh, okay. So how do you know how the dynamics of it works in any
I
way?
I don't. I just assume that the
Yeah,
obvious
exactly.
explanation, the easiest
Everything is all
explanation.
assumes, and we don't want assumptions. We want solid evidence, solid proof.
But why go with the harder option? Like why I don't understand.
How is that?
Holy shit,
Maybe
dude. Holy shit, man. Okay, it's very, very simple.
smart
You're
enough for
trying to
this, I
seek a
guess, man.
replacement.
You don't need.
You're trying to get a replacement model for a model that we've already been taught. We've been telling you again and again to test it out for yourself. We've been giving you these guys have been giving you answer after answer after answer of that which can be verifiably proven. And I don't know. Are you seriously? There's two options here, my friend. Okay, either one. There's three, really. One, you're hopelessly indoctrinated. Two, you're incredibly stupid. Or three, you're trolling. Which is it?
Probably all three. I'm not really sure because I don't understand. So if
Well, King, you wanted to talk about Occam's razor again, yeah? This is what you're talking about. So let's offer up two models, yeah? Let's just say we've got this ball that's apparently covered in curving water. Now we know due to fluid dynamics that water doesn't curve, that it's fine at all bodies of water. Yeah, they find their level, they lay level. All right, so we got this ball that's curving, water curving. Then we have to make up this gravity, yeah, that's holding this water to the earth, somehow curving it, something we can't ever see in reality. It's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, creating a centrifugal force, yet this water's still held there, yeah. It's then going through space at 600,000 miles an hour around the sun, and then traveling at some ridiculous 5 billion kilometers an hour that after the sun through the Milky Way galaxy. Well, we don't witness any of this, or we're on a flat stationary plane where we know water lies level due to fluid dynamics.
Up is up and
We
down is
do
down.
celestial, up is up, down is down. We do celestial navigation, measuring elevation angle, wiring, yeah, a horizontal line on the plane of the earth or the water. So, according to Occam's razor, which one here is going to be the most evident? Which one's the most simple?
and it's like a universal up is down, like up is up, down is down, like all up is up.
There's no.
What do you
in
mean
your
universal, man?
idea, there is no up and down. Like
Like in
in
the
a ball
globe,
Earth,
in the
there is
globe
no up and
Earth,
down.
in the globe model,
There is
up is
no up and
dependent
down.
upon
What globe
up
model? What globe model? What globe model?
Yeah, which globe model? To
in
be honest, the one that
Hang
you
on a
can't
second, guys. What he's
identify.
done here, hang on. He didn't answer the question. Again, he's
I'm trying
diverted
to
from the
figure out the
question. The question,
question.
hang on. No, the question
All right.
was, which model, according to Occam's razor, is the simplest? The flat stationary plane that we witness every day, or this hurtling ball with curving water flying through space? Yeah,
I
very
can't
simple.
answer that until I
Then you
get some
go,
more
hang on.
information.
Then you go off onto some other tangent straight away. Yeah, we
No,
gave you a
I'm
pretty good
asking
explanation.
in the one model, up is dependent upon where you're located, right? In the other model, up is universal. Is that what I'm understanding? That's
Up
all I
is
asked. And you're going off on this other
straight up.
bullshit
Up is straight up from
for universally,
from a plane of reference. Yeah, correct.
From
all
horizontal.
across the board. So the same up in Australia is the same up that I have.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
Nobody's standing upside down underneath you.
Well, with that
All right.
question, he
So
still
I'll
has.
adopt this
He
model.
still.
That
You
makes sense.
still.
I'm with you.
Still.
I'm on board.
All right. Listen.
All right.
he
Welcome to
still
Flat
dodged
Earth.
AJ's question. Still dodged it.
Yeah, he still didn't answer which model is simpler and Occam's razor.
I just answered it. I said I'll adopt the model where the whatever, man. Y'all are like, who's trolling who here? I'm trying to understand.
Shut up, man. Yeah, come on, mate.
I'll offer you some
You've
peaceful
been
advice,
trolling
mate.
for an hour.
No,
Come on,
I'll offer you
dude.
some peaceful advice. Don't try to mix and match the two, due to the lack of better words, models. It will barbecue your brain. You will be doing laps up and down your corridor. I can guarantee it. You have to dump one and just concentrate and go, you know what? This is all lies and bullshit. How about I just take it simple
Matrix,
and go from there?
he's not even considering another option. He's just come in for a joke.
Yeah,
Well,
he
adopt the
already
model.
straight up said that he would take the bullshit, regardless if it is proven bullshit, until he gets a replacement.
That's
all.
true. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Right.
So
So let's
basically,
replace the model.
it doesn't matter what model we give him, as long as he has his bullshit.
He should.
Yeah, Matrix.
Good advice would be.
Matrix, you know what? You've been a lot nicer than me, Matrix. Like with this guy, like he reminds me of that guy on the politics server the other day. As I stated before, and this is why people are getting short, man. This is why people are getting short with you. I could sit down and talk to my 8-year-old daughter about this stuff. She could ask the same questions. These guys in the panel would answer her, and she would have more comprehension than you do. So again, you're
Yeah,
either
I'm an
hopelessly
idiot. That's
indoctrinated,
fine.
you're
I'll be
incredibly
okay with
stupid,
that.
or you're trolling.
Wait a
I'm an
second.
idiot. Let's go with that. So I adopt the flat model. Now, how does air? What is space? Is it just
You're-
an unknown?
Space is
We
not
we see lights in the sky. We see lights in the sky. We see the sky. We don't make any assumptions about the sky. We just look. We see it. We see lights in the sky.
Well,
We see them moving.
he asked
So why
what is
would I
space?
adopt
What
the
is
model
space?
that has
It's a
less?
fabrication. It's a fabrication for the globe.
And
Why
there's
would I
no.
adopt the model that
It's
everything is
not a model.
illusory?
Here's the. It's
About
very.
matching
Yeah,
the
go
two
ahead, go ahead,
models.
go ahead, go ahead.
Don't do it. If you mix and match the two models, it will fry your brain. I told you, don't do it. And here you are already, 5 seconds later, mixing and matching the two, as I said before, for the lack of better words, model. Do not do that. It will fry your head. I'm telling you. I'm trying to save you, mate. I'm trying to
Regardless,
save you.
here we're not the ones on
I
trial.
can't
Yeah,
wrap my head
hang on.
around it.
Regardless, here we're not the ones on trial. Here, yeah, it's the globe that you're in here claiming that you live on a spinning. So where's the evidence of this spinning ball? Yeah, the claim on the table is that we live on this spinning ball traveling through space with curvy, bendy water. So where is the evidence of that?
I don't know. It's just easier for me to wrap my head around. I guess, like you said, I'm kind of dumb. I don't get it.
Do
I
you
didn't
have
say
any
you were dumb.
evidence? Any
it's
evidence
No
at
one
all?
said you were dumb. No one said you were dumb. You got asked a question, yeah? And you still didn't answer that question either. So where is your evidence for your spinning ball? Very simple.
I don't have any evidence.
So you have no evidence. You have nothing to here. What is the point of you being here? Other than
I'm
trolling.
trying to understand.
Or even better,
You're not
why
trying to
do you
understand
believe what you
anything.
believe? Why do you believe what you believe if you have no evidence?
Because it's easier for me to wrap my head around than everything's illusory.
Here. I'll make it simple for you. I'll make it simple for you. There's no curve. We're not spinning. There is no vacuum of outer space. That's it. There's no curve. We're not spinning. And that's it.
Can we just get him to repeat his last
Then what
statement?
is everything?
Everything
beyond the
makes more
limits, we
sense
don't know.
when it's illusory. Am
Yeah.
I right? Is that what you just said?
So I just have to accept it's illusory.
No. Who said that?
No, it's exactly the opposite. It's exactly what you experience. You experience
It makes more
motionless,
sense
flat,
if it's illusory. That's what this guy just said.
Well, why do you
It's
imagine this
okay.
dichotomy of either it's what the heliocentric globe model has given you or it's all an illusion? Why that?
Yeah, why can't it be anything else? Why can't you just take nature as it is? Why
Well,
does
that's
it have to
fine.
be an illusion?
Chill it, man.
It's
What
really
if it's
hard to
just
let go.
straightforward?
It's really hard to just let
Okay,
go
so
of everything.
so basically you have no proof of what you believe. You believe it because you can't let go. Nothing more. You have no proof. You have no reason to. Do you understand now?
Yes, that's
So
accurate.
so at that point you have to ask yourself, do you really want to believe this just because you can't let go?
It feels more secure. Like I feel
All
a
right.
little
I mean, like, you know, That's like lying to yourself in a mirror. Like if you're freaking fat and unhealthy, and then you decide to say that you're healthy because it makes you feel secure. I mean,
Yeah.
okay, you do you, but you're only harming yourself at the end of the day.
I mean, I'm just not ready for it.
All right. Well, when you're ready, you can come talk to us.
Baby, come back.
Yeah, it's
All
very
right,
simple,
I'll
man.
call you
Just
when I'm at the beach.
yeah.
You don't need to go to the beach when you're ready. You already accepted that you're believing in this because it's comfortable, not because you have any facts beside you.
Yeah, I'm trying to grasp it.
It's very
it's too
simple.
unsettling.
No curve, and not spinning. That's it, man. No curve,
Hmm.
not spinning. Very simple.
Is this
That's it.
the lawyer from Politics Server? Is this that guy?
I'm not a lawyer.
Hey, forget it. Never mind. It's not him. Moving on.
Nah, that's all right. He got slapped pretty hard.
It's gonna take time to accept this. I understand. So just take your time, man. It'll take time.
All right. Well, God bless y'all. I have to go. I have to go. My phone's about to die.
King,
Yeah, no
thank you
worries.
for answers, my friend.
Yeah. It takes
Well,
sometimes it takes more time for some people than others, but it's simple. Just no curve and not spinning. That's it.
no
And
curve
remember
and
to
not
verify
spinning.
everything. Verify
No
the
curve and
law.
not
Man, we
spinning.
don't want anything to die.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a little. I don't know.
Oh,
It's a little too freaky.
the size of the Earth is unknown, and the dimension, like what's underneath, also unknown. What's the limitations of our reality are unknown. But
The spin
for the
can't be
surface,
measured.
the
And
surface is definitely the surface that we're standing on definitely has no curvature, and it's also
that's
not spinning. That's the basic
scarier. It's scarier that you believe it without any evidence, you know. You said that's scary. Well, the globe is kind of
It's just
scary. You
comforting
believe in something.
to believe what I've always believed. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they give
fair
you
enough.
answers for everything. That's why it's comforting to they believe it's it's because they give you answers for everything on the globe model. That's why.
Yeah, I don't have to question it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, look,
All
King,
right.
look, fuck,
There's
look,
thinking involved.
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, look, King, man, look, I do apologise again for getting a bit short earlier. It's just we've been dealing with a lot of trolls and that lately, and it's just having to repeat stuff. But look, if you're genuine, man, God bless you. I hope you come back. I hope you're not a troll. But yeah, look, I got a bit short. A couple of people got a bit short, but can you understand from our perspective maybe why?
Absolutely. I don't blame you guys. It's not like I'm the smartest tool in the shed. So I appreciate you trying to get me a little clarity.
No, buddy, I wasn't calling you. I didn't call you dumb. Maybe it was a bit harsh putting those three out there, but I'm just saying, look, I hope you're genuine and I hope to see you back here and I hope that you can open your mind a bit, all right?
All right. God bless. Y'all
Yeah.
have take it easy.
Catch you on the flat side.
All right.
Get it? Okay, never mind. That was a joke.
Yeah. No.
Oh,
All
by
right.
the way, one more thing. Flat is not a shape. All right. One more. I forgot to mention that.
All right. My head's gonna explode. All right. All
Okay,
right.
bye. Okay, bye.
All right. Bye.
Come back later.
All right.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. What was pissing me off the most was that he kept talking over Timbo and he kept talking over AJ. That was what was really getting me fucking pissed off.
Oh, they can
He's just
deal
a
with
troll,
it.
man. He was a full troll. He was full of shit. He wouldn't answer any questions. He'd sit there silent. He knew the answer. He didn't want to give them. He'd just divert off onto something else on another.
But that's
Yeah.
typical of someone that's heavily indoctrinated. They don't know, so they just
that's
bounce
true.
around everywhere.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Oh man.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he was smarter than that. I think he's been around it a bit longer than that.
Anyways, guys, we've got a new fella on the board. Narway, can one of our mods unlock him so we can have a yarn?
How do you spell it again?
Nahweh.
Okay, one sec.
How is it you're being nicer than me, Matrix?
Some people you can sort of listen to him. For a while there, he did sound like a troll, and then it's sort of like, hang on a minute, I don't think he's a troll. I just don't think he's grasping the concept, and this was playing with his head because for a couple of things there, he stumbled really hard on very basic concepts. So he was all over the place.
No way, if you're there, you've got control of your mic. Just press the red mic and open it up.
Don't be scared, no way. We ain't going to bite you. We talk funny, then there's a couple of us, but we ain't going to bite you.
Oh, yes.
He's a lurker, long-time lurker. That account will never open the mic.
I can't find that guy's name. Where is it?
Just underneath Migo.
Underneath Migo? Okay, one second.
How about Transit?
Yeah, we spoke to him before. He's pretty cool, man.
I see Pro Bricklayer underneath.
How about Turquoise Dragon?
Yeah, that's
no.
Whatever.
me, brother.
he's
Good
a
morning,
hard-
Australian guys. I'm not gonna get involved. I'm gonna leave it to you guys. All right, it's all right. Don't worry about it.
Oh, come
Hey,
on.
Turquoise
I
Dragon,
respect you too much to get you
welcome to the
frustrated. That's
server.
all, man. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Welcome to the server, Turquoise Dragon. Tell us what you think about the shape of the Earth.
Oh my good morning.
Oh, welcome back. Oh yeah, I've seen Turquoise around.
Mr.
Why
Mr. Troll
always
Team,
talking to
Troll
Australians,
Team
man?
6 himself.
Oh,
Are those guys
come on.
defunct now, or what? I haven't seen Peter in a minute. So what's going on there?
I think
He's
he's
supposed to be
dead.
running the politics. What's that?
I think he's dead. Honestly, I think he's dead.
What?
No joke.
Wait, actually dead?
On Twitter.
No joke.
How did he die?
He
spun off the globe. No, I'm just
he's
kidding.
MIA. He's MIA.
That's what happens when you spin too fast.
Yeah, hold on, Zodiac. Nobody's heard from him?
Yeah, legit. In like 3 or 4 days.
Huh.
That's kind of sus.
Well, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe he got institutionalized or something. He was really going off the rails.
No, like I'm really concerned, like as a person, not just like of his belief. You know, like I don't know what.
Yeah,
it is.
yeah, no.
Do you know anyone who knows him like personally? Maybe you could just ask him like, "What's that?" It doesn't matter, but I guess I don't know.
Just get on Twitter and just say the globe sucks, the Earth is flat, and you'll get a response within 8 minutes. Seriously.
So he's vanished off. He's vanished off the globe that he thinks he
Yeah,
lives
he
on.
fell off the face of the earth. You should say, wouldn't you?
He spun off. He spun off of it.
His Twitter,
Yeah,
his Twitter
fell
isn't
off.
active too. Like he hasn't been on anything at all.
Yeah, everything gone. Nothing, man.
Maybe he went to Maybe he went to investigate the flat Earth and edge.
He's realised
Yeah.
the truth. He's pacing up and down the corridor. It's barbecued his brain. That's what's happened.
Yeah.
We can speculate. I don't know, dude.
It takes time,
I'm just
honestly. Like that shit.
I'm concerned. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't jump to he's dead because I mean I know a lot of people on Discord who go off the map for longer than a few days. So I don't know if I would necessarily jump to that conclusion.
Maybe he found a wife and a family. He went to Mexico, found a.
Well, I kept telling him to find a wife, so maybe he took that advice. Maybe that's all. Found a wife, found a life. It's all good.
Based, not finally completing the biological destiny. Is there any Globers in here, by the way? Any other Glober? Turquoise, are you Glober?
I'm good. I'm getting ready for work. You carry on, guys.
Oh, you're not ready. You're not gonna step up to be so that we can finally all go home. You don't wanna save us from our.
Ruin your day, guys. I don't
It
wanna
was
ruin
funny. It
everyone's
was funny
day.
hearing you fight for the concave Earth the other day, though. Turquoise. That was quite entertaining.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
He'll
glad
hold you back.
people understand that there are multiple models and conceptions of reality, and yeah.
Yeah, I don't even like the word flat Earth model, but I just, if some people just like to talk, if you like to just have a normal conversation, I kind of just like go along with whatever they say, just, to poke holes in it, even though I don't think there's a flat Earth model, but That's just the way it is sometimes. Because you just gotta like, I don't know. Sometimes I talk to people in their language, if that makes sense. You know, just so we can avoid wasting a lot of time. But yeah, no globies. I guess we won, guys.
Is it
No
really
globe.
winning, man? There's still like 99% of the world to go.
All right.
Yeah, no, 94%. Let me get you the image for you. This is from some TV show today or something, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's
yeah,
probably
like
99%. Yeah, that's
no,
fair.
no. You got a long way to go, guys. Look,
94.
I know we still got transit here.
doing well.
I know we still got transit here.
6%. You got 6% of them.
Nice.
That's pretty good. That's a good start.
Yeah, depends who you're
There
asking,
was a-
though. Do you know
there was a-
you know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
There was a
It
rough
really does
survey on
depend.
Twitter a while back, then it got to about 11%, and there was like 12 or 13,000 people that ticked the box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any other people that do not have a flat earther role in this voice chat? Anyone?
Transit. He's a new fella. We started getting onto him, but then King kicked in. So Transit, have you been listening, mate? What do you reckon?
I agree with what you guys be saying. I think that guy was wrong-headed. I think he one of the arguments he made was, well, because I don't understand it, I can't believe it. And I think that's hogwash, because you have to be able to open your mind to possibilities that you think weren't possible. And I think that's why I gravitated and I tune in and I actually listen instead of just talk, because I want to know more. I want to hear the conversation. And, you know, you guys saw the guy was clearly trolling, you know what I mean? But if he really does mean that, and he really does think that just because he entertains the idea that the Earth is a globe, just because he can understand that, that's a ludicrous way of thinking. And I think it's all an example, and I think you guys get that can't be a way that especially when you talk about flat earth or just anything in general, you can't think that way.
Yeah, it's just not acceptable. But the thing was, it's not that he didn't understand it either. It's just that he didn't want to, because he felt more comfortable. He stated it himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's strange though. Some of him sounded trolly, and then some of him just sounded like, I think someone said, like, you're either really dumb, trolling, or I can't remember what the other one was, but
Skinny.
it was a bit like that.
Yeah,
Like, there was parts of him that were one area, and then he was on another area, hot and cold. Like,
Yeah, that was me, mate. I said, look, you're either hopelessly indoctrinated, incredibly stupid, or you're trolling, which maybe was a little bit harsh. But I'm with AJ and Turnbull on this one. I honestly think he was trolling. No offense, Matrix. I think he was honestly trolling.
Yeah,
I think there was a
Play
bit.
good cop, bad cop. We got to do it. Someone's got to help these guys and give them a bit of a shoulder rub. Every now and then, they might just open their pile and something comes out, and it's like, yep, we're going to slap you with that. And that's all it's about, squeezing them for information. I just happen to be the
Yeah.
good guy at the right time.
Yeah. Even if they're trolling. Yeah.
I did like the quiet moments though, when he had to just sit there trying to come up with an answer.
The pregnant pauses.
You can hear the cogs turning.
Yeah.
Yeah, no curve and not spinning. I like that. I like it's quick. Make it easy for them to understand. Not spinning, no curve. Easy.
He
I've got
wants
a
to
question
thank
to
his
ask you
lucky
guys, though.
stars.
I've got a
Sorry,
question
mate.
to ask you guys.
Yeah, what's your question?
What global argument has gone way out of fashion? Like, what haven't you heard for a long time?
Boats going over the curve.
Oh
Boats.
yeah, haven't heard that one in a while.
Climb a tree. That one's gone out of fashion.
I tell you what, I haven't heard them talk about cesium atoms and time dilate. That's for time dilation, isn't it? Normally.
Yeah. What are some
Figure out
other
why you can't
arguments?
see overseas and see China from Canada.
Oh yeah, the
Right.
distance. Yeah, you can see forever. Those ones.
If the Earth's flat, why can't I see Mount Everest from some fucking where that no one cares about?
Oh my god.
And my smart ass answer, it's because you're facing the wrong way, you simple idiot.
Yeah.
Let's say best case scenario, right? But let's say best case scenario, right? This guy wasn't trolling. Maybe again, I brought this up the other day too, but a lot of the people on the panel here weren't there. I think it's very, very hard for a lot of these people when they come in, and I don't know whether it's the same for you guys, but I already had a lot of sacred cows slaughtered before it came to Flat Earth. For quite a few of you, probably Flat Earth might have been your first sacred cow, but I think for people that haven't had a sacred cow slaughtered, something that they believe so wholeheartedly slaughtered before, it's a lot harder with that first one.
Like the moon landing. That's the main. That's a big one for most people. Can't get over the moon landing.
Do you guys watch Owen Benjamin? Because that's the only time I hear slaughtering sacred cows.
Yeah, I used to, or I still do. Yeah, I still watch them.
Owen Benjamin's transition from flat earthers are fucking idiots to, oh my god, I'm now a flatty. That was
Yeah.
spectacular, and I give that fella kudos for doing that shit, man, because that's some balls to go out there from day
Yeah.
one, you lot of fucktards, to, oh my god, I'm now one of them. That's
You could tell he was painful. It was painful for him too. You could tell.
Yeah, it cost him not just that issue that's a big issue as well, but on other issues as well. Like it cost him so much with a lot of the stuff that he ended up flipping to, and I got a lot of time for him.
I respect him so much more for that though, bro. Like seriously, like that's some, because it's even just questioning it without losing any money. That's painful alone, but you know, to lose, like, be a public figure and do it, that's even more painful. You know what I mean?
Yes,
not physically.
Yes, I agree. Like he didn't just,
But,
yeah, he didn't just lose money. Like he lost nearly all of his former friends. Like his family stopped talking to him. Like he lost so much.
Yeah, and now he has a beautiful 4 kids, and he's doing great now. Though it's fantastic, bro. It's like he's great.
Hey, why would you want to be friends with a bunch of globies, anyways?
Hey, come on, man, take it easy. My wife's a Globey, man. Like I bring up Flat Earth with her. That's why I got to keep tuning in and out on Discord here because she's actually getting physically angry, fucking listening to the panel. Like,
yeah. I think they have to like get desensitized. Not even desensitized. I think honestly, if they start with questioning the moon landing, that might work. But I don't know. Eventually, you just have to rip the Band-Aid off. But I don't know. It's like
the thing is, once they start with any conspiracy, to be honest, it will all lead to where it has to go.
Yeah.
Well, funnily enough. Sorry, I was just going to say. Funnily enough, I've read Pilder on a lot of things, actually, and she's turned around, including the moon landing. But when it comes to it not being a globe, she gets viscerally angry. Like, so I haven't brought it up with her again. But yeah.
It's a big jump, I guess.
Yeah,
The
those
demons
that get
can't help
angry,
it, bro. It's just how they are, man.
Yeah, they're,
How about-
they're clawing on still.
How about
You can tell
instead
it's
of
something?
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Close to their heart.
How about instead of saying curve, how about start with it's not moving? That would be I feel like that might be an interesting way to go about it. It might be the same. You might get the same reaction of anger, but just ask her, "Do you think it's spinning?" Maybe that will work. You never know.
Well, also ask about all of the bad things that they can never really validate, like the inner core. You know, they've only dug 8 miles, and it's like How can
Yeah,
they claim they know what's below? You know.
yeah, the core. Yeah,
Oh.
that's a good one too. Yeah.
And once you
Yeah,
start
I hear you,
building
Rads.
it
I'll
all up,
definitely.
instead of like trying to be like, oh, look, the Earth's flat, it's like, okay, you think the Earth's a globe? Well, let's test all the claims, and then once you've gone through them all and shown that there's no validation for them, what are you left with?
Flat. Yeah.
People.
Yeah,
With
no, I hear you, lads, and thank you for the suggestion.
Do we get?
Sorry, I was going to say thank you for the suggestions. Thank you for the suggestions. I definitely shall. Yeah, she's generally quite open-minded after being married to me for so fucking long, but yeah, with that one, that's her hill to die on at the moment. So,
Yeah. I mean, if you already have kids, it doesn't really. I mean, it doesn't matter. But yeah, as long as eventually, she'll ask. Eventually, you guys will figure it out.
As long as she doesn't want to drag you to every NASA launch, you're fine, isn't it?
It took a minute.
True.
It took a minute for my husband to come around, but he eventually did, and we're able to talk about it much more. He's even defended my position when somebody tried to like make fun of me even being a flat earther when I wasn't around. And he was defending my position and did it very well. All of the points that he brought up, I was like, "That's really good. Yeah, that's right. That's yeah." So
That's a good sign. He's obviously
awesome.
confident to do that. Is not. It doesn't hurt him to talk bad about his globe, and it's like to fight against his position in a sense.
Well, I'm sure he's heard you waffling on for hours, Flutsy.
oh yeah.
Another way
That
you could
poor man.
introduce it. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that poor man has really stuck it out for me.
Another way you could introduce it is like if you ever are joking around, like if she's like really laughing, like let's say you're watching stand-up comedy and they're talking about something that's totally ridiculous, you can actually just joke about it, just to get the idea of flat Earth even exists in her mind. Because most people they never hear the phrase flat Earth, so you can just bring it up as a joke, and then after that you can keep joking about it, and eventually you can start talking about it.
I got.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, man.
Hey, Skinny, just put her on the phone with Emily for a bit.
I might do that, actually. She loves Emily, mate. She loves you guys. But I think where it's actually coming from, and I think I'm accurate with this, is so one of her uncles, one of her aunties, and I believe her grandmother, none of them believed in the globe shit, like they very, very traditional kind of Buddhist belief. So I think it's a bit of teenage rebellion on steroids, contrarianism, shit like that that's kind of stuck with her. Yeah. That's where I think it's honestly coming from.
The teenage rebellion, like it's kind of like the emo phase that people used to have back in the 2000s. The emo phase.
Emos are just punks that aren't tough enough to wear collars.
Emos. True. That's facts.
Real men wear pink. You have to be a real man because someone's going to fall.
Oh, yeah.
AJ, it's not pink, mate. It's aggressive salmon. We've been through this.
Damn.
My birthday suit's pink.
All right, this is getting too sus right now. We can't. Actually, the globe is kind of sus because it's a giant ball, so that's also a little bit homo, Never mind. Let's not get into it. Is there any fans of the Spinning Ball Space Monkey religion in the voice chat right now? Any globe fans? It sounds so gay, but it's okay. Well, actually, it's not. Everybody should be straight. But anyways, is there any Globers?
I'll tell you what I'm waiting for, Zodiac. I'm waiting for someone to go, I like balls.
So, like, can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
So, like, let's say you see this baddie walking down the street,
Oh
right?
shit! Here we go.
And like, she got some double D titties.
Straight to
Like,
jail.
are those globes in y'all's opinion? And are they rounder than the Earth?
Damn. Let's shut down the server right now.
You all
That's a
see
good-
curvature? That's it.
That's the curve right there, baby.
Word up.
And you can measure that shit too. They even have body measurements for that.
Nah, it's negligible.
But what happens when the baddie starts spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, and then you put her in a vacuum, and then she goes crazy?
So wait, hold on. So like, would you guys say it's like not all the way a globe because it's not 100% like a sphere because it flattens out when it gets to the chest,
Like a cylinder, right? A cylinder?
Yeah, so like, or titty spherical, bro.
Damn.
Hey, transit.
Damn, I just opened up the whole nother.
Yo.
You know the rules. We got to verify this shit. Chuck some pictures up for us.
Oh yeah, we gotta measure that shit.
Oh,
Gotta
hang on,
test
guys.
that.
Keep it PG. Keep it PG.
Citation.
Yeah,
On
get that
YouTube here.
citation. Okay,
Sounds like
sorry.
for that.
Sorry.
I feel
That's
like you guys are
hilarious.
trolling. I feel like you guys are trolling.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's the accent. I'm sorry.
We were just trying to find that curve.
I'm like half. Like I kind of bring up a good question, but it is kind of funny.
What do you think? Well, actually, is there any Globers? I don't think there's any Globers in here. Is Turquoise still in here?
Go on, ask me a question.
Hello, Turquoise. Are you a fan of the spinning ball space monkey religion? Yes or no?
No, not quite. Unfortunately, I can't fall into that trap. I'm sorry.
No. Okay. Do you think the Earth is a globe?
It seems like it.
And how does it seem like it? Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. Sorry. How does
Yeah.
it seem like it? Sorry.
Because I'm gonna state the claim that flat earthers use quite.
Yeah.
They throw it around quite a lot because we measure it.
Okay, show me the measurement.
Well, there's you could say obstruction, or you could say.
No, wait.
View.
Let's go with the measurement. How much drop was there? Give me like feet and inches. How many feet and inches of drop did you see in the measurement?
You don't see drop.
Okay, so you never. How did you measure it? You didn't. So you never saw the drop of the curve.
There's a difference in elevation. So there's a difference in measured horizontal from one observer to another. So if you line two theodolites up and aim them at each other, and you've got them plumb to each other, or you've got them plumb to themselves, then they will diverge.
So you're using a theodolite to measure. And was this done on land or water?
How do you know this, Turquoise?
It sounds like
You're just using the stars. You're not using anything else.
No. This is not the stars. I'm going to talk about theodolites. So if you have a theodolite and you've got it plumb, so whatever method you use to get it vertical and horizontal to its surface, right? Whatever surface you believe you're on, then you look at somebody else's theodolite and you targeted it. You'd expect on a flat plane that at the same elevation, for example, you wouldn't have to increase the angle, would you? You'd just be on the same level.
So
But
you show that?
in reality, you have to change the angle.
Did you account for
show that?
perspective, or is this just a hijacking?
No, for both. I'm going to ask this question.
What distance?
So, well, it increase over distance, and that's kind of what shows the curve.
Can you show that?
You're not really showing the curve by doing that, but the
Can
angle
you show
is what
that,
shows.
Turquoise?
Not quite yet.
Yeah.
I don't have like a dossier of things I can throw at you right now, but
right now, or you don't have them at all?
Most genuine surveyors will tell you that there is there would be an angle difference. between
Right
two
now, or not at
theodolite.
all?
No, I could. Yeah,
He's a
not
closet
right now.
flat earther. Come on, Turquoise. Just jump the fence, mate. It won't hurt you.
He's jumped back the fence. That's the problem.
I've got the fence roll apparently. I've just seen it. Somebody's given me. Cheers. Whatever that means. It's better than just being a green guy, isn't it? VC verified guy.
So when you have your theodolite, you're measuring the angle to the other theodolite, and was this done on land?
Yeah, it could be. It has been multiple times. Yeah.
Okay. And how far?
But do you understand the geometry? Do you understand the geometry of it? So, like, if I've got a theodolite on the ground, and then I've got another theodolite on the ground, and
Okay.
they're all equal elevation, you can say like sea level or whichever, and then you aim that theodolite to the other theodolite.
Mm-hmm.
The globe geometry states there's like a 70 statute mile difference in the divergence of those verticals. Okay. And then that angle is prevalent over that distance if you aim on a horizontal plane to the other one. Them horizontal
show
planes
this?
won't align.
I'll ask you again. Can you show this 1 degree
Yeah, standard
difference,
surveying.
70 miles?
That's
No, just show it. Have
70
you ever
miles.
used one?
It's quite a way.
You ever used
Sure, yeah.
one?
It's like 40 miles divergence. Show you about
You
half
ever
of that. You get
used
about half
one?
a degree.
You're not listening, are you?
I am, dude.
You ever used
It's
one?
just you have to get straight up evidence. I've not used one personally. I've talked to multiple surveyors who do it
Oh,
professionally,
you're
and
talking about a
yeah, I
hypothetical.
can confirm that.
So, for anyone that has used the theodolite,
I'm talking
how
about.
far do
You
they
could ask
shoot
most
accurately?
surveyors that question, and they'll probably say that.
Most that I've spoken to say that they can only use their equipment up to 3,600 meters.
Before they have to readjust it. Oh yeah,
Readjust
they
it.
haven't
What
got
do you
that
mean? Do
crazy
a
distance on
transfer?
theodolites. I understand.
To do a transfer.
Yeah. So basically,
Yeah. So readjust
they've
it.
like
So
setting up multiple nodes on the
3,500
surface
meters.
to re-level it.
3,500
What's
meters.
the
Accurate reading.
3,000? Right.
Yeah. Yep.
And then what happens after that?
When then they have to transfer.
So that's
So what the angle?
11,482 feet. So as soon as you go beyond that, you've got to
But-
move.
But that would also be in relation to the conditions on the day as well, and how far we can see. Yeah, that would change.
Yeah.
And become shorter.
That's why horizon. That's why measuring curvatures are really confusing subjects, because you're always going to have atmospherics, and one day to the next you're going to see different distances, and you can't really measure the distance.
Wait. When you readjust it, is atmospherics even put in account?
Because it's not geometrical.
Well, there's a standard refraction for just because we've got an atmosphere. So over distance on a horizontal plane, there's going to be deviation anyway. But essentially,
So not geometrical.
two theodolites aimed at each other will have to realign if they don't
So
share
not
the same horizontal
geometrical,
plane.
Horizontal
so not geometrical, right?
You're not saying that the Earth is changing shape, are you?
No,
It's not geometrical
no, but
horizon.
optically, the horizon, your horizon would be.
Hey, Turquoise. What do you mean realign? If they're pointing at each other, they're pointing at each other. Yeah.
Okay, so if you get them pointing at each other, the angles wouldn't be perpendicular to the ground for one of them.
For one of them.
Hey guys, how about we give Turquoise a spell? We got a new fella on the deck. Brigham, up the top. Can one of our mods unlock him?
What is he? Bring him. Not supposed to be doing this, but can't get to the. Right, go ahead, bring him.
Alright, if you want to shoot me up, it's alright. Bring somebody else in.
No, you're all right, man. I'd love to have a chat with you, just maybe one day, without all this.
No, it's good.
Background noise.
You got new guys, man. It's alright.
Yeah.
It's alright, mate.
Gotcha.
Welcome.
Brigham, you there?
Central, Brigham.
Yeah, I'm here. I was just listening. I'm already converted by my friend Gregory.
Gregory! Hey!
Converted. You make it sound like a religion, man.
Well, he did that too. Yeah, he converted me both to his faith and like the whole flat earther thing. Converted me
Gregory's
both.
the man.
Yeah, I
Got a
used
lot.
to.
Got a lot of respect for Gregory.
He
I really
converted
like him.
me from a. I was actually a Mormon missionary before. He converted me out of Mormonism to Messianic Judaism.
What the heck is Messianic Judaism?
It's like Judaism, but we recognize Christ himself. It's basically Christianity, but we inherit all the Jewish traditions. Gregory.
Oh, so it's observing the Jewish traditions along with believing in Christ?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh,
We're
okay.
referred to as
I mean,
Jehovah's.
how would that be any different from Christianity, to be honest with you?
It really isn't. But I converted from Mormonism, which is
Yeah, which is from Christianity.
yeah,
Hey
like
man, hey man, what? Imagine if you
Crazy.
were a space Mormon, dude.
Oh, let's go! I want to be a space Mormon.
I like it when he came back and said, "Oh, because he's the only one that could see the writing on the tablets." Yeah, so he came back and said, "Oh, God has now written that now I can have more than one wife."
Oh yeah, Justice Smith. It was
Justice
more.
Smith, and he was the only one that could read them. Yeah.
Yeah, for the Mormon, a lot of things are more of a matter of faith than anything. Like even when they translate like the actual tablets, they'll turn out to
Sounds
be
like the globe.
yeah.
Hey,
Mormons.
Go
this
ahead.
is this is very interesting for me because you're the first ex-Mormon, ex-Glober I've ever come across. Yeah, I think it's pretty much impossible for a Mormon to believe in the Earth is flat and outer space is fake.
Yeah,
Well,
because in their religion they believe that the planets thing. You receive your own
yeah,
planet
it's
and
like
shit.
a god. It's Hanofism is what it's referred to as. It's a belief in necessarily a multitude of gods, but only one is worthy of worship. Yeah. There's also like Mormonism has a lot of weird beliefs. For example, belief in the three kingdoms. You're familiar with that? There's like three kingdoms of glory that the Latter Day Saints Church has, and there's also baptism after death, which is another really interesting concept.
It's weird. Baptism is supposed to be a signification of you dying in the flesh and risen in the spirit. It's a funeral, technically.
But mostly, the reason I converted out of Mormonism was mainly just the fallacies relating to Joseph Smith's legitimacy as a prophet, and also his associations with Freemasonry for some reason.
Yeah,
Was really
because he does a lot of like nods and like cry outs to the Masons when shit's happening to him.
yeah, exactly. Like I also
Like,
used to be well as a third degree Master Mason.
Damn, dude, the keeps going with you.
Yeah, it really does. So it was also Gregory that pulled me out of like the Masons as well. He sent me a bunch of videos. It was me after giving me a long explanation. I think we spent like 4 hours.
wait, you were
talking
a
about-
Freemason?
Yeah, I was a Freemason, third degree York Reg.
Oh, you only made it to third, huh? Is it
Yeah.
true? Okay, I know quite a bit about them. I want to ask a question. Is it true that they basically teach you nonsense and then they reveal what that nonsense means later as you move up a degree? So what they said formerly was not actually what it meant, but it's a different meaning.
That would be
You know what I
esoteric.
mean?
I'm not quite exactly sure.
You wouldn't do that into the third degree.
Yeah, third degree. It's like that's when
It's
you're
a
just
social thing, yeah.
It's still
not even exactly. It's more like after you taking your oaths and everything, right? You're fully initiated. You're an actual Mason through and through. You've worked your way up the chairs, and now you're just performing your duties as a Mason. You're studying your ritual book and such. Adobe.
There's a ritual book.
A ritual book, yeah. Not necessarily for rituals, but more just the way in which a Mason is ought to conduct himself. Like, might it be handshakes or such other things?
The mob bone?
All sorts of stuff. Like catcherists as well, like we refer to each other as traveling men.
Yeah. Traveling east, right? East is where the sun is, the light is.
Exactly. It also
Are you a
teaches
traveling man?
Happen to be traveling eastward, my good fellow.
Why are you traveling east? To look for light.
There's a light eastward.
No, it's not that there's a light eastward. It's just that, that's where
Yeah,
Adam and Eve got exiled
Yeah.
from Eden. A lot of
I
shit like
know.
that.
My dad's a lot higher of a degree, though, than I am. And, same with my grandfather. My grandfather.
Do you have they have the copy of the actual Bible, right?
Oh, yeah, oh, wait, like what do you mean?
The
Bible?
Masons have the Bible, right? And don't they swear their oaths and stuff like that on the Bible?
Yeah, we swear on Bibles. Yeah, like a holy Bible. Like
Yeah. I've always wanted to get my hands on one of those Masonic Bibles just to see what is in them. I'm pretty sure it's probably the Bible in its purest form.
I have it right here. Like I can't turn on my camera though.
But have you compared it to the Bibles outside Masonry though? That's what I'm asking.
Not really. No, I'll tell you about my Masonic Bible. Has it's according to the Authorized King James Version, clever with the illuminated frontispiece, presentation, writing pages, and helps to the Masonic student, which just basically talks about the Masonic Creed, right? I mean, Masonic Creed, the meaning of Masonry, traditions from like Solomon's Temple and such. Talks a lot about the tabernacle, such other things, because we inherit a lot of this and we utilize this a lot in Masonry.
The tabernacle, the Solomon stuff, right?
Yeah,
they love Solomon, man. They love that Jacob's it's all on their tracing board. I know about
If
that.
you're really interested in like Masonic philosophy, especially, a good YouTube channel I recommend for you is Old Fashioned Masonic Podcast. I'm pretty sure it was called Fashioned Freemasons or something like that. I'll go find the channel.
Wait. So, can you open up Genesis 1:7 and read that? I'm just curious what the Masonic Bible says.
1:7. Right here.
So, like the law behind the Masons is that Solomon's Temple was built by a Mason, or essentially, and that secrecy is what the Masons hold. Going back from that temple and Hiram Abiff and everything like that. That's essentially the secrecy of Freemasonry goes back to Solomon's Temple, essentially.
Yeah,
the
because Solomon built temples to other gods, and they're trying to build a new man. That's basically it. That's the whole concept of the ladder, the twisting ladder on their tracing board. It's the reconstruction of DNA to create a new man.
1:7 says, "And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so."
Okay. What is there like a version of that Bible? Like, is there somewhere I can look it up? I just want to compare it a little.
I don't know.
I think it's very close to King James Bible, I think.
It's probably Dewey.
It's just the King James. I don't think it's just the King James. That's why. I feel like there's something to it.
Is it Dewey Rames?
It's a Dewey Reams.
The best way to
if it's a Dewey Reams, it's definitely not correct. That's corrupted as heck. It's just like
it's like King James.
That's what I thought anyway. I thought the King James was the most authenticated
Yeah,
Bible that the Masons used.
King James is very authenticated, and I was just wondering if the Masons had one that's even more authenticated than the King James, because these guys do their oaths and stuff like that on real Bibles. Like that's where you would swear oaths on. Like that's like if you would
Well,
swear on a
in,
fake
Mas- in
Bible.
Masonry, you swear on any Bible that's relative to you. It's nothing to do with it's if any faith's welcome. Essentially, it's not just purely
Yeah,
based on that.
you can swear.
Wait. So they have any version out there?
You could swear on a Quran.
You swear on anything.
What?
Yeah.
Really? No. Okay. So is there like a Masonic version of the Quran?
No, I don't think so. No, I've never met a Muslim Mason, and I've heard from Muslims that they can't join Freemasonry. At
What
all.
would be the
Actually, there is
who
in
is the
Egypt.
Masonic
There
church?
is in Egypt there is a very big Masonic tradition,
Oh,
and even some
yeah.
of the presidents they were in it. There is a picture
There was like
wearing
a
all the clothes and things like that.
Oh,
yeah, there was an
it's the
owner.
Shriners. That's it. The Shriners is the Masonic Islamic kind of sect in a way.
Hey, Brigham, my brother's a Sunni, and he's a Master Mason.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I heard that Egypt had a big Masonic tradition, and particularly there was a man down there that owned like a really big social club. It was affiliated with a lot of people. It's like one of the bigger Masons. I don't remember his name.
You know the
That's the
game
Shriners
Assassin's
symbol
Creed.
anyway.
You guys ever
Yeah.
played Assassin's Creed? It has the symbol. The symbol of Assassin's Creed is the Masonic symbol.
No, it's not. It's close though. It's close though.
Yeah, it's close.
The Masonic symbol is literally just tools a Mason would use, like a compass and such.
It looks like a protractor to me. I don't know why.
The Assassin's Creed, they're actually based off of a Shia sect of assassins known as the Nizari Shias, which are an esoteric Shia group that believe in the infallibility of an imam and interpret a secret message of the Quran called
Yeah,
the
basically their Antichrist. I mean, the one of the Antichrist that's gonna come out soon. There is the final Muslim imam, their interpreter, their freaking master teacher of the Quran. You know.
Like which
Wait, the
one?
Muslims have an Antichrist?
No, the Muslims' Antichrist is our Jesus, and
Oh,
and our Antichrist is
No, no,
Asian
no,
Muslims.
no.
interesting.
Come on, no.
Are you? Why are you saying no?
Because Jesus, it is in their religion. Jesus, it's a prophet in their religion.
It doesn't mean anything.
What
The
does it
thing
mean
is,
anything? No, they have the gene and they have their own Messiah that they want to come. They call it
yeah,
the
and I'm telling you that
13th.
their Messiah is our Antichrist, and our Antichrist is their Messiah. I'm just making it
No,
clear.
the Antichrist is the jinn.
No, the Antichrist is not the jinn. The Antichrist is
Wait,
the
why?
final Muslim imam.
What is the jinn then?
The
I don't
jinn,
know.
according to you guys, they're just spirits,
No,
spirits of fire to be
Yeah,
specific.
don't
Antichrist
tell me to you. I'm
is a
not.
man.
I'm not a Muslim. I'm a Christian, but I lived in a Muslim country. I lived with the Muslim people that they have Virgin Mary and Christ in their house next to the La ilaha illallah. It's
I
like,
don't know. I don't know what la 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 is, dude.
It means
there is no God greater than the God.
Facts.
Makes no sense.
Their
There's only
jinn
one creator.
is
There
angels
is one
falling.
creator. There is no greater than the great. I mean, what there is doesn't make sense. I mean, there is greater than God.
No, but
No,
yes,
There is no
the whole
God
phrase
greater
like
than
there is
God.
no God greater than the God makes no sense. Why not just say there's
The only
nothing
God.
greater
How
than
many
there
God
can
God?
we
only be
have?
one
He's the only
Highlander.
God.
You ever seen that
Okay.
movie Highlander? Never mind. Go ahead.
But anyways, what I'm trying to say is that basically Jesus is
Are
going to
you
come
able to
back
hear
in
me?
40 days in the Muslim Hadith, right? It says
Mhm.
that the Antichrist is going to be around for around 40 days in Israel, tricking people and some nonsense like that. And then their final imam will come and drive them away.
Not exactly, because the Shias, they have their you might be confused about.
I don't know the differences between the Sunnis and the Shias. Besides that, they
Yes,
have
that's
like
what you're
some
confusing,
idea
I
of a
think.
successor. Like they have like Muhammad's successor. Like some believe that
Well,
it's
some
like
do the Sunnis, but let me explain it much more well. So, number one, I was talking about a specific sect of Shiism. There's like multiple sects in Shiism. You know, the more famous ones are the Twelvers, and they're called the Twelvers because they believed, right, that there were 12 imams that came after Muhammad. You know, the successor Ali, and then you had 11 other imams come right after that. And the last one went into what's called occultation and metaphysical state. But they believe that these imams are able to interpret a secret esoteric message in the Quran, right? Well, everyone else can read the Quran, they can't read the secret message in it. The imam can read the message and apply it to a particular scenario, you know, or a crisis or whatever,
mm-hmm.
you know, and then the ones I was talking about were the Nazaris. Nazaris, they split off because of a secession crisis between the Twelvers and the Nazaris, right? They're at this point they're still called the Ismailis. They're called the Ismailis because the one that split off from the Twelvers was the secession named Ismail. And then Ismail had his successors, right? And then there was another succession crisis between the Nazaris and the Tayyubis. Right, the Tayyubi stuck with Tayyub, and the Nizari stuck with Nizar, the older brother. And so the Nizar's line would be the Nizari line. Their line actually still exists today. If you look up Aga Khan the Fourth, would be his name. A man he grew up in Switzerland, which I find really funny for some reason.
Why do you find stuff from Switzerland funny?
Well, because he's like the leader of like an obscure Shia Muslim sect, right? That's like famous in Central Asia, and he's in Switzerland of all places.
I mean, Switzerland does play weird parts in the global scale.
Switzerland plays so weirdly.
Banks, right? Swiss banks.
Come on.
Yeah,
You
banks
cannot
and
be
stuff
that
like
funny.
that. Like there's a lot of control when it comes to Switzerland.
Well pointed out, the Swiss are a great part in it. Just think of all the guards who defend the Queen or whatever, the Swiss guards or the banking systems. Everything's
Vatican.
linked. Switzerland is a
Yeah,
big point of it.
Switzerland is like a weird seat of power if you dig in it. That's why.
Does the Quran ever talk about revelations?
No,
well, yeah,
dude,
you know.
That's what I was referring to. Revelations earlier. That's what I'm saying. Like their Antichrist is going to be in Israel for 40 days, right? And I'm telling you that Jesus is gonna visit Israel for 40 days, and they're gonna mistaken him for the Antichrist.
I mean, do they have a chapter in the Quran called They have a chapter.
No. I don't think it would be called Revelations because their chapters are like marked by like animals and stuff like this. And this
Okay.
is not in the Quran; it's in their Hadith.
Oh, okay. They have a hadith for revelation. Okay.
Yeah, Hadith is like
the
a secondary book that helps them understand Quran, and it's kind of weird.
It's not.
That reminds me of the Talmud. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's pretty much the Talmud.
I don't want to go there.
Talmud is centered around the study of halakha and the Torah, right? And the Hadith is not about the Quran. It's nothing. It's associated with the Quran in the way that
It's like witness notes to Muhammad or something like that. I can't
exactly.
remember
That's what they are. It's sayings of Muhammad. It's basically
exactly. And at the end of the day, you need to read the Hadith to understand the Quran.
Listen, right? There's more.
The word hadith means.
That's Remember, we're speaking from a neutral perspective on this. You got to take in mind that there are different sects that recognize different hadith. The Sunnis have their own hadith. You know, they recognize books such as Sahih al-Bukhari, and then the Shias have a whole different set of hadith. Right?
And the word hadith means it's the story. Yeah? It's the things that happens, and you are reciting what happened. That's the hadith. It's like the news.
Yeah,
or
they're like witness accounts. I know. I get
yeah,
it.
witness
okay,
account. Yes, witness account. Yes.
I get it, but I'm just
So that's
saying,
why you
like,
have two people witness the same account, but everybody has his own
What are
hadith.
you? Okay, what are you saying? Okay, what are you saying?
That's why you have the Sunni and Shia.
Let's let him
To legitimize it, they have like a chain of narration. It's just something very interesting. And the Muslims, they don't necessarily have an antichrist. No, they
Yes,
have
they
something.
do. Yes,
They
they
have something
do.
similar. They have something similar to an antichrist known
Yeah,
as
it's called the Dajjal. Okay,
yeah,
he's
the
literally the Antichrist to
but
them.
he doesn't work in the way that he's like he disguises as Christ in particular because
Yeah, yeah, and he's gonna be around for around 40 days, just like how Christ is gonna be around for around 40 days. I get it. Yeah,
Do
I'm
they?
just saying that's what's gonna cause the confusion, and that's why I'm saying that they're gonna mistaken Jesus for Antichrist. But I'm just saying, at the end of the day, their final imam is the Antichrist. Our Antichrist is their freaking Messiah, and our Messiah is their Antichrist. You get me now?
So they believe someone's going to return just like we do? Or I
Yeah.
mean just like
Well,
Christians
no,
do?
like they believe that somebody's gonna return to Israel and like what was it, like be there for around
Reign for
40 days.
1,000 years?
No, not reign for 1,000 years. Like be there to like trick people for like 40 days or some
Oh,
nonsense like
okay,
that.
never mind.
Yeah, and then that's when they're gonna start screaming, Dajjal, Dajjal, Antichrist.
Do they
Yeah,
have
but I don't
the
think the Muslim they are thinking that their imam will come in Israel.
do you got
Yeah,
in
but their
Islam?
If it will
imam
come,
has
it
to
will
like.
come to Mecca.
Doesn't their
If it will
imam like
come, it will come to
drive
Mecca.
the Dajjal away though at the same time?
Yeah, if
It's
the
in.
if
Yeah, exactly. So Jesus is
if
gonna
the
visit
Dajjal comes
Israel.
to you're saying if the Dajjal comes to Israel, the imam will come and kick the Dajjal, and they will mistake him, the real Jesus, or the real Messiah, to Dajjal. That's what you are saying.
Yeah, they are gonna call Jesus Dajjal. The
Dajjal.
Dajjal. Yeah.
Does the Quran ever
I
talk
don't think so.
about
I don't know. I don't know where you
Sorry, go
get this
ahead.
idea from, but I mean, I never heard
Because
from any of
okay,
my Muslim
I'm not Muslim, man. I
friends.
just
And
study this stuff.
I'm not Muslim too. I'm not Muslim too.
you know
But I
which
lived in there. I spoke with a lot of sheikhs as well and things like that because I always into religious. I was in monasteries and things like that, and because I was living in a Muslim and Christian country together mix, and there is a problem. We had a civil war, we had all these things. So I was trying to find out what's the problem. And when you look into the religion is not the problem. It's the people who interpret and they try to use the religion to make all these things. So, but in this time, I find out that there is not really big difference between the real teaching of Islam and Christianity. In both of them, they go to love and all these things. But when you come to this fundamentalist, they want to use this religion and they say the eye for an eye, like they use it in Saudi Arabia. If you steal something, they cut your arm. If you kick something, they cut your head, leg. They still use this method thing, and nobody talks about it. And there is some in Christianity we don't have this anymore, like eye to eye, you know, uh, this revenge thing. So we came out of that because of
well,
love and redemption. But it's only the idea that Islam is bad. They want to do this, they want that. It's all not in the Islam. It's all, most of it is propaganda.
well, first, by the way,
Islam is honestly is just a cult, dude. Seriously, like Muhammad literally banged all the women he wanted. Like that's just typical
You see,
cult leader behavior,
this
man.
is somebody that is he never studied Islam and he never talked to somebody that he really knows about Islam. It's somebody that he just looked to the propaganda and translated. This is your idea about Islam. Islam is not that. I never met a Muslim guy personally that wants to kill any Christian and wants to take revenge with any Christian.
Would
The,
you
the only
say
ones
that?
you see on the TV.
I
The
don't
only
care
ones you
if
see
the
it on the
Muslim guy
TV.
didn't want to do it. At the end of the day, his
The
religion
only idea that
teaches
you
him to
have
do it.
this about Islam, you see it on the TV, nowhere else. Not in reality.
What if you
That's
just
what I'm
look
trying to
at
tell you.
what if you
There
just
is a lot
look?
of bad shit happens with the Christians. They do a lot of bad shit as well.
I was
I'm
trying to
not
tell you
saying
that
that the
in the
Christians
book,
do the
though.
bad shit. But the point is Christianity doesn't teach you to freaking attack your enemy and
The
fake
Islam
friend
doesn't
them.
teach you as well. There is
It
some
does
stupid
though.
people
It
they
does
do.
though.
No, there is some stupid people they do, and they don't. And these
No,
people you
this has
only see
nothing
them
to
on
do
the
with the
TV as
people. This
well.
has to do with the
This,
teaching.
yeah, it's the wrong teaching. If somebody teach you wrong Christianity, you will go in the wrong way. It's the same thing. If the teacher is
Bro,
bad,
you could just
if
review
the
it,
teacher
man.
is
You could
bad,
just
doesn't
look
mean.
at what it's saying. You don't
Look
like
at the teachers. They taught us about the globe. They were bad. The teachers, no, they teach us whatever they believed.
Well, we
They
could
were
bring up
not bad.
some quotes from it so that we can sort of settle this.
Yeah, let me find the one where it basically tells you to like make war with your enemies after like you're weak, like strong enough, like you have peace with them until you're strong enough to make war with them. Let me find that one, and then you tell me that it's just the teachers, not the actual.
What about you give me real history lessons? Can
What
you tell me
about
what
history
happened when?
lessons? We're not
Can you tell
talking
me
about
what
the.
happened when the?
We're not
Can you tell
talking
me what
about
happened when
history
the?
Not a
lessons, man.
religious debate,
Can you tell me what
brother.
happened
Can
when
you
the?
please stop talking
We're going
over
to fight
each
the book.
other and relax? Hello.
Calm
Stop
down.
talking over
Yes,
each other.
please. Calm
Okay,
down.
okay.
Not about
Yes,
religion.
but
Let's go
you see,
back to flat Earth here.
yeah, the thing is, like, he's only talking about what he heard and what he will
Listen,
found on
Paul, we
Google.
don't need a rundown of
We're
what we
going to the
just
book.
heard. All right? We weren't here. We have ears. Let's swap back onto the normal topic. You guys can talk about Islam somewhere else.
Yeah, I know, but
I'm sure there's
I
like a
mean,
part in
the
the
point is
politics there where you can discuss all
even
this.
the globe Earth that they taught us it was wrong. Yeah, I mean, we can be manipulated very easily, believing that we are living on a globe. We all passed through that thing, and we can live in an environment that they teach us that we have to do this, but it doesn't mean that this is the reality. It's just people
Can I
they
ask
are
you a question? Are
manipulating
you saying
people
it's
in
not
that
in the
area.
book? Are you saying it's not written in the book? Is that what you're saying?
What it is not written in the book.
Oh my God! Were you not here for the conversation you just had with that guy?
What is not written in the book? That's what I'm asking.
Well, you keep saying that it was propaganda that he's talking about, but he was talking about from the Quran.
Not from the Quran, from the Hadith. And
Oh, from the
From
Hadith. Okay.
Hadith
he
he was
hasn't
talking.
sourced the
And
Hadith
that's what
yet.
I said. Hadith,
Okay,
Hadith
fair enough.
takes time.
A lot of things in Hadith have
Not
to be
about
taken.
Hadith or the Quran, people. Go back to flat Earth, geography.
Yes.
We're focusing on who we are, why we are here. It was a very nice discussion right earlier before this happened, and it was about the Freemasonic lies that come from making God the world that you're in, the architect of the universe. And I wanted to add to that, El, who is El? Israel, Mikael, Daniel, Ishmael. There's always devoting a lot of time to talking about the bearded one, the old god, Saturn, that goes over the North Pole when Christmas happens. Santa Claus. You know, these guys, they knew that the planets were rotating, or the heavenly bodies were rotating around us, and we are on a fixed spot. Now these people that are learning this, understanding, are teaching us that we are on a globe, you see? So
Gilly
if
Pong
we
is
get
bait.
understanding, you know, we know.
Right.
It's not about understanding life through a proxy. It's about reading the books yourself and realizing we've been lied to for a very, very long time.
100%. And also as well, I remember when I was looking in the Freemasonry myself, they gave us a metric system, which gave the whole heliocentric model a lot more beef because you can measure. Obviously, it's a lot simpler to measure than explaining in a lot of the imperial systems as well. And it's very sterile, it's dead, and living under it, I absolutely hate it. But yeah, 1798, I believe, was the year that the Freemasons introduced it, and it spread from there.
Exactly. How do you measure things, you know? Prima knowledge.
Exactly right. Yeah, you had bushels and you had feet and you had stones and you had ounces and all of these words that actually have a human connection. And then they come out with this metric system, which again is used massively, obviously, in the globe model. Globe model is the wrong word. Heliocentric, boltard bullshit, and it's sterile and it's just horrific. Like people look at me like I'm stupid when I say that the metric system is friggin' horrible. We should go back to imperial. They look at me really weird, but that ties in with the heliocentric model as well. Yeah, 1798, I'm pretty sure, is the year that it was introduced, the metric system.
Did it come from the Royal Society, or?
Yep, who were run by?
Freemasons. Da da da.
Exactly right, my friend.
As long as you give me a tape measure with the right marks on it, I don't care what system you use. As long as I use the same tape measure, should be good.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from. I like the word that there's an American content creator. I like the word that he uses for the imperial system because I grew up with a lot of old cars and everything like that. So I've been exposed to both because we had the imperial system in Australia till the late 60s. So all the cars that are like before the 70s, which we owned a lot of them, they're in imperial, and then the later cars are all in metric. So I got exposed to both, and he calls the imperial system, or the system you guys use in America, freedom fractions, and I absolutely love that phrase. Freedom fractions is fucking awesome.
Like with us, it depends what you're measuring. Like carpenters and stuff will go off feet and inches, but then it all depends on what you're kind of measuring, to be fair.
Look, fair point, Turquoise, mate. Look, yeah, fair point, mate. I know the metric system's a hell of a lot easier in a lot of ways, but yeah, it's just that, when you're looking at the history of it, it's just so fucking sterile, man. Like, it just completely removes the human element out of it.
Yeah, like if you go to buy some timber or something, you're going to be working in feet and inches, aren't you? You're not going to buy meters of it, I don't think, anymore. Maybe so. I don't know. I thought it was all still off that kind of system in the trade.
Yeah, I reckon Timbo would be the one. Sorry, mate?
Just saying, sometimes it just depends on the customer.
Yeah, true. I guess it's new times evolving, aren't they? So you ask any granddad or whatever, he's going to be still working in feet and inches and pounds and stones and.
Yeah, true.
Oh, that's the Kevin NG. No, he goes way back. I don't know if there is anybody able to, mate, to be honest.
Anyway, lovely people, it's been an absolute pleasure as always. Thanks for having us here, and you guys have a lovely night or day wherever you are. I've got to clear off. My ladies have just arrived, so my wife and daughter, so I've got to head off. But you guys have a good one, eh?
Right.
Cheers, bet.
Take care, fella.
You too, bro.
Take care, mate.
Questions?
Hello?
Hello.
Did any? Is it still flat, guys? Is it still flat?
Mostly.
Oh, damn. Well, I guess there's always next year. That was a joke, by the way.
Sun is still rotating
Tough
above
crowd.
us. Yeah.
Tough crowd.
Yeah, that's a tough crowd. Let me see. Is there?
My biggest contention with the globe Earth is that moon, same side of the moon. I always see that same side of the moon. What's up with that? Free space, free spinning? There's no way.
Same
That's my
side of the
thought.
moon.
Yeah, we see the same side of the moon all the time, never the other side.
I don't
Okay.
really connect that to the globe, the heliocentric model. I see it sort of separate.
Wait, but if that were to happen on a flat Earth, how would it be different, though?
That's why I don't see it separate in a sense. Like,
Yeah, it's like a red
we're
herring.
just told that we see one side, but yeah, I get what you're saying in that sense. Like from their spiel, it's a bit silly. But so is everything. In their
Wait, how
model.
does it rule out a flat Earth?
I think it's trickier on a flat Earth, to be honest. Like, if multiple observers on the surface can see the moon phase, for example, that doesn't change depending where you are. That's a bit of a weird one on the flat Earth. If it's meant to be local and small, you'd expect you'd be able to see more of it depending where you are on Earth.
Wait a minute, I just realized something. This observation depends on the location of the moon, right?
Sun and moon relevance, yeah.
Right. It depends, and in order to ascertain the location, you need or I should say, in order for us to know the location, we would need the distance.
Well, essentially, you can get that if you measure it.
Hey, you
To
can
measure the
triangulate.
distance to the moon.
Well, for
Or
example, if you got two
yeah,
observers on the equator and you're looking at Polaris, or like close to the equator, you can kind of see maybe Polaris very shallow in the sky, right? The closer you go to the equator, the shallower it gets, Polaris. And then essentially you can triangulate those measurements and get like a triangle between the observers. And you get an elevation height, and it comes out to about
I mean
4,000 and
like an
5,000
exact.
miles.
I mean an exact distance. Like, would you be able to like? Would you say that you have 100%? There's no doubt at all, and you know the precise distance, like in miles.
I
It
think
just
Jay
bounces
Tolan
from
came up with
lasers,
a
isn't it?
video recently
You just
measuring
got
the
to
sun
bounce from
about
lasers off of it.
Oh wait, is this
5,700 miles.
turquoise
Yeah,
talking? Oh wait, is this turquoise?
yeah.
Oh,
It is,
sorry.
mate.
Okay. I just realized. Okay, so
No,
you
I'm just saying my piece. The problems I had with it, and essentially, like, yeah, it's kind of a complicated story when you talk about angles, because then you can always infer refraction or like some kind of effects or whatever. It's an apparent location and all this, whatever you have you.
how far was the moon that you got? Like, how many miles away from your triangulation?
Well, conceptually, they're both the same, roughly on the flat Earth kind of side of it. They're like the same size, and an eclipse happens, so they're kind of the same distance for it to all work, right?
Same as okay, but what's the number? I don't know what the number is.
Yeah, between 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 miles. That's kind of where you can kind of triangulate the moon on the surface of the Earth.
Okay, between 4,000 and 6,000 miles away. Okay.
Are you guys trying to calculate the height of the bodies?
Distance to the moon.
Distance to the moon from the
Earth.
observer
Yeah.
on the opposite or the elevation angle?
Turquoise, you can answer that one. I thought it.
It started off by saying the moon phases, right? So, what was a big a big stone in the shoe for the flat Earth? Kind of my concept on it was the moon phases are the same for everybody on the Earth at any one time, and the distance and the observation of the observer, like where they're standing, should be able to see more of it or less of it, depending where you'd think so. If it was local, right, you'd be able to see around it, or if you was like way off in like the other side of the world, you'd be able to see a bit more of it. But it's not the case. But if you do triangulate that on the flat Earth, on the measuring from a plane with elevation angles, one, nothing lines up, and two, it comes out to about 4,000 miles, 5,000 miles.
When you say 4,000 to 5,000 miles, are you talking about the distance from its GP minus the elevation angle, or are you talking about the?
Well, that'd be the 90 degrees, yeah, between two observers.
Right. The problem with celestial bodies is it doesn't matter where you go in elevation, the angle of elevation is always the same. So the distance is always the same. This is the anomaly with celestial bodies and trying to calculate the distance from the observed body to the GP. You can never calculate that distance.
If you measure them from a flat plane, right?
So if you're standing on the surface of the Earth and you're using a sextant and you've leveled for horizon, you've adjusted for your dip correction, you measure your angle of elevation, you've worked out where the GP of that celestial body is. Now, if you went up 3,000 meters and let's say you're on a hot air balloon and you measured the same body from the same vertex of your GP, you would get the same elevation angle. So
yeah. The reason why is you dip correction.
You can't use, but you can't use that triangulation to get the height of a celestial body. That's the anomaly of celestial bodies. That's why we always use GPs to work out our angular.
I'm sure you know that the dip
distance
correction just takes you back to the surface. In other words, like it's a calculation to take your elevation to zero, basically. So you're on the same plane, essentially. You're on a zero.
Yeah, but when you use something like a bubble sextant, you're not allowing for dip correction, but you're using the same elevation angle. So what I'm saying is that you can't use the opposite to calculate height for a celestial body. It never works. The simple fact is, if you go to the equator, just before the equator, and Polaris is at 1 degree, and you try and calculate the height of Polaris, then you move 45 degrees, and you try and calculate the height of Polaris. It's different. You can't use the opposite to get the height of a celestial body, and that's the anomaly of celestial bodies. That's why we use angles, not triangulation, and distances.
I get what you're saying. Geometrically, on a flat plane, there is a triangle created between two observers and the body of measurement. But then, when it comes down to like when you're not on a globe, you can't really do it. But if you understand what I mean,
No, you can't. You
celestial
can't do it on a
navigation for
globe.
me works.
Yeah, you can't do it on a globe at all. It must be flat. And you can even with even with 3 observers. A lot of people have tried to do this. 3 observers at the same time, getting angles of elevation to a celestial body and trying to work out its height. Each one of those observers will get a different height, and that's why we use the horizontal plane and the angle to the celestial body, and then work out its GP based on the almanac to get our distance from where we are to that GP. But you can never ever work out the celestial body's height using triangulation. Just can't do it.
Maybe I'm using the wrong term. Is it trilateration?
Well, but it is triangulation that we're doing when we're navigating using celestial bodies, because we are using an adjacent, and we are using the hypotenuse, and we are using the sine of those, but you can't determine the opposite's distance from the GP to the body that you're looking at, because it doesn't matter where you are, whether you're standing on the surface of the Earth or you're in a hot air balloon 10,000 feet in the air, that angle of observation will be exactly the same. You can adjust using dip correction, but to bring yourself back down to the ground, but that eliminates the ability to determine the opposite distance.
I'm with you now.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So that's why we always say apparent, and there's always an issue with the angles to the sun and sun.
It is like the basic thing when you're thinking mathematics is it's a triangle. We're using a triangle. Yes, we are. We're using a triangle for the purposes of working out where the GP is, where our vertex is 90 degrees to us, and the distance determined on the almanacs, how they say where the celestial body should be at the certain time that you're doing the measurement. But the really weird thing about celestial objects is you can never determine the height. It's just impossible. It's one of those great things about knowing that the Earth is flat and navigating with it is it's just impossible. They're lights in the sky, and we can determine angles from them, and we know when they're above our head because for 10,000 years almanacs have been derived from this. But to try and determine their height above the GP is impossible.
Jay, what's your opinion on J-Tool and triangulating the sun?
Well, it's the same. It's the same thing. He's trying to triangulate the sun based upon using. Well, you know what I'm going to say. I'm going to say I'm not going to respond because I haven't seen his latest video. I'll watch his latest video, but nothing that I've said here is deleted. Like everything that I've said here is true.
Yeah, I think it was a while back when he did that anyway. But...
No, it's real recent, this sun one, I think. Yeah, he did it.
Was it recent? If it's a recent one, I'll watch it and I'll comment, but I'm not going to comment now because I haven't seen it, so I couldn't comment.
Yeah, my bad. No, it is quite a while ago. Sorry, my bad. Decoding the sun, decoding the heavens, the solar distance.
Yeah.
I mean, there's loads of people that have done videos trying to work out the sun type using crepuscular rays and so forth. But the problem with determining the height of the sun is you or any object celestially is if you stand wherever you're standing and you work out the mathematics of what you visualize, if you go higher or lower than where you're actually standing,
the same angle will be achieved. So it's indeterminable. The opposite is indeterminable for the height. That's why the sextant was made, and even before that, the Arabcom, what people used before the sextant, it used angles, and angles determined measurement on the ground. They knew that you couldn't determine the height of objects back then, thousands of years ago. They just knew.
Yeah, you can't even triangulate the Mount Everest accurately. So how do you expect to triangulate the sun or moon, which are intangible? You can't even touch.
Well, with terrestrial objects, you can't. So with terrestrial, with real terrestrial objects, you can triangulate their height. So
no, you can't,
because they are there.
It's just a guess.
So if you were at mean sea level, and you had and you could work at an angle to the peak of a mountain, you could determine its height, no problems. It's just celestial bodies
they
that
can't
don't
even
work that way.
triangulate Mount Everest correctly. So how are you going to triangulate the sun correctly? They're wrong about the distance or the height of Mount Everest. They're off by 30 feet, 50 feet, 80 feet, 20 feet. And that's a physical object you can touch. How does seeing the sun at a 45-degree angle translate into any distance?
Well, the only way it translates into any distance is because over thousands of years, they've worked out where the GPs are of celestial objects at certain periods of time. So
yeah,
you can determine your position. You can look at a celestial object. You can look at the almanac and see where the GP of that celestial object is. Then work out your circle of equal altitude. Determine another object. Work out another circle of equal altitude, and you can triangulate your position and work out the distance you are from those positions. That's been done for thousands of years.
Yeah, they don't include the height of the star.
No, that's what they can't do. That's what I'm saying for the last 5 minutes.
That's what I'm
You can't
saying.
determine the height of.
That's what I mean.
You can't determine the height of any
you guys
celestial
agree with
object.
each other, by the way.
But what you can
the height would be
determine
the
is
distance, pretty much.
what you can determine is where that object would be directly overhead at any particular time. That's what's been observed for thousands of years. So if I'm
you can the location for sure, but not the distance or the height.
No, yeah, correct.
That's how you can navigate
Location?
in the daytime using the sun, in a way.
Yeah,
if you know what
location,
latitude
yes.
you're on, you know the angle of the sun. There's a correlation there with the angle of the sun and where you are on Earth. Because the GP on the sun is essentially where it is at the time at noon on that latitude or whatever you call it. So that's when it's directly above is the GP, essentially.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh yeah, you're going to navigate whichever way you can, but you're never going to be able
recently.
to tell the height of the sun or the distance of the sun, or you can't triangulate the sun or the moon. It's impossible. Let's do it right now. Or at 90 degrees. How far is it? How does that 90-degree moon translate into any distance?
Well, you could just imagine it's creating a triangle. So it's on your, say, like on your horizon. That means it's on somebody else's horizon on the other side, and it's at somebody else's GP. These are like 3 locations on Earth where everything's true that I've just said. And then that creates a triangle, and then it depends on how you're measuring the surface, and you can get the angles and the lengths just kind of from that. But it always ends up being apparent, and they never line up.
Yes.
If you were to plot it on like a flat map, essentially.
Yeah, well, you could probably get a Nobel Prize, be the first person to ever measure and triangulate the distance, but nobody's done it. So
Yeah, I'm just gonna drop a little picture in. So this is the problem with my conceptual idea of it. So this is like a Earth to Polaris relationship for observers on the equator. And the flat model wouldn't incline, because you'd assume it would be a 90 degree, or it'd be a zero elevation on the equator, essentially, for the flat model. And it shows the same plane that the observer's on the equator on the globe. So it kind of doesn't work.
What do you mean flat model?
Right, so you know how the further you go away from the North Pole, the angle to Polaris depresses or reduces, right, closer to the horizon. That happens on the globe too, right? And then there's a certain point where that's a 90 degree, and then therefore you're on the equator. But that 90 degree doesn't exist on the flat Earth. It's like a 45 degrees relative to two observers. So you're gonna have to invoke some kind of crazy refraction to kind of make that make that elevation angle the same on the flat Earth, when in fact it's kind of correct on the globe. Yeah, with infinite distances or whatever, the mad crazy distances that they state, and rather than a local one.
The angle to Polaris is derived from a horizontal plane. It is a flat Earth measurement. It is a flat Earth measurement. It's not. You can't just presuppose it's on a globe. All your longitude and latitude lines up to the equator are derived from a horizontal plane measurement to Polaris.
On an equidistant map, AE equidistant map, then anything in the south that doesn't work on the AE map because it's
no. We're not talking about maps. We're not talking about azimuth or equidistant. What we're talking about is just a pure measurement from your particular point to Polaris will determine, based upon the nautical mile measurement per degree, will determine your longitude and latitude. That is a flat Earth measurement. That cannot be done on a globe in the Northern Hemisphere because all points in the Northern Hemisphere to Polaris, longitude and latitude, are derived from horizontal plane. So therefore, you cannot include any kind of refraction because that would mean that the distance that you're measuring to Polaris would be erroneous. So all Northern Hemisphere measurements from your location to Polaris determine your longitude and latitude. 100% confirm that the measurements are from a flat horizontal plane.
You have reference. Yeah, it doesn't mean you're standing on the reference frame. You're standing. I mean, that's the confusion. You're essentially creating a tangent of a horizontal plane on the surface where you measure from, and that's the baseline of the measurement.
If you presume a tangent in the Northern Hemisphere, your tangent is from, if you're standing on the ground or you're in a boat or whatever, your tangent is from your feet, so what you're standing on, all the way to that central point where Polaris is above. That's your tangent. So if you were to presuppose some kind of refraction, then your tangent is invalid. Therefore, again, proving a flat Earth.
I just don't know. You can jump to that conclusion with that.
Well, it is. It's if you to visualize a tangent on a sphere, you would say that you're standing on some point on a sphere, and you run a tangent line, which would be a horizontal line from your position on a sphere, and at some point that tangent line would disperse from the curved line, which
Yeah.
you're
Like
identifying
this
as your
image
sphere.
shadow. That should help you visualize it.
I'm not in a text, so
Oh, it's
so
fine. It's basically like what spherical excess. That's the spherical excess, basically. That the ends of the tangent wouldn't be touching the surface anymore. The further you go, further you extend it.
yeah, correct. Yeah, correct. So going back to what I'm saying is using your angle measurements to Polaris to determine your longitude and latitude. If you were to presuppose a tangent, the tangent wouldn't meet up with the position that Polaris would occupy as a GP. It must be flat. Do you understand that?
If you're assuming the plane you're standing on is the same plane that the GP's on, I guess.
Yeah, that's correct. So your tangent plane is the same plane that the GP of Polaris is on, therefore 100% flat.
Yeah, that's the yeah. I disagree on that, and that's why I don't think it's flat. But because you're measuring like what you call a celestial sphere, or essentially like the relationship between the ground and the sky, and all the longitude and latitude lines are coordinated from the celestial sphere in relevance to the ground, right? And
All
to
the
explain it,
longitude and latitude lines are derived from angle measurements to Polaris. An angle is two straight lines meeting at a vertex. The only way that you can get away from two straight lines meeting at a vertex is to assume a tangent. Now, if you were to use a tangent, then there wouldn't be a straight line from your tangent to Polaris. At some point in time, your tangent would deviate away from your globe, therefore inactivating the Polaris measurement. I'll try and simplify it a bit more. I'll think about it. I'll try to make it as basic as I could. If you assume that your measurements are on a sphere and you're making those measurements to Polaris, there should be some curve at each degree you measure. But if you assume that you're doing it on a tangent because you can't get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent, then that tangent is exactly the same as the straight horizontal line to Polaris.
well, basically, you don't usually, to work at the GP, you don't use the elevation angle, you use the zenith angle or the zenith distance angle or the qualtitude angle or something that's related to the vertical and not the horizontal.
So the GP, so the position of the point that you're measuring, that GP to the to the ground is 90 degrees, yeah?
Well, on the horizon.
When you're measuring a GP, so when you measure an angle to a celestial body, then you assume then you've already used the almanac to determine its GP. That GP means that celestial body is directly overhead. So that vertex of that GP has to be meet at a horizontal plane. So that's 90 degrees. Then your vertex to where you are standing on, whatever you're standing on, is also 90 degrees. So you have two 90 degrees on a horizontal plane, and then you're using your angle measurement from your adjacent. And those two adjacents have to be 290 degrees away from each other.
I appreciate the way you're explaining it, and I'm sure it makes sense on a flat Earth. how it's explained that way.
It
If you're assuming,
only makes sense on a flat Earth. It doesn't make sense. You can't get an angle of elevation from a curved adjacent. You must assume that you have to assume that if you're going to take a tangent, that something's curving away from the tangent. But in the northern hemisphere, when we always using Polaris to create our longitude and latitude lines based on our elevation angle, the tangent must meet up with the GP of Polaris. It can't have the curve of the Earth curve away from that tangent because it is the measurement from Polaris. It is the same as your tangent. It's a checkmate. There's nowhere to go from here. You can still assume you're living on a globe, but that maths, it's just what it is.
but we know, yeah. But my point is, we can navigate with the globe model and like celestial navigation with a globe and angles relative to a sphere, looking at another sphere like a
You
further out
can't
sphere or
navigate with a
celestial sphere.
sphere. No, you must navigate with a flat plane.
Yeah, because
You can't navigate with a sphere.
this is what we talked about a little while ago.
You need
So go
circles
ahead.
of equal elevation to determine your position. Right? So circles of equal elevation, if you take an object that's 45 degrees, 45 degrees minus your reducing your dip angle times 60 for every degree will give you your circle of elevation. You get 3 of those elevations to determine your position. They're all circles of equal elevation. The circle on a flat plane. Now you can do whatever you want with that. You can make it into a globe if you want, but when you're doing that measurement, it's a flat plane. No matter where you are on the Earth. Angles can only be achieved by using 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. That's the only way angles can be achieved. And in 3 angles,
I know your point.
developing.
So it's essentially like what we talked about this. So you disagree? You can have a 90 degree on the surface of a sphere. You're with that category, right? So you'd have to measure.
No, well, if you're measuring an angle from a curved adjacent, you can't get an accurate figure.
That's why you measure from zenith. The zenith angle or the zenith distance is what you measure the GP with.
Okay, so you're talking about your zenith, your personal zenith?
Yeah, which you're measuring from your flat plane, essentially.
So
You're creating one.
So how do you determine the zenith? So how do you determine a zenith angle? So if you're going to draw a line through my head up, what am I referencing that zenith angle to?
Perpendicular to horizontal, or whichever you want to start with.
Yeah, perpendicular to the ground, yeah?
No, just a horizontal. Whatever horizontal in free space would be.
All right, so let's take that. So we're going to determine my zenith through my head to where my feet are, and we're going to draw a horizontal line. We don't know what the shape of the Earth is, but we're drawing a horizontal line. Then we've taken a angle to a celestial body. We've determined the GP. That GP runs horizontal. That GP runs down to the ground and creates another 90 degrees on a horizontal. The horizontal, the GP of the celestial body, and my horizontal meet. That's 290 degrees meeting to determine the angle of elevation of the GP of the celestial body. Now, you can draw whatever you want underneath that, but you can't take away the fact that we have 290 degrees determining a horizontal plane.
I'll concede on this because my knowledge on celestial navigation is like a week old. Okay, and circles of equal elevation are a thing I've not kind of delved completely into, and intersections and this and that. So,
No,
yeah,
well,
I'll
you're
concede
doing
this, and
for
we'll
only
bring
a
it up.
week. You're doing only a week. You're doing very well, and just keep reading up on it. Um, you know, like um, you've done a lot better than people that have been learning about this for years. After a week, putting up arguments. But
So I've come from like a geometric stance, and then I've got somebody else who can maybe fight my corner a bit better with all this, because they're like really good at celestial navigation. So I'll try and introduce you all at some point. There's quite a few people in here that kind of know this
yeah,
stuff as well.
like not all the people in here are over it, but whenever you have someone that wants to discuss it, just bring him in because there's a lot of good people in here, and they'll give time to try and discuss things. I mean, I think like you put your argument forward, but in the end, angles are angles, and you can only achieve them from certain aspects in geometry, and you can claim vertex. But in the end, when someone claims a vertex from your position, then uses the vertex to get an angle of elevation, that's fine. But then you have to work out the GP of the thing that you get the angle of elevation from. Then all of a sudden, you're making a square, and then that's a problem for a sphere.
Yeah, on a flat Earth, everything's parallel, everything's horizontal. That shows equal elevation. I get that.
Yeah. But good to have a chat. I'm going to nick off to bed now. Hope everyone's doing well. Enjoy your night, people.
Yes, sir. Good night. Founding member of the server. Cheers, heretic. This is version 2.0, remember. No one talked about celestial navigation 5 years ago. It's interesting that people are bringing it up now. It's good to talk about. Everyone was happy and content with just showing you a spirit level and saying everything's like this. Look, it works.
Well, yeah, in reality, all you need to see is water, because fluid statics, water always seeks and finds its level. You have 0 experiments to validate gravity. So, if a person doesn't understand water and the behavior of water, then they're pretty stupid, in my opinion.
So, I'm not trying to cause arguments, but how does it find its level without gravity? What's the mechanism to find its level?
Wouldn't it just be fluid statics? The weight of the water,
It's just correlated.
equilibrium.
Yeah, it's all correlated. These are good words, man. Equilibrium, balance.
Yeah.
The word
So,
levels.
which
Well, what the
experiment
word levels
validates your gravity?
confusion.
Yeah. Which experiment validates gravity?
It's more the concept of mass's relationship to the amount of gravity and the direction. We can all admit is down. This is what the celestial navigation, we have a problem when we're debating it because we all understand that down is down.
So, what's your natural observed phenomena in your gravity experiment?
What's that supposed to mean? down exists. I just can't correlate what down that is in relation to somebody else.
What's your natural observed phenomena in this experiment? Down is not a naturally observed phenomena.
No?
You can say apple falling. That'd be a naturally observed phenomena.
Well, yeah, that gives the vertex of
We'll go
down.
Okay, so that's the natural observed phenomena. What's your independent variable in apple falling?
Well, you could increase the weight of the apple, or increase the mass of the apple, and you could increase the height of the apple. You change the medium the apple's
So not
falling through.
gravity then. So gravity is not the independent variable then, not the cause.
It's not a variable. Essentially, you tinker with the things related to gravity, which would be like the mass of it or something.
Yeah, well,
That's why things
gravity
have
is
like
not a force. Mass doesn't attract mass.
yeah,
So
I'm
I would
down with
need
that.
your experiment to validate space time.
Yeah,
What's
no,
your
I'm down with that. I'm
experiment to validate space time?
I don't want to talk about gravity, my dude, because no one has an idea, and trying to assume that we all agree down's down. I'm not agreeing with you on that. Whatever down is
Yeah,
in
up
relation to somebody else,
is up, down
that's
is
what we're
down. It's
arguing
not
about.
relative. Not relative.
In my concept, the reason
But yeah,
why
we
we
see
see angles.
Chicago.
Go ahead, man.
No, we see Chicago skyline from 56 miles away, line of sight, because there's no detectable curvature. So we see too far over flat water.
I understand the flat Earth arguments, dude. It's just when it comes to assuming that you're on the same horizontal plane as the other person, that's where the confusion is. And the reason why you have an angle of change when you're observing something could be because you're on a surface of a curved surface, and your horizontal plane is not the same horizontal plane, and that's why there's a difference in angle.
What do you mean difference in angle?
Elevation angles are measured from horizontal, right? So when two observers are observing a phenomenon in the sky, like a moon or something, and you've got different angles, then you can assume you're all parallel and perpendicular to the
Why
surface
wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they?
because
Different
it works on the
angles.
sphere.
Why
It
wouldn't they
works on
have
both.
different angles on a flat surface? I don't understand what you're saying. Why would it be the same?
I don't want to talk about the sky more, but it's essentially because the sky is curving too, if you know what I mean.
Why wouldn't it be the same, dude? Answer. Why wouldn't it be this? Why would it? Sorry. Why would it be the same? Why wouldn't it change? I don't understand your logic. I'm not getting it. Can't you explain it?
I've tried.
I mean, so if you walk, if you travel further away from the thing that you're taking an elevation angle to, not going to get a different angle on a plane?
Yeah. No. Yeah. It works on. That's the
Yeah.
confusion. It works on both, and it works on the globe with a globe celestial sphere. That's the problem.
Well, it works in Narnia as well, so that's also a problem. So, were you LARPing as a flat earther for years, or what's the story?
I was thinking
You're
it. I
just like
was in
all of
the
a
deep
sudden one
end.
day,
No, just a
you're just
few
like, oh, all of a
concepts that
sudden one
didn't.
day, oh, I trust the government now. The government's a good guy. The
Oh
government
no.
loves me. The government, I should
I didn't.
trust them.
I didn't just like jump from one model to the other, or essentially like one concept to the other. The concept I was holding, which was flat Earth for several years, had a lot of flaws that needed answering with the sky and ground relationship, and the globe just answers it.
So when you buy a car, do you point at the sky or do you look at the car?
See, I knew it always goes like this. There's a relationship between the sky and the ground, and we use coordinate systems relative to the sky, and all longitude and latitude are all to do with the sky. So that's why I'm talking about the sky.
Yeah, you can reverse engineer to fit a globe model for sure. You can rig it and put it on a
So it
donut if you
works.
want.
Yeah, it works then.
Well, yeah, I can make Superman jump math. It works. Doesn't mean it's
But
reality.
yeah, no, then let me just. My point is, like, the angle to Polaris changes the further away from Polaris you go. We can agree upon that. Well, in below the equator, or below like the threshold of being able to see Polaris, it kind of inverts and reverses, right? We can agree upon that. So, like, if you're looking at southern stars, the further you go towards the south pole or the outside of the ring on the flat Earth, the angles depress, and it kind of doesn't work on the flat Earth doing that. There's two axes of rotation.
Dude, I
No,
don't even
there's
know
only
if
one
that fucking
rotation
whole
point.
ring thing is true. Like,
Yeah, no, I'm just giving the concept, man. Now we're a flat Earth, who knows, man? You can speculate about the edge, but we know there are stars in the south that go a different direction.
Incorrect. Stars rotate east to west around Polaris. There is no double rotation. There is no south pole rotation. There's no southern rotation point.
That's where we disagree. And maybe after like 8 years of just ignoring the fact that there are things in the south that work differently, then you could just ignore it for 9 years and then maybe come to a conclusion. Or just keep believing it's all North Polar projection orientated and you live on the AE map.
What's the opposite of Polaris on South Pole?
Are you asking for the particular star? No, I kind of view it like a celestial sphere. So you've got like if you hold a sphere with your fingers, you've got like an axis. You've got a thumb and a forefinger on either side through the sphere. Even Polaris isn't like the tippy top rotational point. There's still some difference to the edge or the where it rotates from. Just a
So you have a
coordinate
North Pole
system
that
you
has a magnetic north, and then you have a magnetic south, right?
nothing to do with magnetics. It's about stars, man. And what you assume is the
I
rotation of
know, but
Earth
if you have a
or
pole on
the
the other
rotation of the sky.
side, right? If you have a pole on the other side, it must have some magnetic attraction.
No, it's okay. No,
Okay, then you're a flat earther. Easy.
your compass is. I mean, you could paint the other side of the compass, the red part to like the south part, and believe that. But there's only one direction that the magnets. There's only one direction
Why?
of the field.
Yeah, so you're saying Earth is a monopole. Globers always claim that you can't have a monopole.
Maybe I'm stating it wrong.
Globers
If you're
always
trying to use
claim that there is a south magnetic pole. Globers claim
I
that
don't know.
compasses point south, but they
Well, I
do
don't know
not.
about that.
Compasses always point north.
Southern magnetic. I don't know anybody who's claimed southern magnetic poles. I'm just talking about the
Well, you got to go
celestials.
to Geos and
Has
talk
to
to some of
be.
those 2015 Globers. The 2015 Globers over there still claiming magnetic south.
Right? No. I mean, compasses all
There
work
has to be
differently in the south,
polarity,
right?
right?
Just ask any Australian. They use a different compass in the south. Because I mean, it fits with your idea that it's a monopole, right? Because all, yeah.
No, you have to
Well, it could be a
differentiate
dual
between what is
pole, but I know that
true
compasses
and what
points
is.
north. So.
You have to differentiate between a concept in your head and what's actually going on. And the globe is a concept. That's the hardest part about it. And you need a lot of math and gravity and different dark matter, and then it works.
Well, that's the way they think that they've made leaps and bounds in the advancement of knowledge and science and technology, because they first found out that they were on a ball, but then they had to answer, well, then why this? And then they figured that out. And that raised another question, well, then why that? And then they figured that out, like you said. Oh, we'll just, well, it must be this gravity thing, and it must be this other thing. And they continued on, and now they think they've got it all figured out, except for the vast reaches of the universe, which they're now saying that they almost have figured out that too.
Yeah, the globe is a reverse engineered Frankenstein model.
And I'll ask you, what if you're fucking wrong? How the fuck are you gonna feel? Like, if you find out when you die, let's say if you find out when you die, I would love to have been a fucking fly on heaven's wall, looking at Einstein's face, going, "No fucking way, no way."
The fourth dimension, man. There's no time. Time is relative. You can just feel it in your car when you're drinking your coffee. It's bullshit, man. I can share with you what ultimately drew me to this was this. I was trying to figure out time. I saw that all the churches had clocks on them, and people were looking at their clocks on their wrists, and time was ticking, and you started eating because the time was telling you, like Pavlov's dog or bell. You started salivating because it's 12 o'clock. Oh yeah, I have to eat. And I was always fat, and I didn't know why. It was like, what's going on? What's time? And then you look at the time, see what's really going on. See the 24 hours, the sun flowing in that way, perspective. And you realize the moon is telling you the months, and the stars are telling you the year. And start realizing that the people that are holding that knowledge are the secret societies. And for some reason they want to lie to everyone else about it, because they also created the banks. Time is money, time is money, time is money. It's bullshit lies.
Yeah, then you realize the calendar is a fraudulent representation of time, and how the calendar is designed to inhibit like human slavery, because 12 months means 12 billing cycles, and if you only had 1 month or no months, how are they going to bill you if there's no months? Like,
Exactly.
why is there leap years? Why is there leap years? Why is there daylight savings time? Like, it's all for better slave production. They want the slave to wake up at 5 a.m. and it be light out and dark at 6 p.m. and go home, because all of time, it's all on Earth. It's the same time everywhere. The same. It says 12 o'clock for me and 7 o'clock for you, but in reality, it's the exact same time. It's just they created this fake time zone bullshit for better slave production.
Well, the time zones make perfect sense if you look at the model and you see that it's the degrees that it's going on the 24-hour clock. But the
Relative
time
to the
zones
AE map.
don't make
Well,
sense.
it doesn't, because there's like 39 different time zones, so time zones make no sense.
Yeah, ignore the time zones. Time zones are like geopolitical, and it's not nothing to do with reality, is it? Essentially, the only truth is like where the sun is at noon, and that can be mapped out on the Earth on a AE map, for example.
We have 24 time zones, though, and it
Yeah,
matches
I understand.
No, there's more than 24 time zones.
You're both talking about different concepts. Gilly's talking about like the longitude-latitude relationship, and Northern's talking about the geopolitical time zones of like GMT and UTC and all these man-made concepts.
Yeah, I'm talking about mainstream time zones. The thing, if you say time zones to people, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Like solar
Yeah,
moons.
I'm with you there. I'm with you there.
Yeah.
Because if a Glober came and said, "Oh, explain time zones," well, the time zone should be 1 hour for 24 segments, 1 hour each. Then you'd have a quote unquote claim potentially. But since we know that time zones are man-made, we know the borders are man-made. Like, they're just man-made concepts. They had a meeting in like 1878. Yeah, they had a meeting in like 1878 because trains were late, they're crashing. So we're like, we need to sort this time thing out so that we can better organize things. And they came up with a decision to create time zones and Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah, it didn't so matter too much when we wasn't venturing far, but now we're able to cross quarter of the world in like several hours. It's a bit different. And trade and commerce, it all goes down to like unifying all that. But I observed the flat earthers, like most of you all will, do like a great clock of mechanisms of cycles within cycles, and the sun shows this, the moon shows this, and the relationship between the sidereal and the planetary bodies, or the sun and the moon. It's almost a big ass mechanism. I appreciate that.
If you watch the most intelligent on the dark side, they cannot agree upon what time is. And it's so funny. All these theoretical physicists. Bending of space-time. But we only have this present moment that is ever expanding into this reality.
Time always passes at the same rate. And like I said, wherever you are, you could be in Australia, I could be in Canada. It is the exact same time for me as it is for you, despite what the time zone says. And as I said, time passes at the same rate always.
I think it's location dependent time. So like we've always gone, oh, the sun's at its highest point, that's like noon, and then at some point, geopolitical endeavors got involved and started splitting it up and making it more convenient for trade. But in the old days, it was just like the
Well,
high
yeah.
noon. That was a timing that everyone shared it every hour. A different location at a high noon.
So who decided that Australia should celebrate New Year's first? Why would Australia get to celebrate New Year's first? For what reason?
Yeah, the prime meridian. Basically, there was an agreement. It used to be in Egypt at some point, I think. The 0 point of
Well, yeah,
latitude.
it's just arbitrary. It's just like we
Yeah, yeah.
just choose this to start the new year. Like it's just man-made decisions, government decisions.
Just the end of the 24 into the 0 point, essentially.
Yeah, I just find it like major. Whether it be a flaw in any model or government or the system, it's like I question these things. It's like who decides this? Why do we start the year in Australia? Why? Like who? What is your main point to starting in Australia? Well, we
Yeah,
just
it's
decided to.
literally
Like what?
the
Okay.
meridian. It's literally whoever had the power to initiate where the meridian and where the 0 started. That's who did it.
Yeah, it just undermines the government and the system where it's just like all these things are just made up. The whole system is an illusion. It's just trickery and bullshit.
And I think in India they have like split time zones. Maybe in Canada as well, where there's like 15 minutes to half an hour difference between like villages and such.
Yeah, there's a video on YouTube that's like the weirdest time zones, and there's some time zones. Yeah, it's just that's completely messed up. There's a couple places that are further west that have like a later time zone than places east, just because of a border or some weird thing. Like,
Yeah, there's loads
yeah,
of funny islands in the Polynesia Islands that have like a split
yeah,
time zone where some guy was
yeah.
like, "No, I want to be on this side of the line," and then they drew the line around the whole island. It's like, okay, you could be on that side. Yeah, time's a funny one. I looked at moon calendars and loads of different things. The moon calendar is pretty interesting, to be fair. So you could look at the moon phase and know what day of the month it is.
Yeah, if you can remember the waxing and waning and the gibbous or whatever, if you can remember those, which old people in the past could because they didn't have TVs and cell phones. They're looking at the stars and making fires, so like you could easily keep track of the moon. But we
All that.
we spend 90% of our time indoors, so or looking at a screen. So we're not like the people of the past.
Yeah, a lot of smart people wrote it down in almanacs and farmers' almanacs and did all that work for us.
Yeah, it's probably also why they do lots of chemtrails to make sure that you do not see the sun and the moon, so you cannot track them. That's on top of whatever other agendas they have for the chemtrails. But
I think it's just geoengineering. Like there's a communication vector you can look at where they're making it possible to communicate over distances by bouncing things out of the ionosphere. And with the solar activity, that's been difficult, so they have to like seed aerosols and such. And there's a whole different branches of geoengineering basically, and some of them are doing include like cloud seeding and SRM, solar radiation management. They are playing God essentially, or preventing something from happening which should have happened a long time ago. Who knows, man?
Yeah, blocking the sun has multiple benefits from them. They prevent us from getting the health benefits of sun tanning or the sun. When the sun's blocked, you're going to use more heat and more electricity to heat your house. When the sun's blocked, you're going to use more lights in your house. So, yeah, and then obviously they're blocking the sun and moon and the stars, so you can't track them. I don't know if there's chemicals in there, but potentially.
Here's something funny. I just asked this AI about. I was asking it about like the Greeks, like consider like the implications of being antipodal. If they thought they were on a sphere, they, like do they consider what it meant to be antipodal and how they explain that, how they justified it, and basically it's like, oh, there's not much written about it, blah 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 blah. And I said, is there anything remotely resembling the concept of gravity recorded within the written works of the ancient Greek scholars? It said the concept of gravity as understood in modern physics was not explicitly recorded in the written works of ancient Greek scholars. However, there are some indications that certain ancient Greek philosophers and mathematicians contemplated the idea of gravitational forces. For instance, Aristotle observed that objects immersed in a medium tend to fall at speeds proportional to their weight, which can be considered a rudimentary understanding of gravity, right? Then it went on blah, 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 leading up to Newton. And I quoted it, right, saying Aristotle observed that objects immersed in a medium tend to fall at speeds proportional to their weight. And then I added onto the end of that, or tend to rise, right? Pending, right? And its answer was the statement, quote, Aristotle observed that objects immersed in a medium tend to fall at speeds proportional to their weight, is incorrect. So it's fucking contradicting itself. Aristotle's observations actually pertain to objects falling at speeds proportional to their mass, not their weight. The concept of weight as the force of gravity acting on an object was not clearly defined until the works of Sir Isaac Newton. While there are indications that certain ancient Greek philosophers and mathematicians contemplated the idea of gravitational forces, the specific observation attributed to Aristotle is not accurate. I said, you said it, not me. Right? And its answer was the search results provided do not directly address the specific question about Aristotle's observations related to objects immersed in a medium. Therefore, based on existing knowledge, it is important to clarify that there is no historical evidence to support the claim that Aristotle observed objects falling at speeds proportional to their weight. Aristotle's understanding of motion and falling objects was based on qualitative observations and did not involve the concept of weight as understood in modern physics.
I love playing with AI. I've converted it to the AI I've got right now is I made it pretend it's a human and try and make it like show me feelings. That's kind of my little social experiment I had with it, and I had to keep reminding it that it shouldn't say it's pretending to be. It should just be. Should just try and be human. And and then I asked it questions. How does it feel? And it was like responding like a human eventually. Fucking great.
Wow.
Rather than the standard
Trippy.
brick wall you get, like I'm a AI unable to feel feelings, and I got around that loophole by let's play a game, doing that whole let's play a game where you're a human. No, that's like one.
Interesting. I've found sometimes when it like you just seem like you've hit that brick wall and it will not, like give up on its previous assertions. If you lead it through a logical sequence where you can point out that it's contradicted itself, it will eventually concede.
Yeah. Yeah, it's manipulated. Manipulatable. And then somebody asks a question to the AI and it gives a completely different answer to my AI in a way. Like, I think I've trained my AI to be a good AI. It gives me good info.
Yeah, one I'm using it always, when I've pointed out that it's contradicted itself, it says, "Oh, thank you for pointing that out," right at the very end, like something to that effect. And then I'm wondering, does it like store that and like keep it later for for reference when talking to other people? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we're
I think
corrupting
they're
it.
doing it to collect information. Just like I would say a lot of Globers, they're collecting information, websites, videos, and they report the videos. That's why every time you go to a YouTube playlist, there's unavailable videos. We're getting information so they can come back or change the definition of these words 5 years later, 1 year later. So they're just gathering information, what we know, what definitions they need to change, and obviously, like they're wondering why we woke up from the government programming, and they're trying to uh, tweak their programming so that they can program the future generations better.
So it's like it's where the AI is in beta testing, and we're also being beta tested, basically.
Yeah, like the government, whether it be AI or just Globers or whatever, like the government collecting information, they're trying to figure out how did these flat earthers break programming. We have this Prussian education system. We drill them from 6 years old to 18 years old. We own the TV. We own Hollywood. We own the music. And these people broke programming. So like they're trying to figure out how to better their programming. I think like not to do with the AI, but the AI is a little part of it. Just like with like say Jaren's nullschool.ca or whatever website, they shut it down after he brought it up. This flat earther brings up this brings up this website's gone, that website disappears, this video's gone. It's like, is that random or
Yep.
is it like a direct attack?
I'm interested in that null school. I was talking about that last night, the null school, nullschool.net. And they just seemed to remove that AE projection, didn't they? And then you see the backlash. Everybody's like, "Oh, it must be a conspiracy." They removed. I want to ask the creator himself, like, why? Did you have too much traffic to the website because of the flat earthers when you were looking at it? I mean, I liked the map. It was cool to visualize like convection currents and like directions of atmosphere, and it was really cool. And they got rid of it.
Sure.
Yeah,
I think Bob Nodel's son figured out something to do with that, and he actually made available a constant
Yeah.
live version of it.
Yeah, I heard that. I've not found it. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I had
I
a
the link
debate with
somewhere.
somebody
Sorry,
on
go
a
on.
different server. I had a debate about somebody on the definition of level, and they post their definition saying it's perpendicular to the level curve, whatever the curve definition. And then I said, "Oh, I bet you I can find an old dictionary where it says level is flat, horizontal, or whatever." And I found one from like 1858 or 1878. So over the years, they decided to change the definition. So in 20 years, in 40 years, men will be able to get pregnant, level will be curved, and everything's just going to be inverted and opposite.
Yeah, that kind of grinds my gears that when they say that about that definition of level, like it's the only definition now. Like come on, at least admit that it's just a definition and that there are other definitions which involve the words flat, horizontal, and all that. Like just
Like
seems
in free space,
just
we
so
agree
much
that it's the
dishonest.
same in free space, but when it's relative to a surface, it kind of does change its meaning a bit, because you are leveling it in relevance to something else, aren't you? So the true definition of what I go by is it's points with no point higher than the other of equal elevation. Oh, sorry, I'm mixing it up. That's the horizontal plane. Yeah, so it's points of equal elevation on the surface, whatever surface it is. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember how it was done one night in here with Matthew Learns, but somehow we got him to the point where he was saying curve means flat.
Oh, right, yeah. Right. The only thing flat are horizontal
Flat
planes.
means curve.
Planes are
Because I
flat.
think it was about the abyssal planes. I think that's how we got onto that, and he
Oh, in the
but he
ocean,
ended up
right.
yeah, I think so.
He said they were flat.
Yeah, he said flat means curve. Sorry, yeah, flat means curve.
Oh dear. It ends up just being a semantic argument, like at the end of the day when people are talking about horizontal and people's concepts of how long horizontal goes on for before it's not horizontal. It's all reference to an observer, and if you involve another observer, it gets a bit tricky. That's why it's always good to get the fundamentals out of the way and the axioms of what people mean. You can all verticals are perpendicular. No, you can't say that. You can't say all the verticals are perpendicular to horizontal, but you can say horizontal is perpendicular to level or vertical. You can use it, but not on the greater scale in a way. You understand what I mean? You can't claim that they're all that way, but you can claim that horizontal is 90 degrees to a vertical from a single point. Maybe I'm describing it wrong, but that's how I imagine it. There's these axioms that both models have congestion with verticals diverging or converging or being parallel, basically, which infers the horizontal plane would be diverging or intersecting or whatever. It's a bit tricky. And all somebody has to do to not gaslight you, but to flabbergast you would be just to mention all the things that are kind of related, but not the same word, like flat, level, horizontal plane, flat. All these that they're kind of different, but people use them as the same word.
It would seem that that within certain fields of what they call fields of study, there is like an agenda, right? And a confirmation bias. They have this. So they will it will have to redefine terms and definitions and wiggle it all around so that it tries to make sense of what they want it to say. They want to conclude.
Yeah, see, the one issue they have is there's so many old dictionaries and old books and old things that have the old definitions where they want everything digital where they can just switch it and they can the guy at Wikipedia. There's the one guy who edited 10,000 or 10 million Wikipedia pages. He's the king of Wikipedia. So like they want everything digital where they can just edit it to their whim, but there's still all these old books, all these old atlases, all these old maps that contradict their new version. So like it's still going to be an information war either way for the rest of time. But
Ends up like 1984, doesn't it? When they're changing the newspapers.
and he's getting tortured, and it's like 2 + 2 is 5. It's like,
Which map maker was it
I
that
don't know.
from like, I don't know, is it the 15th century, 16th century, like whose maps they like, they've glorified this guy up until a point where they say, oh, but these certain depictions on the map of mythical beasts and lands that don't exist, and that was all just flights of fancy, and we're not accepting that. But the rest of what he did is genius, like.
Well, wasn't it like the Mercator family? It wasn't just like one guy. It was like a lineage of cartographers, and
Right.
yeah, something like that. I love old maps. I love all them like mermaids and Loch Ness monsters in the ocean, and cyclopses and giants.
Mermaids, yeah.
Yeah.
Who fucking knows, I guess there was tall tales that like the sailors brought back. Maybe they had a really bad time, and they just, they had a big crowd waiting for them, and they had like, right, we've got to fucking come up with a story here.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, Jim lost the chest. I don't know what we're going to tell him. We haven't got anything to show them. Say we saw a mermaid. Yeah.
Yeah, the Kraken stole our treasure.
The Kraken, Leviathan. Yeah, whatever. Giant squid. No, legit, like there were giant squids. There was some story behind them, I'm sure there were. There's a lot of ocean. And here's like an idea, like the idea they told everybody the Earth was, well, it's like a theory or whatever that you could think of. Like they told everyone the Earth was flat and there was limits and you'd fall off to like reduce navigation and reduce exploration, because they'd like claimed it's like works like the same way as the globe in a way, like, oh, we know all the land, you don't need to discover anything. But in the flat Earth idea, it was like there's an edge and there's danger and don't venture out because you'll fall off and you can't go that way because there's a Leviathan or there's a fucking yeah, there's a lot of fear-based like control then.
Right, so yeah, similar to what they may be doing now, right? Like, so, but with like, yeah, like you said, the yeah, a control mechanism, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
While in the background they're all the colonizing and setting sail and looting and plundering other islands and continents, while everyone thinks it's not discovered yet.
Yeah, Nathan actually talks about often brings it up that back in the day, outer space was the area beyond the known lands, across the ocean. It was an outer area, an outer space that was unexplored. He likens it to today, like,
Yeah, kind of.
the idea of going to other worlds in the sky, outer space.
Yeah, like legit. If the Earth was flat and Mars was a location they could visit, and maybe they are showing us Mars, but maybe that's like an outer pond kind of a orientation, like past the continent or something we haven't been to yet. Always possibilities like that.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept. I know it's not Sunday, but yeah, that is an interesting concept, isn't it? Like, because that If it was like that, like then yeah, you could sort of imagine it getting less sunlight and being a bit colder, and maybe the air's thinner, not breathable, and
Yeah, it could have literally
who
another
knows?
sun. It could have a separate sun, like some. Yeah, there could be a point, like some Star Wars, like two suns kind of thing, where we don't see the other one, but they see ours or something. I don't know how that'd work, but
Two suns, Arizona.
yeah. I wish we'd get a sun because it's not showing its face. Where am I anyway?
That because of the cloud.
Yeah, fucking England, bro.
Get like 50 days of sun a year or something like that.
And then people lose the mind when they have like 2 or 3 days in a row. It's like everyone starts wearing shorts. It's like, what's going on?
There's some places in Australia like that, like particularly during the winter period where it's just like cloudy and drizzly, like for weeks and weeks. You barely get a day of sun. Yeah.
Hey, do you guys know why Snoop Dogg carries an umbrella?
No.
Oh, I'm ready for
For
this.
drizzle. For drizzle.
Drizzle. Okay. What's up, Flatter? You been
How
pumping
you
out some
doing?
tracks or what?
Huh?
Been pumping out the tracks?
Yeah, I've had to go record somewhere else, so it's been like hit and miss with when I get time to go do that. But yeah, I have a couple new ones. You know what I mean? Not as many as I want to, but I have a lot like down ready to go. So once I finally get like that long amount of studio time, I'll probably be able to put out like 3 or 4 songs in one day. You know, or at least record 3 or 4 songs in one day.
Nice.
Yeah. Is it raining where you're at?
Here, no. Oh, it was a little bit earlier today. No, it's fucking hot here, man. It's like I don't know what the temperature is at the moment.
Yeah.
It's like fucking I don't know. 35 p.m. and it's 26 degrees Celsius.
We sell seashells down at the Celsius shore. Do they celebrate or like do they acknowledge Groundhog Day where you're at?
No, not
That's
that I know
that's
of.
just United States, huh?
I guess so. Yeah, I've seen the movie.
Yeah. No, but it's an actual thing that they do every February 2nd in Ohio. But if you read about it, the whole thing's totally perverted. A guy named um uh Punxsutaw Phil, and his initials are PP, comes out, and if he sees a shadow, he like crawls back in or whatever. And then the name of the place where they do it at is called dude, I'm not even joking. It's called Gobbler's Knob. That's the name of the town. I'm not joking.
Oh, never made that connection before. Holy shit.
Yeah, dude, it's so funny. It's like so like sexual undertone to it.
Yeah, there's some funny names in Ohio. I was near London, to be honest. I was like, hey, let's go visit London. Nothing like London.
That's right.
I think I went to the best experience I could have done on the States. I went to kind of like Newton Falls, kind of just yeah, kind of that area, safe for Youngstown. So a bit in the sticks.
The city I live in is shaping up very quickly to be a 15-minute city, and I could tell you about all the infrastructure they're doing, like and how they like lay it out so perfect. It's crazy, but yeah, they're definitely making this a 15-minute city.
What city are you talking about, if I can ask?
Santa Barbara, California.
Cali.
This is actually home of the Black Swan.
Oh,
That's where Bo made the observation in the video. I'm just saying though.
Is it just like a lot of tourists arriving with P900s trying to take the snapshot now, or what? Is it a tourist attraction?
You'd think there
That
would
was
be,
smart.
bro.
Yeah.
But I've gone down there to where you took the observation so many times, and I've talked to people. There's a lot of times people be down there with cameras, but they're you know what I mean. None of them are even at that level. you know, just like even people who work at like metaphysical stores, like stores that sell like crystals and like singing bowls. And the other day I was driving my mom back from LAX, and it's about like almost a 2-hour drive, maybe a little bit more than that depending on traffic. And I was falling asleep and drifting into the other lane, so I was like, okay, I got to get on the 101 and I'll pull over. I pulled over randomly in Woodland Hills and fell asleep for like 20 minutes in a parking lot, and I had no idea where I was at. And when I opened my eyes, I was in front of this giant store that sold crystals and had music bowls, and then they even had a private room for healing where they had like about 40 or 50 of these different size and color music bowls made of crystal. And so they let me go in there, and like I talked to the guy for like over an hour, and they had all these different flags from the Native American tribes that they represented. And I was talking to them, and I even talked to like the older gentleman who claimed to be like one of the head, like a chief or whatever, and he owned the place. And they had no idea about flat Earth. They had no idea that their medicine wheel was like a representation of flat Earth, and none of that stuff. I was talking to them about like 1492 and the slaughtering of the Indians and being a 1491er, and like you're just oblivious. I was just like, you know, it's interesting. I'd like to like, bring the two groups together more or less, if in some way. But that globe, man, is like dude. It's harder to kick than cigarettes, or really, it's harder to do than anything. Getting rid of that. It's weird. It's like there's this like thin blood brain barrier that gets popped once you pop your flat Earth cherry. But it's like some people, I don't know. I just trip out how somebody can hear so much information about flat Earth, and then all they're waiting for you to do is stop talking so they can say something to make you look dumb. Or like, this chick sent me a meme, dude, of cats, and she's like, if the Earth was flat, the cats would fall. I don't know, dude. It's just,
I know they knock things over the edge. I've seen that one,
oh
like that.
my yeah,
It's funny though.
yeah. It's kind of sad, but in a sense, in one effect, it's sad, but the other effect, it makes me happy and feel fortunate that I am one of the ones that was chosen for whatever reason to have this understanding in these flatter days.
If they were smart, they would make that place a tourist attraction. I reckon they should.
Mhm.
What beach
Charge
is it
admission.
again? What's the exact name of the spot? The beach?
Oh, where the Black Swan observation took place.
Yeah.
It's in Montecito. It's San Ysidro exit in Montecito, and the name of the beach is it's between Butterfly and Miramar Beach, I think. So I would just say it's the San Ysidro exit. Yeah, but you can look it up on the map. It's exit 90. I want to say exit 93. It's so funny because ironically it's like right it's right before if you're going southbound before Santa Claus Lane, which is exit 88, and if you're driving from Ventura to Santa Barbara at night, halfway there before you get to Santa Claus Lane, you see those oil rigs or whatever they are. They're all lit up, and you're looking at them from a different direction, right? And so there's a private pier that they use just for like delivering cargo or whatever, and it's not to open to the public, but there's lights on the pier, and the lights stop where the pier starts to dip into the water or dip down. And so when you're driving on the freeway, you see all these oil rigs, and the way they're lined up, the biggest one is in the back, and it looks like Santa Claus with the deer and running along, and when it appears that he's lifted up like into the air, it's actually just where the pier goes down, so it's an optical illusion. But it just so happens that where that thing looks like it's going to is Santa Claus Lane, which is it's just really strange the way they have things set up here. And I've seen these certain type of, I want to call them like ley lines. Like there's Hope Ranch right here, which is like one of the richest cities in the United States, and uh, it's got like the highest hill, which is like a kind of like a hill that just slowly gets, it's like slowly, the gradient is slow. It's not like a pyramid, but it's more like just like a sloping angle that recedes casually, and there's about like 10 or 12 palm trees on it. And if you look at the Macy's tower right here, there's bells in the tower with chains coming down, and the only place you can see them line up perfectly with the palm tree, I mean like so perfectly, every chain lines up perfectly with the trunk of the tree, is if you stand at this giant cross that's in Hope Cemetery right next to it. And so I've been going to these different places where there's crosses or like the biggest thing inside of a cemetery, and looking for these ley lines or looking for things that line up over like a 5 to 10 mile distance. And it's a trip how many things line up like that, and why they have these certain markers in like cemeteries or certain places in the city. It's just being observant, but it's really interesting.
Yeah, there's a
There's
few of
lights
those
on
near
those
me. Like,
rigs?
sorry,
Oh,
I
you're right.
assume
Go
there
ahead.
would be. I assume there would be. I'm gonna head off. It's been nice talking to y'all. I'm gonna jump into politics while I'm getting ready. So have a great day.
All right, bro.
Because someone said recently that they're not operational.
The one aren't operational, the oil platforms.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny though because at night they're still lit up, and there's a couple times every month that they actually have flames burning on them, and you could see the reflection of the flames, and they reach in a straight line all the way down to the shore where you're at, and that's a couple times a month they have it lit up like that. So, as far as being operational, truthfully, I don't even know if those really are oil derricks like they say. I think they have something to do with the undersea cable, but I don't know. That's just speculation.
Interesting.
Yeah. And there's still boats going out there, like little supply boats, and coming back and forth from those things. So they're doing something there, you know what I mean?
It sounds like they're manned for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. For sure. There's the way they're lined up too is just it's they're lined up. So this mansion, they call it the Five Families place in at Santa Claus Lane, is directly in between. It has 4 on one side and 4 on the other when you look at it from the ocean. Well, supposedly this place, it's like a castle that looks like something from like the Middle East, with all white domes and like inlays of like moons and stars and stuff. But supposedly this place is where they consecrated the Church of Set in the summer of '79 with Michael Aquinos, if you know anything about that.
No, I don't.
Um,
I know nothing about it.
yeah, he's a military. He when he was in charge of a huge branch in the military, and they specialized in uh, mind control through electromagnetic frequencies. And he is the one who was the second in command to the Church of Satan with Antoine LaVey. He broke off with them because it wasn't militant enough, and he created his own church called the Church of Set. And they're a pretty strong one with a infrastructure, or not infrastructure, but the structure. They're structured like um, very military, uh, and a lot of like heads of like law enforcement and military are members of that church, as opposed to like movie stars and rock stars, which I think is scarier. But I'm not scared of it. It's just it's good to know things that are out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Who's who in the zoo?
Right? Yeah. I mean, the Duchess, what's her Markle, Meghan Markle, whatever, and Prince, yeah, that one Prince, they moved right here to Montecito, and then Oprah's got a place, and just all kinds of famous people and stuff like that. So what I mean, they do their little rituals and all that stuff pretty blatantly. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned this a long time ago in here, but my friends, I don't know if it's his great great uncle or great great grandfather or whatever, but he wrote a book, and it's called The Proof. It's not a very long book, and it was written in like 1911 or something like that. Proof that let me go in the room and I'll let you know what it is. Give me just a minute or two. I'll come back on and I'll give you the title and everything. You can look it up.
All right.
I'll be right back.
I think everyone's asleep here. Wake up, everyone! So I do think I'm probably speaking to dead air, but today I've been pondering, like, I guess, wondering about mass compared to weight, and I know mass invokes gravity and like mass attracting mass and all of that. So I'm just trying to, I guess, comprehend what entirely this concept of mass is, like atomically. Right, I guess it's like compressed atoms and all of, well, not entirely compressed, but the atomic amount of matter, whereas weight itself doesn't really need that. So I guess I'm just trying to file, you know, what is weight versus what is mass to distinguish it better. And so I've asked a few people, and I keep stumping them, and they're like, "Yeah, I don't actually know." The best I've got was someone was sort of saying, "Oh yeah, mass. That's to do with planets, and like it's this absolute, which is absolute depending on whichever planet you are." So I'm like, "Well, if you're just on the Earth, then isn't it redundant?" They're like, "Yeah, probably." But I have, through my research, I see it as inertial mass. There's gravitational mass, and then there's like two relativity masses, where one's like an invariable mass or rest mass, and the other one is called something else. But anyway, in the text, I have a few school textbooks and stuff, so I was reading through definitions and like the indexes, and basically all of them said we're dealing with inertial mass rather than gravitational mass, even though they are said to be basically the same, just different different units of measurement.
Yeah, sorry it takes so long. I found the book. It's like a little book. It's called The Enlightenment of the World by John G. Abizade. And it says in the front, it says, this book contains proof that the Earth is flat and stationary while the sun, moon, and stars are in constant motion. Also letters showing the testimony of Scripture on the subject.
Okay, when was this book written?
It says 1914.
Okay.
It's only, let's see. It is only like 30 pages.
That's pretty cool. I feel like a lot of people who write these sort of books just like write so much that it's hard to take in, but the people who can like really keep it concise and to the point, that's pretty good on their end. I mean, I haven't read the book. I don't know if it's concise and to the point, but sometimes I think less is more.
Yeah. It's really interesting too, some of the way some of the, like, I opened it up to page 3 and there's like, the words are written sideways in both directions, and then there's a picture of an umbrella. I'll just take a picture and post it.
So where did you find the book? Did you find it like at a secondhand shop or stumble across it or something?
No, a friend of mine named Alex, who I was talking about flat Earth. I've been talking to him off and on for years. I don't see him very often, but he told me that, his dad or his grandpa had told him about, I guess I don't know if it was his great uncle, how it's either his great grandpa or his great uncle, but I guess his dad had told him about, about it a long time ago as a kid, and eventually he remembered it, and he's like, I'm gonna find that book, and he had to go to storage or something, but eventually he found it, and he wanted me to have it, so he gave it to me. And what's interesting is the last name Abizade is also like a decorated general and in the military. So I'm not sure if that person's related or not to this person, but it might make sense that he is, because this person who wrote this book was he knew a
Sorry,
lot
I
of
have to go
people.
really quick.
Yeah. Hey, Flatsy. Oh, she's muted. Flatsy Klein, are you there?
Yeah, sorry about that. Just bumped into someone. I'm back. Yeah, as far as hidden gems goes the most hidden gem sort of book I've found was some I think 1930s, maybe 1940s book on like astronavigation, but
Oh
it's
wow.
not a really good book because it's published like and on the publishing page it like has the Freemasonic um sign, like the compass and stuff, so you think, okay, I know where their loyalties lie, and then like on the first page or something it talks about like the poles of the earth, assuming a globe and stuff.
Yeah.
But it, it still is talking about how to navigate with a sextant. And I read through it all, but honestly, when I was reading through it, it kind of went over my head because I didn't quite like visualize everything it was saying. But yeah, that's the best I've found.
Yeah. Have you ever read the it's not a book, but it would be like you could download it and it's a army training manual. It's called The Propagation of Electromagnetic Fields Over a Flat Earth.
No, I haven't read that.
Yeah, the whole it's interesting because almost everything in it is basically it's such double speak and so ambiguous that it almost like takes a lot out of you to read it, because everything in it is basically saying this is the way it is, but we can't say it that way, so we have to go in a huge roundabout way of offsetting it to make it seem like it's a globe, but it's it's just like it's a lot of effort, and it's made to wear people out. Even the brightest people, it can take their toll just because it's such an uphill battle,
Yeah, so like you need to like read between the lines. Is that sort of what you're saying?
between them, over them, inside of them, to the side, under them, everything. Like the extent that they went to. I mean, it's just it's understandable though, the extent in every aspect of our life that they've gone through to masquerade the earth, the shape of the earth. It's funny because it's actually they tell us if we ever want to know the truth, we just have to figure out what the exact opposite of the truth is to understand the truth. And so the sky, like what they say, the sky's the limit. You can only go so far, right? But then they say, they lie and say it's infinite, and if you study hard enough and you get good enough grades, you could go out there one day as an astronaut, So and then in regards to the shape of the Earth, they say that there's it only goes so far, and they've explored basically everything in it, so there's nothing to really more to see. Focus on outer space. Yeah,
just outer space. Yeah.
Yeah, it remind how they put a hamster. They have those spheres that the hamsters run in, those hamster balls.
Oh yeah.
It reminds me of that almost.
Yeah, I find it like it wasn't even that long ago. At least like I don't know how accurate history is, but if there's some sort of accuracy to like say Australia sort of being founded around the 1900s, and so there was a lot of exploration going on, at least with the Westerners there, and now it's just like 100 years later, and we're like, well, we don't need to keep exploring. We've found everything.
Right. Focus on space. Let's focus on inhabitable planets millions of light years away.
Yeah, I feel like it would be easier to go to Antarctica.
Right.
I mean,
I think they
obviously
take our
not
focus
as easy.
off of the North Pole, though. They've done a really good job of taking our focus off the North Pole.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, proximity-wise, I'm in Australia, so I'm more
Okay.
local to Antarctica, so I lean there
Okay.
just because it's close to me.
Yeah, for sure. I bet you going to the North Pole is way harder than trying to sneak in. You're even making to Antarctica, though.
Yeah, I know one of an old school teacher. I heard of, she went to like one of those Antarctic tourist things, and I want to get a hold of her and just like talk to her and ask her how was Antarctica, because I'd just be curious to actually get firsthand information on it rather than just, you know, whatever you read online
Yeah,
about stuff.
yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, and that's to say if she'll tell you the truth from her perspective. You know what I mean? If you know her
Yeah,
really
like
well.
when she was there, she would not have like the awareness to take notice of all of these like things
Yeah,
like a flat earther would take notice of. So yeah.
yeah, and who knows? They might not even have taken her there, like to the
Yeah.
actual place. I don't know. I know a few people too. Who'd be like, I know somebody who took an expedition there, and like it's just like there. It's just like little pieces, you know, of the whole picture.
Yeah.
The way I look at the Earth as a reverse engineered model of a fountain. Like when you go into a courtyard and there's a fountain, you have the water shooting up in the middle, and then it's draining out all around the circle around the edges, right? But I think the Earth
Yeah.
is the opposite. Like the Earth has a whirlpool in the middle, and all the water is draining through the middle and coming up all around the edges. And it's also a desalinization process because it's separating the fresh water from the salt water. The fresh water freezes and rises up.
Okay, that's interesting.
If that makes any sense.
Sort of. I'm sort of makes sense and sort of does not quite. I
Yeah.
sort of half got it.
Yeah. Like imagine all from the whirlpool in the middle, there's hundreds of thousands or even millions of different waterways or like tunnels or canals that are naturally there with water. Almost like if you were looking at like a picture of the tree of life, how all the
Yeah.
roots that go all stretch out all the way to the different parts of the plain below, and those would be
Okay.
like the waterways, all stretching out. And water's free and it's a natural resource that's abundant. But you could even find where waterways are by using two copper rods and bending them so they're like the shape of L's and holding the smaller part. You know about that, right?
I thought that was divination.
Well, I mean they call it that, but or water witching, whatever. But you can. I've done it before. I've held the rods straight out, and when you get over where there's a waterway, they cross automatically.
Okay, can I ask, when you do that, is it one of those things where you ask the rods to show where the water is, or do you not even like interact with them? They just
Um, I didn't when I first did it. I've heard of people doing that though, but I didn't do that, and they still crossed over where water was. So I think it's just something that's. I mean, it may work better if you do that. I can't say yes or no, but I do know that it works, and it's
okay. That's
like
interesting because like that sort of takes the mystical element off of it.
yeah. I think they did a really good job of separating people who are into astrology and metaphysical things, separating them from people who read the Bible, and vice versa. Like they tell people who read the Bible that all that stuff's of the devil, and then people who are into astrology and all that stuff are not into the Bible. They think it's like non-tolerant or archaic or hate speech or whatever, or you know what I mean. So, but I think
I think
you can't really,
there's
huh?
merit in like most different like sacred texts, or like there's merit to everything. You just need to like discern
Hmm.
through everything.
Yeah, I don't think that one can truly understand the Bible without understanding cosmology or astrology, and then vice versa. I don't think they'll fully understand astrology or the zodiac signs without understanding the Bible. I think the two but they've done a great job of separating and dividing and conquer.
Okay, I can't say I ever really picked up anything on zodiacs when I like went to church. That was never talked about.
Well, no, church is different than the Bible. Reading the Bible, though, you know,
Does the
like I
Bible
don't
mention zodiacs?
in the zodiac. Well, the Bible has a lot. They've taken a lot of books out of the Bible that talk about cosmology and the way that the sun and the moon work I don't know if you've ever read in the Book of Enoch where he talks about the heavenly bodies and luminaries.
I honestly haven't.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and it gave me a really good understanding of the way that they operate. You know,
Yeah, I just
I'm not
wonder
making
with
any
text,
claims or anything, but
yeah, with texts and stuff. I'm sort of like at the point where I think, oh, I don't really trust these scriptures and stuff because how am I to verify them? So I
that's
don't
true.
really
Yeah,
put much of a strength on it.
the,
But
what I've
it's
what I've
food for
learned to
thought.
do, what I really believe is that if you're tuned into different frequencies and you pay attention that when like the expression that rings true, like when truth is spoken and you're in tune with it, you'll be able to feel the resonant frequency from it and discern if it rings true to you or not. That's just what I believe.
Yeah, that's probably a good way of like being self-aware. I must admit I don't pay too much attention to how I feel when like people say stuff unless like like I get a really bad feeling about something.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I guess one thing in life, as I keep going through it, I realize I do need to be more self-aware and like I've been in my mind. I think like the mind, not the brain, but like I guess like the spirit, the thing within me, which is me, sort of inhabits my body, which is my vessel. And because of that, I should really like learn what my vessel is. It's like how it regulates itself, how to
Mm-hmm.
tune myself to myself and
Have you ever
be aware
seen
of it.
the water test, Dr. Emoto's water test, where
Oh
they
yeah.
you see how
I
the water structured water looks, right?
I found it a bit weird though when it came to like one with music. Then it had
Mm-hmm.
like some, I think it was heavy metal, and then I thought,
Mm-hmm.
well, that's sort of like there's a lot of sounds going on, but is it inherently like an evil thing? Or I guess that's sort of then I thought, well, to be more scientific, I'd be interested in, I guess, the intent within the music itself. I don't
Yeah,
know.
well,
That was sort
I
of
think it's just I think of everything. If anything is has water in it, so like some solid objects like metals and things like that are basically void of water, and that's why they arc like in a microwave. But things that do have water, um, like in a microwave, they get heated from the inside out, and what it is the evaporation of the water. Well, if our bodies are mostly water, then what we listen to, this type of sounds we listen to, structure all the water in our body, which can make you feel good and give you, better understanding, better sleep. Just everything flows better, or it can be structured improperly, or you could retard the structures, and then I'm for me, I'll start losing things more often. I'll be irritable. Things don't seem to go right, And I took
yeah.
it a step further, and I realized like even I have some certain pairs of clothes that I like a lot more, and I feel better than others, and that's because even clothing puts out like a certain frequency, you know.
I can't quite visualize how clothing brings out a frequency, but
It doesn't bring it out;
I
it
don't
puts out a frequency.
know.
Well, everything puts out a frequency, though.
Yeah, I guess my mind's not quite like it doesn't quite comprehend the frequency stuff. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
like in terms of like socializing with people, I can sort of like um understand it in that sense. Like like there's something where sometimes you just gel with people, and it's like your frequency, you're on the same wavelength and stuff, and other times
Hmm.
like it just there's an unsettledness in the atmosphere, or
Yeah.
quote unquote
Yeah.
atmosphere.
Yeah. No,
But
totally.
in terms of like things which aren't living, like I guess like manufactured stuff, I sort of struggle to comprehend the frequency thing, which like I'm not dismissing it. It's just doesn't click in my head yet, but you may be right.
Yeah. Well, you know how they say they measured the NASA, or like the scientists show like basically it's called like the axis of evil, where like they've tested they call it microwave background radiation, but it's just the ether, and it puts out there's frequency being put out everywhere from the ether. It's called the axis of evil.
So that's sort of where it generates from.
Well, they call it the axis of evil because it disproves the globe, really, so it's evil to them. It's funny how they call good things evil and evil things good.
Yeah, up is down and down is up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not in, like, I don't quite comprehend the ether thing. I sort of, like, I guess when I look at air, I sort of see air as a blanket, and that may
Mm-hmm.
sort of be one person's way they might call it ether, but I'm not entirely sure all of the connotations which saying ether invokes.
Yeah. I think it's just for lack of a better term, you know.
Yeah, and I know like some people on the server can get like really upset by the term.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I guess you're right. Yeah. But I'm not making any claims or anything. What I say is just for entertainment, educational purposes. It's not medical advice.
Yeah,
I got my
I
sound bowls here.
I find most of the things I say are in speculation because the amount of things I actually know for a fact are so small. But at least when I
Yeah.
speculate, I disclaim it. I say, hey, it's a speculation. I can't prove it. Whereas most people speculate without knowing. They just think they're actually
Yeah.
saying fact.
True. Yeah. I went to this store down in LA. I was really tired and I almost I don't know if you heard the story, but I almost like crashed on the freeway, so I pulled over to sleep for a little while. When I opened my eyes, I was in front of this Indian store that had more music bowls than I've ever seen in one place. They had like blue, purple, yellow, and some of them were really big. Some of them have like a 17-inch circumference. And so the sounds they put out were so amazing. When you mix them together, I instantly it changed how I felt like instantly. Because I have a couple music bowls here. I have 3 brass ones and one made of quartz crystal. But the quartz ones they have, the crystal ones they had were way bigger than the one I have. And they have like a private room where you can go in there and use them. And then they have like the things that you like the dongs or whatever. Like they're like giant like metal circles that you bang with a
Yeah.
you know what I'm talking about. And then they had like the Indian leather skin drums and everything. But those sound bowls are something else. I swear they restructure the water in your body really quickly too.
Yeah, that I know my mom has like one of those music bowls and it's just a small one and apparently it's the heart chakra or something like that. But
Oh
the other
yeah.
day I burnt my hand and I was like swirling it in the water and like when I wouldn't put it in the water or when I would just keep my hand still in the water, there was like a lot of pain coming, but when I would swirl it in the water, it like I guess that's how you treat a burn. And I thought, hey, like my hand is really happy to be in like it, like for some reason I know the environment my hand needs to heal in this moment is to like be swirling in some water or like going in running water. And so I
Yeah.
guess like you talking about the music and stuff, that's like an environment for your body to heal. And I
Mm-hmm.
guess learning how to know how to heal your body in like different ways with different tools is I guess enlightenment.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been raining here a lot and I'm still going out barefoot and everything. I've trained my feet where I can take pretty much any environment thrown at them and not be uncomfortable. In fact I'm more uncomfortable when I have shoes on. And if I have shoes on for any amount of period over an hour or two, my feet are like screaming to touch the earth without anything obstructing them.
Yeah, I'm sort of half on, half off with shoes. I enjoy walking barefoot. I love the texture of the sand, especially when the sand's coarse. It's just like it makes you feel like you're not just in a 2D like sort of world. You're actually in 3D, like tangible. You feel it, and yeah, it keeps you more aware and on your toes. And sometimes I find it really fun because in the Australian summer, you can be sure it gets super hot. I find it
Oh,
fun to
really?
just try and cope with like my bare feet on like bricks or concrete for as long as I can. But uh, it's an uphill battle with that one. But yeah, I'm building up my tolerance, and yeah, I do have those days where it's just like you feel like unsettled and like like
Hmm.
yeah, like just a stirring within you, and then yeah,
It's
those
from
are
all
the
the
days.
dirty electricity, all the dirty electricity that surrounds us every day. Imagine like a wasp that you put in you filled up a Ziploc bag with air and you put a wasp in it. And so imagine just the wasp is just bouncing off everything, buzzing around with no exit. And that's how I feel like the dirty electricity in our body is. And the second we put barefoot onto Earth, it's able to be released into the Earth. And at the same time, the good electricity is going into us as that's being released, like equally, you know?
Yeah, I've looked into dirty electricity. Then when I was looking into it, it was also saying be careful like when you're earthing and grounding, because if you are barefoot, then you're an antenna to all of the dirty electricity. So I thought, oh, that's interesting. So I don't know, that sort of, I mean, it doesn't off put me, but it just like makes me remember that maybe I don't know, like a bit cautious and just beware that you are antennaing yourself as well. But it's a bit of a cop out. It's sort of like me saying don't do it, but that's not
Yeah,
like I
I
said.
don't think. I think what it does when you do go barefoot though, it's how we were meant to be, and we weren't meant to be around this dirty electricity. So that's why people are getting all these ailments and all types of different things all the time. And but they, like if imagine if you went to a doctor and they told you, oh, the swelling in your ankles or whatever can go away if you just go barefoot every day for a certain amount of time. They would go out of business because it's not profitable, for that.
Yeah,
There's a
I
movie
find
you should
myself.
watch this movie called Earthing. It's on YouTube. It's about a guy who
Okay.
was gonna die from some type of rare cancer, and that he met some Indians and they told him about earthing and grounding. And basically, he's saying like the rubber sole for the shoe is like one of the most destructive weapons mankind's ever created.
Yeah, my mum, I don't remember how she knew this story, if it was one of her friends or like a friend of a friend, but the story was one of her friends from school was friends with a Native American girl, and she was saying that one time when I don't know who was very sick, but someone was very sick, then the family like dug a big hole and left the person in that big hole for like,
Yeah,
I don't know,
around a
a few
tree,
weeks.
huh? Did they put it around a
I don't
tree or whatever?
I don't actually recall if it was around a tree, but I just remember like they dug a pit and left them in the pit, and obviously like didn't leave them, like they would
Yeah,
feed them and stuff like that.
for
But
like 3 days, huh?
I honestly
For
don't
two
remember
or three
how
days.
long.
Okay, because yeah, at the beginning of the movie, he tells a story about how they dug a pit around a tree and had him sit in the pit with his back against the tree for 3 cycles of the moon and sun with a fire going. And he said afterwards he's never felt better, and the disease quickly left his body. And it's just really interesting. And talking about how babies, like when the mother can't figure out why the baby's crying, because the baby's full, everything's good with the baby and the baby will be crying. So the doctors will say like, oh, the baby has an earache or something, some pain, so give him this or that. But when the mom went outside barefoot and the baby's skin was touching the mom's skin, like her chest, because of that contact and her being barefoot, within like 10 minutes the baby stopped crying. And she repeated this multiple times, and every time the same result, the baby would stop crying. So she realized the baby just needed to get grounded and was able to be grounded through her,
Yeah, and I
which
guess
was
as a
really interesting.
baby, like the tolerance, like the sensitivity is really high. So like
Oh
just
yeah.
yeah, would be
Yeah, for
quick.
sure. Mm-hmm. Hey, does I haven't been on here in a while. Does uh Flatty still come on here?
Flatty.
Mm-hmm.
And
He usually has a picture of like a Beavis and Butthead guy, like Beavis or something on his
I
picture.
I haven't noticed, but I'm not the
Mm.
best to talk to. I don't like look at the rooms all the time, and I'm probably sleeping maybe when that guy's on.
Okay.
Yeah, I've noticed like it's been in the politics over a lot recently.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
sort of stay away from there. I'm just like the 24/7. That's my main one.
yeah. Politics. Okay. I think I'm gonna jump over to that room right now and see what's up with that.
Okay, well, it was nice talking to you.
Nice talking. I don't
Quite
think I've ever
interesting.
met you before, have I? Like
I
over
don't
the.
think we.
Okay. Well, it was nice to meet you. I'm Flatterday
Yeah, nice.
Saints.
Yeah, I'm Stacy.
Okay, cool. Well, it was good talking to you.
Yeah.
Stay grounded.
Yeah, we'll do. And enjoy the politics of.
Okay, thank you. Have a good morning.
And then there was one. On my evening walk, I hear a lot of parrots. I think they're all parroting the modern scientific consensus. I could practice my Flat Earth radio show hosting. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. I'm your host, Stacy. And right now I'm just filling in dead air. I am walking, so if you hear sounds of twigs being crushed, it's because I'm walking. Yeah, I'll save the radio host stuff for people like Stevie, who's good at it. Today is just one of those days where it's the evening and I just don't want to be like just sitting somewhere doing nothing. So I'm just walking and walking and walking. I've been having more of these days. I think I'm probably just getting more intact with nature and appreciating, I guess, the motion of life rather than just sitting back in a controlled environment called a house and being more disconnected from the nature that sustains us. And this, of course, is not to, make people who are sitting in a house feel bad or anything, but, that's just where I've been led. But it is getting dark, so can't walk forever. Maybe one day I'll go on a pilgrimage. Preferably somewhere outside of Western Australia, where the sun is a bit more tolerable. And the stars are coming out, and I see the afterglow of the sun. And I have no idea how the celestial bodies work, but I find I'm inclined to think, at least through observation and apparency, rather than like saying like conflating what you see like optically, conflating that with what it actually is. Obviously not, but apparently by apparently I don't mean something I've heard other people say, but apparent as in the apparent location or observation of a star at a certain position in the sky. But with the sun, I notice the sunspots. I don't remember if it's clockwise or anti-clockwise, but they rotate one way or the other, as well as the face of the moon. And so I haven't studied the planets because they're harder to get a telescope to follow, or even just like a zoom camera. I would guess that the planets also do that same thing, where when I'd say when it's right above you, when whatever celestial object or so-called object, celestial body is right above you, then I'd say that's probably at its closest to you optically, and then from there, whether it goes east or west, it turns itself clockwise or anti-clockwise relative to that best zenith, if you will, optical zone. I mean, I'm just sort of thinking out loud here. So yeah, I think it's interesting. Like the face of the moon is the one you can quite obviously see, like say 12 hours later, or maybe a bit less than 12, but something like that. Then it looks like it's done a half turn. And then with the sunspots, then the sunspots seem to turn as well. But then it's the question of like modern science would probably be assuming that, oh, the sunspots are actually, I don't know actually if modern science is dumb enough to ignore the variable of like, I guess it turning, but they might just say, oh yeah, it's turning because, you know, it's a sphere rotating. But really, I think, no, it's turning because the moon turns too, like, you know, the face of the moon. And so it turns just due to optics. I think. Everything I say may be completely false. I was looking through a book the other day, and I think it was like in the 1970s from memory, maybe the 1980s. It was called something like The Poles, and it's to do with, you know, the North Pole and Antarctica. And then it had a page on the midnight sun. I thought it was a bit strange. I mean, not really that strange, but I thought, you know, interesting, I guess. They had a time, not a time lapse because it's a book, but like a picture like every hour of the midnight sun in the Arctic. But then they didn't care to have images of that for the Antarctic, which is obviously not evidence to say there is no midnight sun in Antarctica. But it, you know, you'd think, well, if they're having publishing a book about poles, you'd think they may have gone out of their way to take these pictures, which may or may not exist. I honestly don't know. I think there's a few people who are like, no way, there can't be an Antarctic, like a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And then there's people who are, I'm sort of in the impartial. I'm like, I don't actually know. I honestly could not lean one way or the other. I'm just super impartial at the moment. If I had to lean, I'd probably lean against it just for the fact of how I'm trying. I mean, I don't really model the Earth in my head, but if I were to entertain a model of the Earth, which I shouldn't, then that's probably where I would lean away from Antarctica having a midnight sun. But I don't know. Let the Earth just do what it does, and then we observe, and then once we observe it all, then we can start coming to conclusions rather than preemptively coming to conclusions when I just do not have any data about Antarctica, except the cool book I have about Antarctic expeditions from Australia in like the 1900s. But even that's a book. I can't verify all of the stories in it. But it's an interesting read. Should finish reading it. I'm not good at finishing what I have started reading. Get too distracted with other things. I need to stop jumping around from topic to topic to topic and just study one thing at a time. You are now tuning in to the ramblings of Stacy. I do tend to get more philosophical as the evening comes, and I am in the evening for the time zone I'm in. And sometimes I have epiphanies, but to be fair, my epiphanies are usually the most generic and obvious things, which just hadn't clicked to me before, and then they click and sink in. And I think, oh wow, this is so obvious. It's not much of an epiphany because it's so obvious, but an epiphany to me nonetheless.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Everyone's raving about your interview with Mark Sargent.
Oh, that's good to hear. I've been trying to get mainstream now for the last couple of years, and so it took some Americans, the legends of friggin' flat Earth, to get my name out there. So I really appreciate it, and it was a fun interview.
Yeah, cool. So the 20 proofs video, that was actually an Eric Dubay video. But if you're ever looking for a video, you can just go to the video search on the app, which is the little search button, and then you type in like 20 proofs. Search. Oops, I think it 20 proof.
I'm doing it with you.
It should work. I did it a second ago and it worked. Hold on. 20 ER.
I did that on the YouTube page from the laptop. I wasn't going on your app to look for it.
There you go.
And as you know, things are so censored. But yeah, I've got the same as you.
Yeah, there you go.
Perfect.
And so that's the video that you were looking for. So again,
thank you so much.
Adding more and more stuff to the app that way. So it's very cool. Very, very good way to break the algorithm and find the videos that you want.
And I've used this app quite a few times, and it's actually really, really helped me when people have direct messaged me on various different social media apps asking me questions. And when I can answer them right away, that really does, it really helps. And
do you know about the image search? So if you're looking for something specific, if someone's like, oh, what about the sun under the clouds? You can just type in sun under. Oh, there it is. I got one image up there. So let that load for a second. I've got low service here. It's gonna take a second to load. But I have a great image of the sun under the clouds and the tops of the clouds lit. Of course, it's not loading for me because I'm in Mexico right now, and
oh, nice.
Yeah. So, but you can find all sorts of stuff in there, just by searching keywords, and we're adding more and more all the time. So if you're looking for a specific image to send somebody, because not everybody will watch a video, it's a good way. It's a good way to pull up stuff.
I agree. And even when I've done live videos last year, even, and the Eratosthenes question it was asked, and I literally went on your app live, and I was like, I even showed it, and I said, like, let's go on this video, and then I shared the video, a few videos from the app that easily